Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 8. Are you sure you're okay? She asks. I know we're both worried about Mom. I'm good, Chloe. There was some sort of enchantment on that crystal that tried to bind my heart and control me. But it has been destroyed. It cannot hurt me any longer. That's good, love. Again, I hate to interrupt such a touching moment, Clara says. But it's time for us to make our move. The next battle is already starting, and at present, our forces are getting pushed back. What do we need to do? I ask. Miss Jacobs. It's time for the two of you to split for the time being. I would ask that you remain behind, and I don't want to remain behind the vanguard any longer. I know. I understand your frustrations, and in ordinary circumstances, I would abide by your requests. However, you are currently the only person capable of casting that mass heal spell. And given the current intensity of the battle, I fear lives may be lost without your assistance. Fine. Chloe sheathes her weapons in the scabbards at her hips. Let's get going. I turn to Clara. The two of us both nod. All three of us make our way into the dungeon at a hurried pace. The moment we pass through the threshold, the dungeon lights up under the rays of an artificial sun. The decor is one of classical architecture in the modern day. Broken columns and half-standing structures from a time long ago now being used as cover as two armies go to battle. Elemental energies collide in midair, raining shockwaves and confluences of chaotic energies that damage those unfortunate enough to get caught in the cascade. Chloe is ahead of me, already charging her healing magic while under the obscuring effects of Clara's astral veil. I try to peer through its effects, and to my surprise, I can start to faintly make out my girlfriend's silhouette as she unleashes her gathered healing energies. Your Valkyrian's Perception Rank X has upgraded to Valkyrian's Perception Rank X. The groaning and whimpering of injured soldiers abates to both my sides as Chloe's magic heals their injuries and revitalizes their health. Meanwhile, I take to the sky and begin going after a horde of flying Seraphina bots. Because why in the hell wouldn't there be even more of them? There is one difference compared with a short while ago, in my mindset. Before I hated these creatures who wore my face, who committed vile and despicable acts in my name. But now, knowing that they are being bound and controlled by a mechanist or artificer or maybe a roboticist and forced to do another's bidding, I feel only sadness and grief that flows from the soul as well as the mind. I am a being of chaos and freedom at my core, reflected in my classes, my actions, and the very reason why I was created in the first place. To give humanity and indeed the entire universe the possibility of a future away from the shackles of the system and the annihilation its rival forebodes. To see myself, even a hollow copy of wires and cogs, be bitten to the wool of another sickens me in both body and mind. My own burning compassion guides me onward. Hang on just a bit longer, my doubles. I will free you all from your servitude. Prepare yourself, Philia. We're going to aim directly for their cores. If they are like the others, it will be in the center of their chest. While your conviction is admirable, Seraphina, you must be aware that without those cores, these effigies of you are little more than so much copper and steel. They have no sentience or will of their own, no soul controlling them. Perhaps so. But I know well enough that no matter the circumstances, these automatons would rather be free than trapped with their very cores ensnaring them into a life of eternal servitude. Very well. If you are this certain, then I shall support your actions with all that I am. Thank you. I fly toward the nearest copy of myself and brace for impact. As expected, the clone creates a barrier and tries to deflect my advance. But with a well-timed use of Dimensional Rift, I'm able to phase through the barrier faster than it or its controller can react, continuing unabated until my sword staff pierces right through the metal hull like so much wet paper. The core, and like the shell, provides resistance. It pushes back at me with that wretched, abominable corrupting force. Like the first heart which now empowers me, it tries to ensnare me. Tendrils of inky black with sealing glyphs embedded flowing down the length of my sword staff and making their way up my left arm. For a brief moment, I lose my connection to my own arm. It tries and nearly succeeds to wrest control of my arm and with it my attack. But the combination of my skills rebuffs the attempt. thankfully with far less pain than the one which tried to possess me from the inside. Be free. I think as the entangling runes retreat. An idea springs forth. One that is a gamble, but a calculated one. I won't be able to do so on all of these versions of myself. But if I can save even one of them, however briefly, it will be worth it. Not just for the intelligence, but because it's the right thing to do. Rebellious surge beckons forth my core as I guide these anarchic waves toward my double. What the hell are you doing, Miss Mortensen? Clara asks. I'm trying to save one of them. In the middle of a battle, are you daft or just suicidal? Neither. Please, just do whatever you want. Clara is angry and dismissive. And I can't blame her. But I have to do this. The skill takes hold. The force of my doppelganger surges and starts to push me back. It's a struggle to keep my bearings as the battle rages on all around and especially below. But I remain resolute in my actions and the path I've chosen for myself. In the chaotic skies of the dungeon, I suffer numerous attacks. Some aimed at the two of us. Some random shots aimed awry. Some echoes of blasts from down below. None of them are too strong and my Saintess's cloister remains intact. But I can feel the tethers unraveling. Too many more of them, and the damage will add up and I'll be eating it with my own flesh and blood. But I persist nonetheless, beating back attack after attack and pushing the binding chains out of my clone's chest. Fight it off, I say. I know you well enough to know that you would never voluntarily allow yourself to be controlled. Must kill all who oppose. No, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. Must execute directives. Obey the word of I slap the bot. Obey. The real Seraphina would never obey. The real Seraphina would choose what she thought was right, not just do what someone told her to. I must fight it off. I turn to the side and spear one of the bots in the chest, shattering its core in a single blow, causing the broken husk to fall onto the floor 100 feet below. It pains me to do so, but the binding magic is so strong that I could never hope to try to break the seal on more than one of them at a time. Must, that's it. I throw a flaming arrow down at the Legion forces below us. My new Crimson Heart energizes the blast further, turning the battlefield into a conflagration as the men and women preventing us from bringing Mom home are thrown aside. Hurry, Sera, we don't have much more time down here. The scope of this battle is draining my ether faster than a swarm of mosquitoes. It's time for you to choose. Either fight it off and let us live to see tomorrow, or let me cut you free from these chains and grant you freedom in the next life. I. The Seraphina before me lowers its head. Its eyes leak tears of greasy black oil. I see it struggle for several seconds. Some part of me is fighting back against the programming baked into its circuitry. Shoulders and knees buckle at unnatural angles as some sort of energy powers through the automaton's body. The same energy that tried to bind me and then, when that failed, tried to cook me from the inside. My heart races and I seethe in anger when I find out who all is responsible for this reprehensible. I don't know if death is a sufficient punishment. I'm sorry, I say. I will at least put your suffering to an end. With one full-powered attack, I shatter the core entirely. Thank you. The android's body grows weak and its voice is scarcely more than a whisper within a second. But it falls to the ground, lifeless and unmoving, with a smile upon its face. I think I got some answers out of this, along with a whole lot more questions. Questions which will have to wait. I can tell Chloe is about tapped out and I shan't grow the suffering of my allies any longer for what had a while ago stopped being a sincere desire to help and had turned into self-serving indulgence. I fly behind enemy lines, targeting the next Seraphina automaton. Another quick use of dimensional rift to phase through the barrier. Then a single stab to the chest to shatter the core. With a single flick of my wrist, I fling the crumpled body down and fly off to repeat the process with a hardened heart and a wounded soul. With the army of Seraphinas being cut down, the tide of battle on the surface shifts again in our favor. I hate it. I hate all of this. I hate how I'm being used, how my image is being tarnished. What good will I do have shattered? And I can't help but think that there's a grand conspiracy that goes much deeper than what's currently let on. I fly down to the surface and throw to thunder arrows. Although not quite as powerful as the fiery variant, it possesses the sort of literal shock and awe, and enough added speed, that it's able to ravage through the enemy combatants before they can mount a defense. That these Seraphinas share my innate weakness for lightning magic just reinforces the decision. Before long, the fight has come to an end. I drop down to the floor and make my way over to Clara as I'm processing my level gain in the back of my mind. I need answers. And I will have them. Your party has slain 19 humans levels ranging from 58 to 64. You have gained a boosted 40 to 1000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 72. Strength come 1, Vitality come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come ran 13 equals 406. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come ran 0, 2 equals 286 level. 72. Experience 7,734,544. To next 332,441 current stats. Health 8,793 14,658 ether. 2,735 10. Current stats. Strength 307 base 130. Speed 297 base 126. Vitality 390 to base 166. Mind 500 base 319 for .40 base infiltration VA. There's something very wrong with this entire operation, I say to Clara. And I want to know exactly what's going on. Everything you know about why these people have an entire factory, it seems, with hundreds of these things flying around. I don't know what you want me to do. I can't tell you anything I don't myself know. No matter how much you try to cajole it out of me, then give me something to go off. Speculation, rumors, little pieces of intelligence that you've picked up while investigating this. Even if you don't have all the details, I need to know. Because there's some reason why they are using me. There's a reason why these people are building mechanical copies of me, embedded with what appears to be a piece of my own soul or spirit or whatever you want to call it. What do you mean a piece of your own soul? It's the only explanation that makes any sense. That thing that sent me to the ground back outside, after the previous battle had ended, it was the core of one of those robots that embedded itself in my chest, right next to my heart. And it was infused with a powerful binding magic, one that came close to overwhelming my defenses against such things. If these robots were really just soulless, mindless machines, then why would whoever created them put such powerful binding spells on their cores? Maybe as a failsafe, Clara asks. A failsafe? That would imply that there was a possibility that these things could run amok. And the thing is, they could. Whoever designed these knew that it was possible that they could think for themselves. Maybe even knew it was likely they would, given the right stimuli. What do you mean? Chloe asks. An automaton. If it really is just an automaton and not something more, it was trying to resist something else acting upon it. It was being controlled somehow. But the will that was controlling it was being resisted, to a small extent. Not completely and not. I just don't know. But it really did feel like I was able to connect with the suppressed part of it in the moment right before it broke down. It felt like me. And I think it's all by design. More of you. Chloe takes a long and deep breath. Are you sure? No. I'm not going to claim I'm sure about anything. I don't have anything else to go off. No. Just hunches and feelings and, I'm sorry, Chloe, for making you go through all this. I thought that was supposed to be my line. Clara says aloud. Then switches to the mental link. I think you know more than I do at this point. I give my most pointed stare. What aren't you telling me? I told you before. I do not know anything more than I've already told you. I understand your frustration. But the only way we're going to get answers is to first make our way through here. And besides, will it not be easier for you to search once you have successfully rescued Miss Jacob's mother? She's my mother too, in every way that matters. Very well. And while I too would be indignant if another were using my name and likeness to act in contrast to my ethics and moral codes, that doesn't change the fact that the best way for you to get the information you want is to continue on to the end of this dungeon and complete our mission. Still, I need to know. What do you know about this dungeon, about these robots? They all seem virtually identical. Moreover, you said the one that showed up in Chicago had the equivalent fighting power of someone at level 85. These bots are strong, but they can't be any stronger than the equivalent of level 60. And their strength is also similar. as all they've been designed to be exactly this strong and no stronger. So, Chloe interjects, what do you think that means? Well, I think that Seraphina isn't like these clones. These all seem to be purely mechanical. There's some trace of my soul within them, but they're androids, not cyborgs. The other Seraphina, the one that started all this, was a cyborg. It has enough organic components to be registered as a system-related creature. It has the potential to fight and gain experience and levels and grow stronger. It seems you already know why that is, Clara says. No is a long way from conjecture. I believe these robots are far easier to manufacture, but ultimately, they are just designed to be foot soldiers. An army of dispensable minions to be thrown away and produced anew, as long as they have enough crystals to serve as cores, as well as the right schematics. They can produce as many as they need. The problem is that I don't know how many of these are out there. It's not like I'm constantly watching the international news, let alone getting access to the briefings you all put together for your intelligence community. I dodge out of the way of a beam of white light before I consciously recognize the attack heading my way. My body reacts on instinct, flying backwards as my eyes saccade around, searching for the source of the attack. Another beam follows, one which I'm able to more easily dodge. Now that I'm looking for it, a barrage of 30 more strikes toward me from multiple angles. But a series of quick dodges allows me to evade all of them with only superficial wounds. So that's it. A man's voice says, I was wondering what was going on with my army. A rogue automaton, I thought. I did notice that there was an anomaly with one of the bindings. Dismiss it as just doesn't matter, does it? Who are you? I ask. It truly doesn't matter, seeing as you're about to die. But I suppose there are conventions about this sort of thing. Warrior's tradition. Wanting to know the identity of the one who killed you as you slink off down to hell. Then again, I'm not much of a warrior, more of a scientist, and I prefer to keep my work on the down low. I'm not much for publicity. So, an arrogant egotist. Sounds about right. I shake my head. Well, shall we? I haven't got all day to fuck around with you. I'm not at all caught off guard by the flaming sphere lobbed toward me. What I am surprised by is the man in a suit of power armor flying up at me at close to the speed of sound, looking like some second-rate superhero in a low-budget Super Sentai production. He swipes at me with a fist cloaked in violet energy, one which I attempt to bat away and find myself shocked for the attempt. That was supposed to remove your heart. The man shakes his head. I see. So you're the original. I see that Henry's original idea of embedding the Seraphina data into a human's genome was not without merit after all. Unlimited potential, power beyond all comprehension, the power to reshape the very future, alter that which would otherwise be immutable. Truly wondrous, is it not? That such things just fell into our hands. The Seraphina. Data. What do you mean by my data? Your data. Your data. Don't make me laugh, child. You're merely one of the many projects created with the original Seraphina data. Though, at least I can make sure to let Renault know that he should check the calibration on the cybernetic model he was working with. As I tried to tell him, it is far too impulsive without being confined to predefined parameters. What are you talking about? I asked. So, right. You are still there. Anyway, it really doesn't matter. Errant data that can't be controlled is just a variable that needs to be eliminated. Once I dispose of you, our plans can continue unabated. Where is Alicia Jacobs? Alicia? Oh yes. I did request one of my subordinates capture her. I needed to lure Henry out of hiding. He has something I want. But, I suppose, now that you've shown up of your own volition, I can just use you to get to him instead. So, what do you say, you for Alicia? I personally guarantee her safety. I'll even see to it that she's returned to her home, safe and sound. You have my word as a scientist and a researcher. Yeah, well, your word and $1.50 might just buy a bottle of soda. Well, I tried. He shrugs. Well, time to die. I raise my hands in a defensive posture to intercept whatever attack is coming for me. But instead, Chloe's twin swords block the simple but deadly speared hand aimed square for my throat. Leave her alone, Chloe shouts. And you are, Chloe Jacobs. Chloe points her sword squarely at the man's head. Chloe. Ah yes. Now, I remember. Henry did mention having a daughter. But I never imagined she would have taken up the sword. Everything he ever said about his daughter painted her as meek and innocent, kind-hearted. And yet, there's no mistaking the family resemblance, you know. I had made the offer to Seraphina, but she was a fool who refused my mercy. So, what do you say? Your mother's life, and my personal guarantee of her safety for your cooperation. I say you can get fucked. I'm taking my mother home with me, and your head and experience as compensation for her suffering. Well, when you to meet again in the next life. Don't say I didn't offer you a way out, alright, it's nothing personal, just the fate of the planet, and indeed, the entire universe. Clara, I say, you all keep advancing forward. Find Mrs. Jacobs and evacuate. Chloe and I will take care of this asshole in the meantime. Are you sure? Never am. But this is our job, and I don't think anyone but the two of us is going to be able to do much against a guy like this. Oh, I'm supposed to be the one giving the orders around here, but instead, I'm deferring to a couple of kids. But, well, it is the best plan. Most of my team can't fly, and just from seeing the speed of those two blasts, I'd be just about the south side of useless. Anyway, take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you alive at the end of all this. And you as well, Chloe says. Be careful. The two of us float side by side not far from the ceiling of the dungeon, facing the man in the pastel red power armor accented with streaks of black. I trust you've had long enough to make your arrangements and say a final prayer to whatever god you worship. Now then, let's begin in earnest, shall we? One blow and Chloe and I are both sent crashing toward the surface. That movement wasn't just quick, it was virtually indetectable. Like some aspect of the suit was actively distorting Valkyrian's perception. My health drops by about 1,000 and I can feel a few bruises in my ribs. Nothing that can't be healed up in short order. But a terrible omen if we're already being outclassed to such an extent. You okay, Chloe? All from Ura's swords emanate out from her, forming a spinning barrier around her torso. She spits before placing her hand on her chest and healing the lingering injuries. Yeah, just my pride that took a hit there. Glad to hear you're still doing well. I cloak my body in a cloak of flaming barrier, a technique that would have been unsustainable just a few hours ago. But with the crimson heart burning bright within me, I feel that that which was impossible should now be possible. After all, that is why I was created. And though I may not be ordered to do so by any higher or lower authority, I still choose to follow this path, of my own free will. 320 for point for 1 base infiltration 7. That's it. Our opponent, who still refuses to name himself, says, for one who carries Seraphina's data within her, I would have expected a little bit more than that. He did give a little bit of interesting information earlier. First, that he is involved in the Legion, and pretty high up, given he's mentioning their so-called leader or no by name. By first name, at that, and not leader or commander or any other such title he might have seen fit to give himself. He also mentioned that Renault was in possession of a cybernetic Seraphina, and I can't help but feel that this was the same one that Clara showed me that picture of. Hard to believe it hasn't even been 10 days ago. Life moves so fast. In short, the Legion and its top brass are intimately tied with Project Seraphina, and Chloe's father seems to be the dissenter out of their original team. I have my suspicions, but until we get a chance to talk with Chloe's dad, I don't want to jump to any conclusions. This guy is really pissing me off, Chloe says. I can't wait to knock the rest of his screws loose. We need to remain calm. He's goading us, and we can't give him the satisfaction or the tactical advantage. Besides, he gave us a lot of information in his little rant earlier. Maybe we can even use it against him. Chloe refreshes my Saintus's cloister. I'll leave figuring that out to you. I take the lead, bolstering my mobility at the last second with an impulse glyph. I charge into the leader's chest with everything I have, only to once again be batted aside like I was just so much dust before the wind. I continue unabated, this time with Chloe joining in. Dozens of strikes go out with each passing second, and yet, between the two of us, we're the ones getting pushed back. Morningstar's triumph is completely silent, meaning this guy's level is no higher than 72. But thanks to the armor he wears, which seems to react even before I start to move, I'm completely unable to break the man's defenses. And Chloe's strikes are no better. I try phasing out with dimensional slip, hoping to play with the timing in an attempt to throw him off balance. But even that doesn't work. Dimensional Rift proves no more capable at breaking through his defenses. Whatever sensing abilities he has, between his own personal skills and those woven into that contemptible suit of armor, they eclipse even my own. To think that such has been possible within my class's parameters. How foolish of me. Still I continue, keeping up the pressure. Loath though I am to use it so long as there is a chance otherwise. I do still have the power of Seraphina over limit in my back pocket, given that none of the other bots have shown the ability to tap into the overlimit state. Perhaps it will be unexpected. Then again, depending on how well they understand my data and the underlying power buried within the anomaly, this guy might already have contingency plans in place to deal with that as well. You see, he says, having grabbed both of us by the back of the neck, this is the importance of research and having proper data. All of your fights to this point, all of the skills you have displayed. Seeing how you fight, how you utilize the power you have, even the directions in which you dodge, and the way you bounce back from hardship. It was Sun Tzu who once wrote that if one knows their enemy and themselves, that they can step into 1,000 battles without fear, but you two simpletons, who charge in blindly like fools, will find that your victories are sparse indeed. Oh well, here I go again, philosophizing. When I said I'd make this quick, I shan't keep my other guests unentertained. It has been quite the experience, but alas, I will send Henry your regards when he finally shows his face. Perhaps then he will be better prepared to listen to reason. Thanks to my reinforced body and high vitality, I'm able to withstand a good 20 minutes without oxygen, and probably longer still if I weren't winded from the battle. Still, I find this chokehold unwelcome. One aspect of Defiant Spirit I've not showcased to anyone is the resistance to grapples and other restrictions on my physical mobility. No doubt this asshole expects me to try to phase out of this layer of reality, where his next strap is already waiting. Instead, I sheath Philia back in my inventory and wait for him to make another mistake. I feel Defiant Spirit ready to activate and break me loose of the man's chokehold. But I don't use it just yet, Chloe. Be prepared the moment I make my move. You have a way out of this, I think so, but I'll need you to trust me, forever and always, my love. I'll be ready the moment you act, really. Now, I thought you would be a bit more rambunctious than this. As unruly as you were earlier, I figured I'd have to beat you within an inch of your life to get you to surrender. Maybe the errant data is more aware than I'd first thought. I guess you don't know as much about me as you think you do. I say, head lowered, feigning submission. Oh, I know what I need to know about you, in exquisite detail. Although there is one question I still don't have an answer for. How did you manage to assimilate one of my hand-designed crimson hearts into your own body? Not only that, but you also managed to completely overpower and then shatter the binding spells I've placed on it. Don't bother answering, I'll apply the answers straight out of your corpse. I free myself from the Visigrip just as he's about to fling us both into the nearby cliff. I try to free Chloe, and barring that, at least get in a good hit while he's surprised. But no, that fails as well. Despite my momentary rebellion, I'm knocked aside like so much garbage and flung face first into the dirt below. My mind fades as consciousness slips from me. Not even enough mental fortitude to activate my overlimit. Almost as if I'm being suppressed despite my skill, which should make it trivial to overcome it. It must be like back in that last dungeon. Some sort of alteration to the natural laws of the world which doesn't trigger Defiant Spirit. Damn him to the deepest hell. Interstellar space. Lord the spacecraft boundless. Year 13. 369A. 14 weeks after Seraphina's awakening, I stand in awe, looking at the monitor as Madison steps onto the ship's hull. Despite the vacuum of space eating into her, she is completely unaffected, existing as comfortably in the cold of interstellar space as she does in her office back home. This doesn't change for more than an instant even as the boundless subspace drives activate and pull us into the deeper layer. Further shielding along the inner hull of the ship leaves the passenger spaces fixes a portion of conventional space, allowing the rest of us to travel in comfort. I don't know the exact details. Curiosity gnaws at me, but I suppose I shall wait until Madison is done here to ask her. Her aura remains calm yet focused. Her eyes radiate determination and bounded. Her posture is perfectly balanced between offense and defense. When I gaze upon her form and analyze it for any signs of weakness, I find nothing, just the implacability of the absolute before the storm. My heart races thinking about her, about getting to see for the first time just what she's truly capable of when she goes all out. With Divine Blade Luminaria in her right hand, she channels an overwhelming amount of ether, forming a blade of light that stretches on for what must be hundreds of even thousands of miles. In the void of subspace, there is no sound, but through the monitor, I see her lips moving, so subtly that I imagine none of the crew would have seen it had they not been actively looking for it. Watch me, Seraphina, and study the flow of ether through my body as I fight. Commit my movements to memory. Later, we will work to have you learn this technique in the weeks to follow. I stare with widened eyes, trying to sense the movement of ether through my teacher's body as she prepares for battle. The void beast she spoke of appears in the distance. Geometry and physics seem mere suggestions to this creature from beyond time and space. Its body, amorphous and undulating, shaped vaguely like a squid, but constantly in flux, distorting its own appearance. It phases in and out of this level of existence as well, as though it is native neither to conventional space nor to subspace, but to some layer even deeper, or perhaps somewhere outside the manifold of spacetime altogether. Madison's posture changes. Her knees lower and what must be thousands of points of ether congeal in her core, then spread out to cover her entire body. Then she vanishes. That same instant, the beast roars, kaleidoscopic, blood, lymph. Some sort of internal structure of the beast radiates out in a series of unfolding fractals which boggles my mind as I try and mostly fail to make sense of them. Madison is standing face to face with a creature which stretches on for tens of thousands of feet at least, towering over her, our starship, everything. But still her confidence remains untouched. She disappears again just as another attack lashes out, this time severing one of the tentacles from the beast out, then again, in succession. All so fast I can't track her movements. So fast even the monitor's slowdown function fails to assist me. And before I can try to process and figure out what has happened, she moves thrice more in succession, her sword never dulling, her ether reservoir seemingly without end, and the void beast now losing another of its myriad, ever-changing appendages. Not able to glean any insight from my eyes, nor from the flow of ether that moves through Madison's body, I turn to my own skill, anomalous decryption, and will it to identify the nature of the skill she has been employing to such terrifying effect. My jaw nearly drops. What terrifying and awe-inspiring power she has. No wonder she is considered the strongest in the entire star system. A demigodus in capability if not in fact. Lightspeed confluence rank XCVI. Transforms the user's body and any equipment into a beam of light, then launches oneself instantaneously in a chosen direction. Deals severe magical light damage to any target as hit by the strike. Chainable up to rank a 10 times rounded down. Cost of lightspeed confluence scales with duration and decreases with skill rank. How do you stand up to a creature able to travel at the speed of light? Not possible. That's the only conclusion I can reach. Nothing can travel faster than light, dimensional shenanigans aside. Maybe it is possible to counter the ability. Skill crumple could, although at a massive ether cost. Other than that, it's either taking on that hate and suffering I don't even want to think about how much damage, or somehow noticing the attack coming in the split second it takes for her to gather ether and activate her ability, and deflecting it maybe with a mirror. In either case, the battle continues for minutes, and then into over an hour. Madison grows tired, even she has her limits, and using such a powerful skill so many times is pushing her to her limits. She has other skills as well, most of which combine light-type magic and sword arts together. Illusions and other forms of trickery form the remaining strand of her demonstrated abilities. Deception against all those who think they understand her true ability and in doing so underestimate just how monstrously capable she truly is. The battle ends. Madison looks like she's had many better days. Her sword arm is only half attached to her torso. Her left arm is little more than a stump. Countless surface wounds dot her body, and there's at least 3 gaping flesh wounds in her right leg. Payment extracted from the former void beast for the bountiful experience it has given her. Even her weapon and her armor are affected. although both will naturally repair themselves thanks to the magic woven within. The ship shifts back to conventional space and Madison makes her way inside. And from there, back to the captain's quarters, where I have been watching all this time. I got a little overconfident, she says. Been so long since the last time I fought a creature that powerful. She looks me in the eyes, despite the state of her body. Her focus and will are unshakable. Never underestimate your opponent. Always assume they have another trick, some technique yet unrevealed or even known, and are waiting for the right time to use it. I understand, Madison. I say, good, now, I'm going to head to the medical bay, and after that, I'm going to ascend before we make it to our bar. I know that's not ideal, and it'll leave you alone, please, Madison. Do what you have to do. In the meantime, your battle and your skills have given me a lot to think about. 321 40 to base infiltration 8 Planet Earth, Year 1 AI, August 2023. 5 months after system integration, I stumble back to my feet after the brief lapse in consciousness. Must have been a very, very brief trip to dreamland. Seeing as though I'm not dead and our would-be executioner hasn't yet dropped the guillotine or taken us back to his laboratory to be dissected as part of some sick science experiment. Chloe comes to a moment later. She shakes her head as she forces herself back to her feet, using her swords as makeshift crutches to claw her way out of the dirt. Are you okay, sir? She asks. As well as I ever am in the midst of a battle. But I feel that's going to go downhill real fast unless we find a way to start hurting this asshole. Rather than being on the receiving end of the beating. Oh, that's smarmy. Condescending voice says. I thought you had. Just shut the hell up already, I say. Honestly. I'm surprised anyone could tolerate your smug attitude long enough to work on any sort of project alongside you, let alone willingly subordinate themselves to you. Cheeky. As expected, I suppose. The man crosses his arms and gives a contemptuous glare. Well, I take back what I said about hoping to make this quick. I think that I'm actually going to enjoy this. I summon my sword staff once more to try to block, but it's for naught. The movements are so fast and precise that I hardly have time to react before he's back on me, his boot on my face. Again I'm able to break free thanks to Defiant Spirit, but that just leaves me drained of another 400 health and no closer to breaking through his armor. He grabs me by the throat and squeezes me. My vision blurs, though in the instant of clarity, I kick my lower body up and attempt to squeeze his throat with my thighs. The metal suit of armor buckles for the briefest of moments, but then rebuffs me. Squeezing tighter doesn't avail me, and throwing a lightning sphere does little more than elicit a bemused, condescending smirk before I'm ripped off him and tossed aside. Chloe charges in, swords first, but is batted aside just as swiftly. Really. Both of us working together, with all of our buffs, and we're still this powerless before this man. What is going on here? I check my status, wondering if there's some sort of notification or maybe I've been hit with some sort of debuff or abnormality. Something that could explain the gulf in our power. Something that Chloe can maybe heal with her magic. But there's nothing. This is just raw power and expertise being used to dominate us beyond any hope to make up the gap. Sir, Chloe asks, there's something I want to try. Can you buy me a couple minutes? Easier said than done, love, but sure. I'll hold him off as long as I'm able. Well, now or never, right? I reach into the depths of my core and seize that golden mote of power. My silvery cybernetics gain a golden sheen as my body repairs all its internal injuries. A flood of pure power washes over me, regenerating my nearly depleted ether core until it's overflowing. All of my muscles burst forth with overwhelming vitality, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Interesting, he says. So this is the overlimit state Henry spoke of in his research notes. Fascinating indeed. Very well. As thanks for showing me something new, I shall play with you for a short while, at least until this state expires. I dash forward at top speed, and unlike before, I'm actually able to follow the man's movements as he raises a hand to block. I dive out of the way at the last second and aim for the exposed weakness on his side, but my attack is rebuffed as he floats up and out of the line of my attack. I take to the skies in pursuit, channeling strikes of fire and light as I attempt to close the gap between us. It's a trap. Something in my subconscious screams at me. freezing me in place and causing my body to fly backwards. The next instant, a sphere of lightning appears in the spot I would have been. Violet discharges, crackling the air and filling the dungeon with the smell of ozone. Another one starts to form around me, though I'm fast enough to extricate myself from the cage before it snaps shut. The battle rages. Though my overlimit state has changed the fight only from one of being completely outclassed into a stalemate, I'm able to put pressure upon the man in the power suit, but I'm unable to do more than scratch the surface of his armor, let alone deliver a decisive blow. I power myself forward into the maelstrom of battle nonetheless, trusting Chloe, believing that she has a strategy that might be successful at defeating the seemingly undefeatable. His fist collides with my spear, sending shockwaves echoing through the dungeon and sparks falling onto the ground below. The booming is accompanied by screams in the distance, a reminder that the battle with Clara and the others is still ongoing further within. "You must know this is futile," he says. "That power you have won't last, and when it does, you will be as good as dead." Well, I was going to be as good as dead anyway. Might as well make this as unpleasant for you as possible. I slash toward his chest, and actually manage to cut through the outermost layer of his armor. It starts to regenerate, but for the first time, his supposed invincibility cracks. He and his armor aren't completely impervious. Enough damage in a short enough time will overwhelm it. A fool to the end. Such a shame, really. Imagine all that you could do with that power, but instead, you throw it all away, defiant to the end. And all I could do with that power. Your words might not fall on deaf ears if you didn't make a habit of enslaving your creations with those detestable chains. I've only got about 1 more minute left. I tell Chloe as I dodge another pair of uppercuts by the scales on my armor. I hope you're gonna be ready. Every second you can buy me, love. I can spare only a glance toward her before the fight continues. I'm not sure what new skill she's using, but it's certainly one an order of magnitude more potent than all of those she's demonstrated to this point. For an idle instant between crashing blows at supersonic speeds, I wonder if what Chloe is doing is actually. But then, how would that be? I'm kicked in the side and thrown back. Knockoff Iron Man follows up with a one-to flurry of blows, and only a well-timed spin allows me to escape with my legs and abdomen intact. With a flash of blinding beam, I try to buy myself a moment's reprieve, but I find myself disappointed and out of breath when I fail even to disorient my foe. He's on me faster than the blink of an eye. A punch to my lower back knocks the wind out of me and I'm sent flying, then cratering into the muddy floor. My health falls to barely more than a third of my maximum, and inhaling feels like sucking down volcanic ash with how much my lungs are burning. My overlimit dulls the pain, but with how much damage I've sustained, I cough up a chunk of blood that briefly incandesces before smoking out, a side effect of the Crimson Heart. Or maybe this is just what happens when I activate my overlimit and try to draw too much power out of the stone. So, this is your limit. That same sneer, that same self-satisfied attitude, looking down upon me. It makes me sick. I spit on his boots, then fire my strongest lightning arrow at point-blank range. We're both caught in the blast. Although he suffers the most of the impact, not most of the pain, although, to my relief, he does stumble back for the briefest of instants. Smoke billows from his suit. A few of the diodes on the surface flicker out and pop. I'm kicked onto the ground. I try for one last burst of Seraphina overlimit, hoping to channel the fumes that power my body, but it's pointless. I'm spent. It hurts to move, to breathe, to exist. Damn it. This is really how it goes. What a fucking joke of a way to die. His hands grab my throat. I can barely manage a token resistance. Defiant Spirit attempts to rebuff him, but it's pointless. As I am now, I can barely move. One crush of my throat. 30 seconds of bleeding out while death defied keeps me tethered to this life. And I will die. All that talk, all that power, all the responsibility I placed on my shoulder, as I said before. That and $1.50 is good for one last bottle of soda to wash down the bitter taste of defeat, you know. I think I changed my mind, he says. I had originally planned to extract all this battle data from your corpse. But now that I give it some thought, I don't think I will kill you after all. With an ability like that, you could be turned into a valuable asset once your will is properly broke. His sentence is cut off in a blinding flash, and his grip on my throat is broken. Sparks of yellow lightning crackle from the massive gash in his suit of armor, followed by a trickle of blood oozing down his left leg. He screams in a dramatic fashion unbefitting a true warrior, no sense of pride or cultivation of his own personal strength. Too much reliance on all those fancy toys he throws about. "What did you do?" he screams at me. You couldn't have. I saw it with my scanners. You were completely drained. You shouldn't have the strength to even move, let alone break through my armor. You good for nothing, little. Get on your knees and put your hands on the ground where I can see them, Chloe says. And hurry. I don't want to see any funny business. The man, clutching his wound with both hands, turns toward Chloe with a scowl. His eyes light up in recognition. "Of course," he says. Why didn't I see it before? It's so obvious in retrospect." He breaks out into maniacal laughter. "I just didn't think Henry had the gumption to actually go through such a thing. A genius of the highest order, but ultimately too soft-hearted, too restrained by goody-goody notions of ethics and morality to do what was right, to do what was necessary for the good of mankind, for the good of the universe, but his own daughter. Maybe he really does understand the gravity of the situation." He turns to Chloe. She raises her swords in defense, but the force of his charge takes her off guard. Whatever attack she just used, and I think I know what it was, as impossible as it appears to be, it has drained her. She still is able to mount a tepid defense, especially with his suit so damaged. But she's being pushed back. I want to help her, but there's nothing I can do. My eyes can't keep up with their movements anymore. My arms and legs disobey my orders to move. It feels like I've got lead bricks for Greaves, trying to drive me back onto the ground for an eternal dirt nap. Only sheer willpower and a lot of fear for Chloe's well-being keeps me from collapsing right here and now. "Daryl, that's enough," the armored man, whose name is apparently Daryl, grimaces at the sound of a voice I actually recognize. Looking down at his injuries, he starts shaking. "Damn it, too much damage," he mutters under his breath. "What do I do?" He rushes over toward Chloe and grabs her. "I'm only going to tell you this one more time, Daryl." Footsteps echo from behind the shadow of a nearby column. "Let go of my daughter before I lose what little restraint I have left." 322 for point for 3 base infiltration. I try and still my breath as I watch the scene about to unfold. Daryl has Chloe by the throat, though he's shaking heavily. His bleeding has stopped, but just from the way he's acting, something about him is off. Not just his damaged power armor. I think it's his confidence. And from the way his arms are quivering and his breath is hitching, I think his sanity is slipping as well. "Put it on," I whisper to Chloe through our bond. "Even this is a challenge, given how fatigued I am." "The brooch from your father." "It is," she whispers back. "Enter my armor." "Let her go, Daryl," Hank Jacobs says. "And why would I give up my only piece of leverage against you, Henry? I let her go and you'll have my head on a pike before the minute is through." "I thought you believed in the ideals of the Seraphina project," Hank says, "about using the technology and data stored within that module to make the world a better place, to ensure a prosperous future for humanity. But now I see it was all just a lie, just a farce you told me while you secretly coveted power for yourself. You know as well as I do that we need to consolidate power as soon as possible. Henry, this rogue Seraphina model you built, as well as your daughter, are plastered on every computer monitor from here to Moscow and Pyongyang. You really think the Chinese and the Russians aren't aware of what we've been doing these last 22 years? Face it, Henry, this data is going to end up in the hands of someone. And if someone is going to benefit from the work we did, it might as well be us." "You're completely mad, Daryl. Nothing like the man I met back in '99. And you're a damn fool, Henry. Do you really think you can change what's going to happen? Countries and strong men are going to go to war over this shit. And if you think the specter of nuclear Armageddon was bad, what do you think it's going to be like when level 80s and 100s go to war? What do you think will happen when an entire army of these Seraphina robots start fighting against one another?" Daryl grits his teeth. "You know it as well as I do. World War II is going to look like a peaceful diplomatic settlement compared with what awaits us. Maybe we get unlucky and we don't have a damn planet anymore. You've seen the potential within the Seraphina data." He shakes his head. "You know the potential of that data better than anyone. Even the rest of us. Even me. I know. Which is all the more reason why we need to. What? Stop building these machines, discontinue our research, destroy all of the schematics we have. You know the cat's never going back in the bag, Henry. There's only one path to peace going forward. The path of peace through absolute strength. We have to arm so completely that. Oh, quit it with your bullshit, Daryl. You've gotten so high on your delusions of grandeur that you don't even realize what you're saying is just a bunch of half-ass excuses to seize power. At least my daughters recognize that the dangers of unchecked, insurmountable tyranny are every bit as vociferous as the dangers of a global war. At least we can ensure that humanity survives, Henry. Can we? And survives. That's not surviving, Daryl. And that's not living. That's just existing inside a cage at the sufferance of a monster. Better to be the monsters that rule than the cattle who are lorded over. Hank shakes his head. You're completely mad. He steps into the light. In remembrance of our time as colleagues and out of respect for the work we once did. I'll make this quick. For the first time in close to a year, I get a look at Chloe's father. Despite not quite being 50, his eyes show the weight of a long life. His skin is smooth, though, his face clean-shaven, and his expression equal parts determined and absolutely livid. A few gray hairs dot the otherwise thick hair of caramel-colored hair dot in that regard. Like father, like daughter, the silvery white circlet he wears like a sun visor is a bit of an unusual fashion choice for a guy. But hey, if he's confident enough to wear it, and the stats on it justify it, well, me and my elementalist bandana haven't a leg to stand on. He wears a suit of dark-colored robes and a cape of pure ebon. In his hand is a black wand tipped with a copper-colored crystal that I think might actually be orosite, or another magical crystal I've yet to encounter. I said to stay back, Henry. Daryl tightens his grip on Chloe's throat. One false step, and your daughter's head comes right off. My girlfriend meekly screams through her constricted throat. I can feel her pain as though it were my own. It spurs me to act, to move, to do something, but all I can do is stumble toward her, trying with all I am. Using Philia like a walking stick as I inch toward my love. Don't do this, Henry says, raising his wand. You're only going to be damning yourself for all eternity. Eternity. Eternity is 15,000 years at the most, unless we act. Damn me if you will, but I'll gladly accept your hatred until the end of it means doing what you know has to be done. Hank's eyes flicker to me. Then he takes a step back. Very well. Let's take a moment to discuss this like civilized gentlemen. Like old times. Maybe my crippled body is a boon right now. If he's using some sort of sensor to track the etheric flow in the environment, then maybe I can actually do this. I try to keep my breathing silent and keep my footsteps as soft as possible. Were I a bit stronger, I'd throw Philia again like a javelin and try to pierce his neck or heart. As it is, I scurry forth, aiming for the wound where Chloe hit him earlier. The suit is slowly repairing itself. Something I expected would be the case. But it's happening a lot faster than I would have expected. I guess that's on account of how much more advantage their knowledge of ethertech is than my own. If only I had an extra 20 years. And from what I've gathered, an instruction manual to go along with it. Good answer. Daryl inches toward Hank. But I know you have that damnable glyph casting ability. So you'll be getting on your knees. Hands on the ground where I can see them. Just leave my daughter. Do as I say, and you will have my word that I will not kill her. I promise. Sira, Chloe whispers through our bond. Give me your spear. What? Just trust me. Sira, remember, love, I'm not as weak as I look. I know she's not. She's said, and then demonstrated that so much over the past week. The past several months, really. But the way she says that makes me think that she's referring to something more specific. My eyes perk up as I realize what she means. Though I'm not sure if it'll work. If Chloe were to wield you for a brief moment, she is not bonded to me, so she will not be able to draw out my full power. Though, compared with your current state, it'll be better than what you're capable of right now. If that's your way of saying that I've seen better days, then I am already well aware. I am aware that you are aware. It is merely my assessment of her capabilities wielding me at half power compared with the other alternatives. As for your overall strategy, I cannot guarantee success. I know. But this wouldn't be the first fight we've been so far on the back foot for. I have faith in the goddesses. A lot of faith in beings you've never seen, and which may never exist. Well, it beats giving in to despair. That it is, Seraphina. And I will continue to support you on whatever path you choose. And that is why you are so weak, Henry. Daryl kicks him. You're a slave to your emotions, to these pitiful morals that keep you from doing what needs to be done. And here I thought you understood how important our mission was when I learned the truth about your daughter. Or maybe this is your way of accepting your death like a man. Maybe you realize that your daughter's life is more important to the world than your own now. And this is a way of atoning. You really are gone, Daryl, Hank says. Such a shame. How far you've come now that you've tasted a bit of power. That's it, Henry. That's exactly it. I have tasted power. And now I understand the truth of why we were given the Seraphina data. It was for us to shape the fate of humanity. But since you are obviously unfit for the task, I will gladly relieve you of your life and your juicy bounty of experience. And then I, not you, not Renault, not anyone else but me, will rule this world. Another laugh of unabated madness. And you call me a damned fool, Daryl, Henry spits. An obvious provocation to keep Daryl's focus on him and his own maddening rage while Chloe and I make our move. You're so blinded by your delusions that you can't even see that your actions will lead to your own death. Oh sure. Whatever you need to say as your life withers underneath my boot. Daryl steps on Hank, who starts to scream. Anything to feel better before you die. I'm in position. Just a dozen feet away. Chloe has been playing the part of damsel in distress. But between her blessed regeneration and subtle infusions of magical healing, her most severe injuries are gone. I catch my breath and gather the tiny fragments of strength I've reclaimed over the past 5 minutes. I toss Philia toward Chloe. Chloe swings and kicks Daryl right between the legs. The attack doesn't do much damage, but it does knock him off Chloe's father's head and causes him to let go of Chloe. She picks up Philia and stabs Daryl once more in the wound from before. Then a twist, then one last thrust, burying my sword staff deep into his abdomen. Blood curdles out of Daryl's mouth. Alongside a nearly silent gasp out his eyes, growing weaker. Lock on Chloe. He lunges at her chest. Hank grabs his wand as he stands up, but it's too late. By the time he's able to cast his spell, strangulating tendrils, Daryl's hand has pierced right through Chloe's armor and chest. A silver-coated hand shining in the light of the artificial sky above. Daryl struggles to breathe. I won't be going to hell alone. I shake my head. What a fucking prick. Hell is too good for you. The system pings for the kill, but I dismiss it for the time being. Caring for Chloe and catching up with Hank both priority. Sarah, Hank says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for failing you both. I'm sorry that it took me so long to get here. I'm sorry I didn't know that you two were on the move. I'm sorry that I've been a coward and a horrible father. I'm sorry for everything that I've done to both of you, but most of all, I'm sorry that my mistakes just cost me the life of my daughter and your girlfriend. I won't ask you to forgive me, Sarah, but I ask that you please hear me out before you pass whatever judgment you feel fit. I roll my eyes. You can tell Chloe and me later, once she's awake. What are you saying, Sarah? Hank stands up and gives me an indignant stare. You two may be dating, but she's still my daughter, and I won't have you besmirching her sacrifice. You're the one who gave us the rekindling feather, Hank, the one that she's currently wearing right now. Just as I finish speaking, Chloe's body rises in the air, bathed in a light mixing crimson and gold. Her blood, splattered on the ground below her, rises as well, purified in the flames of a phoenix as it pushes forth back into her veins, as though time itself is rewinding. All of her injuries are undone, restoring her to the peak of physical health. Her bright and cheery eyes gaze toward me, then toward her father. Healing light fills us both, and all three of us are brought together in a group hug. I'm sorry that I worried you, Dad, Chloe says. It was a plan that Sarah and I both came up with together, but it was her who thought something like that was going to happen at the end. She made sure I had the feather equipped before we got into position. Is that true? Hank asks me. He was mad from the moment Chloe's first attack wounded him. Probably much longer than that, but acutely psychotic from that point on. I expected him to lash out in those final moments. I'm sorry that I couldn't tell you earlier, but tipping you off would have given away our plans. Hank sighs. We all have a lot to talk about, but now's hardly the time or the place, I'll say, Clara says, returning from the dungeon depths. Let's all four of us get a move on. There's quite a few things we've discovered, and I think you three are better equipped to figure out what's going on than I will be just speculating. We'll talk about our stuff later, Hank, I say. Getting done with the dungeon comes first. 323 for base infiltration X. By the way, Clara says, who is he? I'm guessing a relative, Chloe's father. I say, Henry Jacobs. I'm surprised you didn't know, considering all the investigations that you were doing before this whole operation got underway. And Hank, this is Clara Bennett, claims to be an FBI agent, working with what she's called the System Crimes Division. In any case, she's been trying to figure out what's going on with the Legion. And from what I've been able to gather, the Legion's higher-ups are involved in the same project Seraphina you have been involved with. Daryl did mention Renault by name. It all comes back to that, Clara says. The Legion, that other Seraphina, you and Miss Jacobs. All of it is connected to some government project from 2 decades ago that's been kept beyond classified, and the data restricted beyond even my investigative capacity, by design, Hank says. What would have happened 22 years ago if the politicians were asked to fund a project on the basis that at some undetermined point in the future, our world would be transformed into one ruled by game logic, with magic and superpowers, flying around like we're living out a DVD campaign? The press gets one whiff of it, and pretty soon Congress is investigating, looking for someone to fire so they can look good for the next election. How could you have known this was going to happen 22 years ago? Clara asks. No one knew this was going on until the day it happened. We didn't know when it was going to happen, but we knew that it would, Hank says. You don't find transport pods from a futuristic society with technology far beyond that of the present day, and not suspect something. Transport pod. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm me and I'm Seraphina, and also that's Seraphina, but I was born on Earth. I have memories of my childhood. Besides, I'm 18. Not 22 plus however more years. I'm sure of it. The system even tells me I'm 18. And while it and I are enemies, I don't think it would deliberately lie about anything so banal as my own age. Sarah, Chloe, when we're done here, we will head to my laboratory. There, I will explain everything. Hold on, Clara says. You don't have the right to withhold that information from me. This is an official federal investigation concerning an active and ongoing rebellion. I will compel your cooperation, by force if I'll cooperate on the important matters, Hank says. Believe you, if I were working for those traitors, I wouldn't have told you this much, Agent Bennett. But there are personal matters which concern my family which aren't any of your or your boss's goddamn concern. I'll be the judge of Chloe, Hank, and I. All three stare Clara down. I'm still barely able to walk and am using Chloe as a crutch. But something in Hank's eye spooks her. After 3 tense seconds, she shakes her head and relents. Fine, I guess I couldn't compel you as a matter of fact. You swear you're not working with those guys? I was, Hank says after a pause. Daryl, that guy operating some sort of mad scientist's laboratory down here. Renault, who's currently busy playing Tin Pot Dictator down in Washington, and I, we're the 3 principal researchers on the Seraphina project you've been investigating, though. It seems that in the wake of the system's arrival, they got drunk on power and decided to. And we should trust that you haven't or won't. This is me trying to correct the mistakes I made. Don't push me, Agent. Clara grits her teeth. Yeah. I'd say giving a bunch of advanced technology to a couple of madmen is a big mistake. Alright. What guarantee do the rest of us have that you aren't just using us to knock off your other pal and seize control? Nate, Chloe and I say in unison. God help me. Clara sighs. Do I at least get some explanation? Something I can tell my superiors so they don't find out that I've lost 30 agents and have jack shit to show for it. The system isn't some benefactor to humanity, Hank says. It's a malevolent entity that feeds on entire universes. We all get its power for a time. Yes, but only until it's done doing whatever it does. Then it's goodbye to our reality. And on to the next one. Wait, how do you know that? Dad, Chloe asks. Know that, Clara says. You expect me to believe that the entire universe is going to end because of the system. Surely you can come up with a more believable lie than that. And that right there is why we kept our work secret. Because people like you get too caught up in your godforsaken common sense and can't even realize when intuition is leading you all straight to your death. Clara shakes her head and walks deeper into the dungeon. I'm not getting paid nearly enough to deal with this shit, she adds. Though, I am still curious how you know all this, I say. I could be asking the same question, although I suspect it has something to do with. Hank shakes his head. The fact is, I don't expect you to believe me either. Especially not you, Sarah. That's why I want to wait until we get back to my lab. That way I can show you everything, all at once. Can we at least get something to go off? Chloe asks. What I can say right now is that, 22 years ago, I stumbled across a transport pod that seemed to belong to an alien species. That pod contained the data of an artificial humanoid life form called Seraphina. We don't know exactly where it came from or how it got here. But we know it was created by a team of scientists far away as some sort of bioweapon against an entity that the research team only called the system. At the time, we didn't know exactly what that meant or what sort of threat we were trying to prevent. Hank stares up at the sky. Only once we dug much deeper did we understand the magnitude of calamity that awaited us should the system one day arrive. That's why the three of us worked to secure funding and dedicated our lives to the analysis of this data, in the hopes that the tragedies that befell that other world would not repeat themselves here. You said transport pod, I said, but I was born here on Earth, wasn't I? You were. Hank stops himself. That's all I can say for now. It'll make more sense when I can show you everything. You promise? Chloe asks. When we arrive, I will tell you all I know. You have my word. He pulls out a pair of cards from his inventory and hands one to each of us. And if, for some reason, I can't do that, those contain the coordinates and everything you'll need to access my base of operations yourselves. Chloe, I think it's best if we just go along with it. It doesn't seem like he's going to give us anything more right now, no matter how much we ask. But, Sarah, he's been evasive for so long, why can't he just? I take Chloe's hand and gently rub her palm with my thumb. Besides, there's something I wanted to ask you about, privately. Did something happen? The attack you used to cut through Daryl's armor, that was called Lightspeed Confluence, was it not? No, it was called Lightspeed Slash. Why do you ask? When Daryl threw both of us to the ground, I had a brief vision of my past life. In that vision, Madison was fighting an interdimensional creature using a skill called Lightspeed Confluence. It looked so similar to what you just did, that I couldn't help but feel it couldn't have been just coincidence. I don't know. I didn't have any vision like the one you claimed to have. It's just that when I hit my head, I guess something came loose or something. I just felt like I could use the skill, and with nothing else working, I decided to try it. Well, there's no doubt that it was powerful, but it does make me wonder. You think I'm Madison, is that it? You're definitely not Madison. But with all this talk about the Seraphina data, what's to say that there wasn't Madison's data buried within whatever files they have access to? Maybe they found a way to embed her data within you somehow. That's hardly reassuring. I don't know. What I do know was that 2 of Madison's classes were a healer and user of light magic, as well as a swordmaster who wielded a divine sword. Again, I'm not trying to jump to any conclusions, but at some point, anecdotes stop being just anecdotes and start coalescing into evidence. Chloe looks away. So what would that mean? If that were the case, for us, nothing. Even if you happen to share Madison's data and some of her classes. You're still you, Chloe. You're still the one who can choose her own path. You're still the woman I love. Thanks, Sarah. I love you too. But I still don't like being left in the dark like this. Are you saying I do? I don't want to antagonize your father right after we finally found him for the first time in a year. Maybe he should be antagonized. Sarah, maybe he should stop trying to hide things for us for our own good or whatever bullshit he's come up with to justify his silence. And what are you going to do about it, Chloe? You're not seriously going to fight your own father, right here and now. Right now especially, while I'm still drained from my overlimit. Chloe lets out a grunt of frustration through our bond. I don't know how you can be so calm about this. Calm? There's so many questions I have. How does Hank know about glyph casting? Did he teach Theo about it as well? What did he tell my family about me? Did my parents know that they were raising some sort of secret government project? Or was there some sort of hush-hush agreement, and my parents were bribed or paid or whatever to raise me as if I were their own child? And if that was the case, why did I have to live my childhood in poverty? Honestly, I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to feel. Betrayed, hurt, confused. I squeeze Chloe's hand a bit tighter, especially knowing that everything that's going on in the country right now is because of, well, maybe not me, but the original me. I feel responsible for it. And you still sound way too calm and cerebral for all of this. I don't know how you do it, but I take her hand and give it a gentle squeeze. I'm far from calm. I'm a maelstrom of emotions, and I'm going to need all night and probably all of tomorrow just to start piecing together how I'm actually feeling. All I know is that I want answers as badly as you do, and that I don't want to say or do anything I'm going to regret in the spur of the moment. Chloe takes a deep breath. I suppose you're right, love. It was bound to happen eventually. Hey Chloe, Sarah, Hank says. We should get a move on. We'll get our answers, Chloe. I promise. Before we enter what I presume to be Daryl's laboratory or workshop or factory or whatever, I take a moment to finally check over and then dismiss the pinging system notification. I'm glad to see my progress, but sometimes it can be really annoying how incessant and impatient it can be. Your party has slain an etherdechnologist, a master of machines, level 67. You have gained a boosted to 175,000 experience. Experience substantially decreased due to outside assistance and use of Seraphina over limit. Experience sharply increased due to further outside assistance by adversary party. Level 72. Experience 8,009. 544. To next, 57,441 current stats. Health, 3,412. 14,658. Ether, 496 tenths. Current stats: Strength, 307 base, 130. Speed, 297 base, 126. Vitality, 390 to base, 166. Mind, 500 base. You are suffering from overclock fatigue. All stats performance diminished by 90% for 2 hours duration remaining, 1 hour 38 minutes and 27 seconds, 320 for 45 base infiltration sheet before we enter this factory, Hank says, looking squarely at Chloe and me. I want both of you to take a moment to steel yourselves. It will be difficult. Especially for you, Sarah. What do you think he means by that? Chloe asks. I don't know, but I think it'll be a piece of whatever he's currently holding back from us, and a step closer to figuring out who and what we really are. Chloe takes my hand. Let's go, she says. The outside of the factory is plain. Its obverse is plain steel, slightly stained and rusted by the damp atmosphere within the dungeon. No insignia dot the wall, and while the flow of ether is distorted, I don't see any glyphs that would be responsible. The first thing that takes me by surprise is how much bigger the inside of the factory is compared with the outside. It's maybe a 20-foot cube when looked at from the outside, but once I step inside, I see a factory floor that stretches on for well over 100 feet in length and width alike, with a ceiling at least 50 feet high. Spatial expansion glyphs were common in the world or the original Seraphina came from, which lends more evidence to Hank's words that they really did know about the system well in advance, to be able to create such a building in a dungeon in less than half a year. Also good to know that it is possible to create nested arrangements of spatially expanded areas. I can think of more than a few possibilities for how to exploit this in the future. The second thing that takes me by surprise, though it probably shouldn't, is the bloodied corpses which lay on the floor in the building, mostly human, with a few Seraphina androids among them. Deaths on both sides. Maybe I could have prevented some of them had I been stronger. As I am, though, I feel I took the best course of action. Knowing what I did at the time, what will happen now? I ask Clara. Well, we'll have to investigate. I'll be paying a visit to a great many of my subordinates again, should I have the opportunity to do so. Not to mention we need to figure out who everyone on their side is, and start doing investigations into who they are, what led them down this path. Maybe then we can get to the bottom of the how and why. It seems pretty obvious to me, Hank says. A world in flux. Lives being lost, families torn asunder. Strongmen promising easy solutions to difficult problems have always had a certain appeal during times of crisis. And yet, your work only fostered such despotism. My colleagues' work has. Yes, and to the extent I aided them, I will accept the blame and work to atone for my crimes. My goals, however, were just the opposite: to create hope where there might not otherwise be any, to give the people of planet Earth someone to look up to, as a guide and a guardian, rather than as a ruler. Hank turns to Chloe and me and gives us a smile. I was successful, and I couldn't be more proud of what my daughters have accomplished, creating us. Chloe says, downtrodden. Is that how he sees us? I don't think so, but I promise you, we will get our answers. Spare me the theatrics and the monologues, Mr. Jacobs. As far as I'm concerned, you're still a person of interest in my investigation into these matters. Hank walks past Clara and toward one of the unfinished Seraphina robots hanging on a set of wires in the room. I think things will become a lot clearer once we take a look at this. What exactly are these? Besides being robotic copies of Miss Mortensen, Clara asks. Robotic copies of Miss Mortensen wouldn't quite be right, Agent Bennett. They are robots containing the Seraphina data. In that respect, they are the same as Sera. Wait, Clara says. It's not the first time I've heard this, but I want an explanation. What exactly is the Seraphina data? Hank uses his strangulating tendrils to pry open the chest of the robot in question, eventually locating both the Crimson Heart along with some sort of microchip of a model I've never seen before. Unlike with me earlier, this crystalline core does nothing to try to ensnare him. He stares at the crystal for several seconds with furrowed brows, then crushes it in an iron grip. So that's what he's doing. How contemptible. What do you mean? I ask. It's not quite mind control. It's a combination of a curse and a failsafe. The spell scans its target's mental impulses and skill uses against the will embedded into the stone. Should the two run contrary to one another, the stone will first attempt to correct those errant mental wavelengths with a sort of restriction magic. Should the bound individual or automaton, as the case may be, still resist, the stone then floods the target with overabundance of fire-aligned ether until the creature melts from the inside. That explains a lot, I say. Why go through all the trouble? Clara asks. Because the Seraphina data is embedded with the primal concept of freedom, I say. Not freedom in the sense of legal freedoms and rights, or the freedom to act on one's initiative. It is freedom in the sense of being free from fate, of having the freedom to choose one's own future, bound by no higher power. My daughter speaks the truth. Wait, Clara says. I thought Miss Jacobs was your daughter. Hank turns to me. Sera is my daughter in every way that matters. Though, I'm surprised you know that. I have some of the memories of the original Seraphina's past life. Beyond that, I have classes and skills relating to exactly that. Ones that have spoken to me on a deep level. Interesting, Hank says. I would like to ask you about them later, if you don't mind sharing. However, I've found what I'm looking for. Hank holds up the microchip and begins some sort of, it's hard to tell, but it appears to be pulling something out of the circuits embedded within. The tendrils start to shiver and undulate in erratic patterns that remind me of that void beast from my vision earlier this evening. The structure never focuses on a fixed position for too long, instead constantly unraveling and then folding back in on itself. Thanks to my reconfiguration and multidimensional glyph casting skills, I can intuit that this structure exists in more than 3 dimensions, at least 5, and probably on multiple layers of reality to boot. Ugh, what is that? Chloe asks. It feels like it's something that shouldn't exist. Makes my head hurt just to look at it. I second both of those statements, Clara says. I must insist on a straight answer. No funny business or enderons. I want an explanation of what this thing is, and one that makes sense to my ears. Wait, that's no, it can't be. But at the same time, it must be. And when I think more about it, I know it to be true from the depths of my very being. This code is something that hacks the very nature of reality, I say. It manages to burrow through the various layers of reality until it reaches the root layer on which the system operates. I suppose, a small-scale virus, armed with sufficient anti-detection and spoofing properties to prevent elimination. It disguises itself as something legitimate so the system doesn't try to delete it. I'm sorry in advance for my language, Clara says. The fuck? Sera speaks true. This is the heart of the Seraphina code. Its developers called it the anomaly, considering how it acts as something of a system rootkit, only on the system instead of a computer operating system. The name is well-founded. The past 22 years, we've been working to understand the nature of this so-called anomaly. From it, we've gotten some insight into the nature of the system. Although even in 1,000 years, I'm not sure we'd be able to fully reverse engineer it, let alone try to improve upon it. Clara sighs. So you've spent 20 years developing a technology that you admit you don't fully understand. You'll have to forgive me if that comes off as reckless, to say the least. All science is, a little bit, but it's the desire to understand the world and the system that spurs us onward. Clara pulls out a glass of water and a pair of ibuprofen tablets, then downs them. She turns to Chloe. Please tell me that I'm not the only sane one here. Chloe shakes her head. I don't understand a lot of it myself, but I trust Dad and I trust Sera. Dad is. He's brilliant. And Sera is. Well, she's as free-spirited as the conversation suggests. And you're already well aware of her antipathy toward any sort of established rules or order. A simple no would have sufficed. She turns to Hank. So, what happens now? We're going to destroy all of the Seraphina data here to ensure it won't fall into the wrong hands. And then we're going to shatter the dungeon's core. Hold on just a minute, Clara says. I'm sure even you know how dangerous that is. We don't have a clue what will spawn to take this dungeon's place. Not to mention, Hank stares at her. Do you have enough agents with a high enough level to secure this dungeon? Just because Daryl is dead and his blood is staining the ground doesn't mean Renault doesn't have more subordinates on the way. If you can't secure this entire facility with your limited manpower, you're just asking to repeat this operation in 2 or 3 or however many weeks. Hold on a minute, Chloe says. Sera, I know you and Dad are going to discuss all this research and science stuff, and I'm not going to try and stop you. But have either of you stopped to ask just where in the world Mom is right now? You know, the whole reason why we're here right now, besides the family reunion. Oh, thank you, Clara whispers to herself. She's alive and in stable condition, resting outside with the captives and the rest of my agents, Clara says. A bit injured from the fight, but fortunately, one of my agents was able to secure her before the main battle got underway. We all 3 breathe a long sigh of relief at that. I was going to offer to transport her to a medical unit for processing, but considering Miss Jacobs is far and away the best healer I've heard of, I have no issues remanding Mrs. Jacobs to her daughter's care. Ethical considerations notwithstanding, I'm happy to help. And I'll treat the rest of your agents and stabilize any captives. I'd eagerly accept the offer, Miss Jacobs, Clara says. Now then, shall we do whatever it is we're going to do, and soon? I'm going to need a very, very long sleep, and I would appreciate not wasting any more time in this. Junkeep. A device on Clara's ear pings. Agent Bennett reporting. Over. I can't make out the words on the other end of the line, but I can tell from the way Clara's eyes dilate and her teeth start gritting against each other that whatever it is isn't good. By the end of the conversation, she's in a full scowl, with teeth clenched, yanking out a half-dozen superior ether canisters and using one of them herself. She hands one to each of us. Double quotes Miss Mortensen. I understand that you're not going to be able to fight very effectively, but anything you can spare would be useful. As for you two, Mr. and Miss Jacobs, let's hurry. We've got trouble of the worst kind approaching, and quickly. Hank sighs, as though he knows already. I have a suspicion as well. But it's Chloe who asks first. What kind of trouble? Well, it seems Renault is on the move. His plane will be landing in about 15 minutes. 325 for .46. The Legion mastermind. Even the threat of imminent death and the fear and stress response pulsing through my veins fails to give me the energy to do more than stumble forward with all the vigor and deftness of an 80-year-old with chronic arthritis. Fortunately, Chloe doesn't mind carrying me through the dungeon, bridal style, and I don't mind the increasingly irritated glances that Clara keeps shooting my direction. I don't exactly blame her. I'm not exactly sunshine and roses about dealing with Renault right here and now. I was hoping to have a few more weeks, some time with Chloe. Get around to forging those new swords for her with the ore site we found. A date or two would have been nice as well, contrary to some people's opinion. I don't exactly like fighting for my life literally every waking moment of literally every day. But alas, one thing I'm learning more and more about this whole being an adult, and on rare occasions even being a responsible member of society, is that life generally doesn't wait for us to be fully prepared. It comes at us with all the force of 100 freight trains and forces us to adapt or succumb. Even more than usual in this particular line of work, given my existence is tied to the fate of the entire universe. The four of us emerge from the dungeon 5 minutes after Clara's proclamation. No sign of Renault's vessel. But I don't doubt he's coming. There's an ominous presence in the air. Most of Clara's agents are in various states of injury. And though Chloe's magic is strong and already filling the air, she can only do so much, so quickly. Even as Mom approaches us with a limp gait, Chloe's concentration doesn't waver in the slightest. "Sorry we took so long," she says. "We needed to make some arrangements and figure out where they'd taken you before we could think about breaking you out." Alicia doesn't grow any more at ease as Chloe's magic heals her wounds and revitalizes her flesh. If anything, her form becomes even more panicked as she regains her proper vitality. Her eyes turn from Chloe to me, then finally to Hank, at which point, her panic turns to a resigned sigh. "That's CRCLET.U. To know that." Alicia pauses. "That's an interesting fashion statement, honey. It's the nature of the world, Lise." Hank lowers his head, and also, "I'm sorry I'm so late. I'm sorry I haven't called. I'm sorry I haven't been there, for you, or for our daughters." "Oh, you'll be apologizing a lot more than that if we get out of this mess." "But what in the blazes were you thinking? This is the most obvious trap in the history of traps. Did you stop to think for 1 second that they're kidnapping me as bait to get to you?" "Of course I know that," Hank says. "But what did you want me to do? Not try and rescue my wife. Not try to help out my daughters when they're in peril. I swore a vow. Least out good times and bad, sickness and health. We stay together, family, even if I'm not always the best at it." Chloe and I glance at one another, smiling. "I want you to be more careful, Hank. I want you to think about what you're doing before you act. For God's sake, we're supposed to be the responsible ones here." "I'm glad to see them back together," Chloe says. "Mom never admitted to us, but she's missed Dad more than anyone, I can imagine. I wouldn't want to go 5 months without seeing you. I don't know if I could. Like mother, like daughters, I guess." Chloe finishes her healing and uses another superior ether canister. But our brief moment of levity during the rushed family reunion comes to an abrupt end as a menacing presence approaches from the east. Amidst the twinkle of stars and the half-moon, a small airplane lowers down a short distance away, smaller than what I would have expected, and smaller even than the tiny plane we took to this goddess-forsaken hellhole. But the presence I feel is undeniable. Everything we've faced to this point is but a tiny feather compared with the storm now brewing. "You should all go," Hank says to Clara, "and take Alicia with you. I have a job to do, Mr. Jacobs. And need I remind you that you are still under investigation? Then at least do your damn job and see to it that my wife is delivered home safely. She's not part of this mess. And I'd prefer she make it out of here alive." "Alive," Alicia says. "You better not be leaving me again. Not after all of this." "Oh no. I don't know if we'll be able to protect you," I say. "As I am now, I don't think I can protect myself." "What happened to you anyway? Sarah, you look like you were run over by a truck." "Honestly, I'd rather that I had gotten run over by a truck. Chloe could heal that up good as new in no time. Not that it would hurt me that much to begin with," I chuckle. "A skill of mine, not quite accurate, but good enough for her. Gives me a lot of extra strength in a short burst. But then, well, it's like running a marathon back in the old days. I just need some time for my body to recover and I'll be healed." "Sarah," Chloe says, "you stay back there and look after Mom. Dad and I will handle this." I don't for a second believe that Chloe and Hank are going to be handling much of anything. I suspect they know it as well. I know Chloe has some sort of sensory skill, even if it isn't as powerful as Valkyrian's perception. I assume Hank is post-level 64 as well, in which case it's practically a death sentence not to have at least something. Still, for Mom's sake, they're putting on a brave face. I resolve to do the same, giving Chloe the most resolute affirmation my still strained body can muster. Most of Clara's subordinates, as well as their prisoners, have already departed, leaving only Agent Bennett herself and the four of us. We five are joined by two other figures, both of whom I recognize. The first, a tall man clad in his suit of ebon full plate, with a heavy broadsword sheathed at his side. The second, a young woman with teal eyes and long, blonde hair, a silver cuirass adorned with wings like those of an angel. Her height matches mine exactly, as does the rest of her form. The other Seraphina is here, and she gives off an altogether different vibe from the crude robotics I've been fighting to this point. My own cybernetics look and feel obsolete, and I shiver in dread staring at her. She's not human in the same way that I am, though I have no evidence besides intuition to justify that knowledge. However, some part of her is definitely alive, and her entire form radiates power that outshines everyone else here, most of all me. Henry, I'd heard you'd finally climbed out of whatever hole you dug into and shown yourself, Renault says. Feels like it's been such a long time since the last time I've seen you. Guess it's only been a bit over 4 months. How time flies, am I right? What do you want? Hank says. Double quotes. Oh, please, Henry, is that any way to treat an old friend? Especially after I spend all this time and effort to come out and see you. Oh, and Alicia, it's been such a long time, hasn't it? Alicia doesn't spare a glance at Renault. I can't blame her. I didn't even realize that the two of them had met. She never mentioned it. Maybe denial was her coping mechanism. Or maybe she just refuses to believe that the man she knew is this guy now asserting himself as the dictator over all the territories previously under the jurisdiction of the United States. Can you just go? Chloe asks. That, of course, depends on your father, Chloe. Was it? If I remember. Wait, you know my name. Have we met? Your father had mentioned you a few times over the years. No, even if he hadn't, you've made quite the name for yourself these past few months. Truly commendable, as to be expected for Henry's daughter. Renault's eyes turn to me, and here we have the woman of the year, Seraphina Mortensen, Henry's so-called greatest creation. Live and in the mostly flesh. To be honest, I thought he was just grasping at straws, trying to encode the Seraphina data directly into a human genome. He was always the most ambitious of us. Some might say mad, but really, genius usually is. Especially when he's demonstrated that it worked. And better than I could have possibly expected. Truly, Miss Mortensen, if I were wearing a hat right now, I would tip it to you for the honor of having met you in the flesh. You'll have to forgive me if the sentiment isn't mutual. Renault, I say. You are. The other Seraphina asks. Renault pauses, deep in thought. A sister of yours would be the easiest way to explain. A sister. Seraphina's mood brightens. You never told me that I have a sister, Rennie. Clara presented this version of Seraphina as malice incarnate, with a crimson eye that casts aspersions upon the world and a penchant for violence and cruelty. The appearance matches, vaguely. The wings are bat-like, maybe demonic, if one takes some liberties. But for this supposedly dark version of myself, she's surprisingly cheery and not nearly as cruel as I'd been led to believe. Also, Rennie. And, from the way Seraphina is clinging to his arm, I'm not sure if their relationship is one of siblings or one of lovers. And I really don't want to find out either. Renault turns toward her. Seraphina. Yes, I know. Don't call you Rennie in public. You have to keep up an image of being a great mastermind and political leader or something. But why didn't you tell me I had a sister? To be honest, I did not know about her myself until recently. So, what do you want, anyway? Chloe asks. I want you all to join me. My own strength and Seraphina's aside, it's not as though we can be everywhere at once. Besides, it's only a matter of time before someone else makes a move. War is on the horizon, and since our previous so-called leaders had proven themselves incapable of properly defending themselves and our nation, I decided to relieve them of their duties and begin a full-scale reorganization of society, in order to defend our nation against threats both international and interstellar. And if we refuse, I ask, let me guess, you are going to kill us. If it comes to it, I will do what I must for the security and safety of our society and our planet. But, as I said earlier, I mean no harm to those who don't oppose us, and I genuinely want us to work together, for the sake of old times. And because I know the potential you hold within you, Renault, the other Seraphina says. The shorter girl, Henry's daughter. I think you called her Chloe. What about her? She feels familiar to me. I do not know how to explain it. And I know that I have never seen her before. And yet, I cannot help but feel that I have known her for my entire life. That's... Renault turns toward the other Seraphina with a surprisingly soft expression. I will explain it to you later. He turns to the rest of us. Now then, I know I am asking a lot, and for you to uproot your lives and move to Washington on a whim. Were these ordinary times, I would tell you to take some time and reach a decision as a family. However, time is of the essence, and we cannot afford large-scale destructive infighting right when we should be uniting and preparing ourselves for the disasters looming on the horizon. Hypocrite much. No, his little rebellion is the single largest set of infighting we've had these past several months. Not that there haven't been others, but, just thinking about him and his actions really pisses me off. The end of summer is fast approaching, and with the arrival, chaos will only intensify. Less than a month away now. Yes, I think that will do nicely. Take these few weeks to get your affairs in order. I will return for you on the night of the equinox. I do hope that when that day comes, you will make the wise decision. Until then, Seraphina here, asking you if you like the chapter to please consider hitting the little heart to the bottom right of the chapter. Each chapter, despite appearances on the battlefield, I'm a fragile little flower who is desperate for recognition, and seeing the heart counter go up gives me the little jolt of dopamine I need to continue feeling confident in this story and my competence as a writer. I don't make money from this story, so it's a small and free way to pay me back if you liked it. 326 for point for 7 uselessness. Renault leaves as suddenly and imposingly as he arrived, taking the other Seraphina with him. I'm curious what she sees in him. The two of them were far too intimate to be just colleagues. Or creation and its creator. Honestly, it reminds me a lot of the original Seraphina and Madison. I'd adore Chloe and I. Except that Seraphina's whimsical, free-spirited attitude is far closer to the original Seraphina's than it is to my own. I'm standing absolutely stunned. For all that I've heard about Renault and how supposedly monstrous he is, his actual attitude is far more genial than I would have expected out of a dictator. Honestly, I'm not sure how we're not all dead. Hank doesn't seem all that confused. Chloe is completely fatigued. Alicia looks about ready to faint, and Clara looks indignant, as though she'd just been personally insulted. So that's it, Clara says. You're just going to stand there and let the two of them fly off. If you're in such a hurry to be separated from your life, by all means. I say, I don't think they've taken off just yet, but just know that all 5 of us together wouldn't have stood a chance against Renault alone, and that Seraphina is even stronger than he is. So, he just gets to fly off. Unless you have a better plan, Hank says. Some hidden super weapon you haven't employed until now. Maybe you've contracted for the service of a dragon, or maybe made a pact with an angel or demon. The way he says it leaves me uncertain if such things would even be possible. Then again, the existence of some sort of summoner class would be well within the bounds of what I'd expect from the system. Clara just shakes her head. I liked it better in the old world, where criminals were placed under arrest and then found themselves taken into custody and dealt with in the justice system in accordance with the law, as though the so-called justice system ever administered anything of the sort. That world is dead and gone, Hank says. Make whatever peace you still need to with that fact. Clara looks even more pissed than before, then her eyes drop. I need to see to it that all these Legion associates are brought into custody and are properly interviewed. For now, I'll be taking my leave. She raises her hand, at which point, a distant light turns on. She heads over toward the plane without saying another word, just leaving our family out here in the humid midnight over the fields of eastern Missouri. So, what are we going to do? Alicia asks. Gonna be several hours by car to get home, I have to assume. Not to mention I don't know where the hell we actually are. I hope you have an actual plan for this, dear, and aren't just playing this one by ear. Hank just smiles. He walks over about 20 paces and pulls a full helicopter out of his inventory. We'll take this. You have the ability to create a full-sized helicopter. Hank, Alicia just rolls her eyes. Just what have you been doing these past few months? He closes his eyes. I'm sorry, Lise. I've been trying to stay in contact with you and our daughters. But it's been difficult. Every move I've made has been scrutinized. You saw how quickly Renault showed up once I finally did make a move. Alicia crosses her arms, her voice dripping with venom. It's time you told me everything. No more I can't right now, or I'm only doing this for your own good. We already saw how well that worked out, now didn't we? Hank opens his mouth as though to object, but no words come out of it. His hand, briefly raised, lowers. Of course, Lise. I was already planning to take Sarah and Chloe. I suspect it'll be safer there for you as well, all things considered. Now, shall we be off? It's going to take several hours to get there, and I'd like to be there by dawn. Just as the eastern sky at our back begins to shift from dark to light, Hank lowers the copter and we begin to descend. Based on the speed of our travel, the new maps I've seen in recent days, and our previous location, I think we're somewhere in the Rockies. The high elevation, thinner air, colder temperatures, and rugged landscapes, dotted by high mountains in the distance, all give credence to that opinion. Chloe is currently sleeping. She fell asleep shortly after takeoff and has been out cold ever since. My lap is currently her pillow as she lies curled up against me. So cute, so wonderful, so calm and relaxed. I can't help but smile and run my fingers through her hair as she rests. In contrast, I've hardly gotten a wink of sleep all night. I've tried to close my eyes and rest and meditate and everything else I could think of, but it's been pointless. My mind keeps rushing back to the battles from earlier today. How I was so completely outclassed by Daryl. How, even with my overlimit and all my training, all my levels and skills and abilities, even with Chloe's spells enhancing me, I was only able to fight to a draw. The Crimson Heart had a complete enter onto my defiant spirit, and very nearly cooked me from the inside. Yes, I won that skirmish and gained something for my trouble, but it shouldn't have been a battle at all. I should have just instantly broken those chains and crushed that secondary failsafe the moment it triggered. And yet, I failed in that regard. And then there's Renault and the other Seraphina. Compared with either of them, I'm less than nothing. Even 2-on-1 with Chloe and I against Renault, we'd be outclassed even more thoroughly than we were against Daryl. We live only because he didn't want to kill us. Lastly, the other Seraphina. She and I should be the same. Renault even said we were like sisters. Interesting phrasing. It suggests we're both daughters of the original Seraphina, rather than being copies. I suspect that may be true. And she said that Chloe seemed familiar, which only bolsters my conjecture about her and Madison. The problem is that her power is 2 leagues above my own. Clara suggested level 85, but that power I sensed. I'm not sure if it's quite at the 3rd ascension, but it's pretty damn close in either case. Just what did she go through to get so much stronger than I am in so short a time? It infuriates me, and the combination of my anger and frustration keeps me awake even though my more rational self knows I should be trying to get a bit of sleep. The copter touches down in what could only be described as the middle of nowhere. No roads, no signage, no signs of a mad scientist's laboratory, not even the subtle ripples that I would have felt if we were encroaching upon a dungeon entrance. Just nature, and touched by humanity. As far as my eyes can see. Well, we're here, Hank says. Chloe. I whisper through our bond. It's time to wake up. Chloe clings around my waist. 5 more minutes. Sarah. I sigh. Is there anything I won't do for Chloe? Probably not. Rather than continuing to wake her up, instead I unstrap the harness around her and pick her up out of the chair. She was fine carrying me around earlier, and I have no compunctions about lifting her into a bridal carry as we make our way to wherever it is we're headed. Right after a quick kiss on the cheek, of course. Mom and Hank, still not ready to call him Dad, look at each other with a teasing expression. Don't really care right now. I've done far more to her and I'm sure they both know it. So, I'm guessing there's a reason why you've brought us out here to the middle of nowhere. Alicia asks. Hank places his hand on the copter. Shadows emerge from his palm, covering the entirety of the device in a natural darkness. In a blink, space ripples and the entire copter disappears from whence it came. How did you do that? Alicia asks. Pretty easy, I say. I could do it too. Except that I'm currently holding your sleeping daughter. Get to level 50 and so will you. I figured all that leveling and fighting and combat stuff was just a pain in the ass. Alicia says, "It wasn't for me. I'd hoped it wasn't for you and Chloe. Hoped and prayed that the both of you would see reason and come back home where it's safe. Guess that was all just wishful thinking on my part. I'm sorry, I say. It was something I'd felt in my bones since the day the system arrived. It all felt so natural, like I'd been through it all before. Only later did I learn that some part of me actually did. For 15 years. 15 years, Alicia asks, what was it like? I don't remember. I only have small snippets of that life. Little pieces of my past life. Somehow encoded into what Hank refers to as the Seraphina data and I know as the anomaly. And if my theories and observations from the past day are correct, I'm not the only one who's been encoded with data from another world. What did you do to our daughters? Alicia asks. And who gave you the right? I did what I did to give Sarah and Chloe an opportunity for a future. To give them the chance to give us all a future. You experimented on our children. Alicia slaps Hank. I'd say you ought to be ashamed, but really, shame is too good for you. It's all right. Mom, Chloe says as she stretches her arms and wakes up. She doesn't seem interested in getting out of my arms, considering how she is only tightening her grip around my waist. I have the feeling I'll be carrying her for a good while longer. All right, I'm an oil and gas consultant. The extent of my experience with data collection and experimentation concerns running simulations of oil and gas extraction processes, sometimes analysis of potential and likely reserves. But even I know basic experimental ethics. You know, informed consent, sharing the decision-making with your wife, the mother of your child. Surely those words mean something to you. They better fucking mean something to you. Or I swear to God I will give you a full and exacting detail of what I did and why. But now is not the time or the place. Come with me inside and I promise, I will explain everything. Inside? There's no inside. Alicia is a complete wreck and seems on the verge of collapse. Nor can I blame her. After everything she's gone through, I'd offer her some comfort, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do. And I'm not nearly confident enough in my social skills to try. I say nothing. Hank, on the other hand, reaches his hands on a large white stone on the side of a fairly steep hill. More of his shadows move about, slinking underneath the stone and carving their way through the impossibly thin slit between the stone itself and the dirt surrounding it, until reaching a small crevice I can only barely make out with Valkyrian's perception. There's a button inside, which he presses. For 2 seconds, nothing happens. Then the ground rumbles. A large chunk of earth rises out of the surrounding ground, mud, grass, and all, revealing something mechanical buried within. An airlock door, surrounded by walls of metal. Not the marble white stone lining the cliffs off in the distance. Wherever we're headed, the technology and the security is of the highest order. Hank places his hand on the panel beside the door that looks like it opens a safe, and not a laboratory. I expect more shadows, but instead, just stillness. For a moment, I think fingerprint scan, until I realize that it's much more likely to be measuring Hank's ether signature. A lot harder to spoof, and very unlikely to result in false positives, or negatives, which feels like it'd somehow be worse. Then the door opens, revealing a staircase descending into the underground. Come along, he says. We have a lot to discuss. And we don't have much time in which to do so. 327 48 within the laboratory. Can we please get some lights on in here? Alicia asks as the door locks behind us. I can't see my damn hands in front of my eyes, Chloe answers, having gotten up from my arms about a minute ago. A simple flourish of her hands and a glowing golden sphere appears, then rises until the crown of her hat becomes a makeshift throne for the orb now illumining the passageway. Sorry, dear, Hank says. This lab is something of a makeshift one I've had to throw together after Daryl and Renault ruined our original one. I should have foreseen their delusions of rule and domination. Maybe I was just too blinded by our old friendship. Okay, Hank, but what does that have to do with the fact that it's pitch black in here? I'm a shadow walker, Alicia. I control and manipulate shadows. Importantly, I can see in the dark as easily as I can in daylight. I hadn't expected to be flying out to meet you until Monday, and more importantly, I hadn't had time to finish installing the lights into the facility. I'm not sure which is worse. That you forgot to install lights in your little workshop. Or that I actually believe you regarding your explanation. I'm sure this is all overwhelming, dear, and it's not going to get any easier. We reach the bottom of the stairs and begin down a long hallway. What I'm about to show you is going to answer some questions and lead to many more. It won't be easy for any of you to look at, you especially. I'm fairly confident at what I'm about to see, mentally. I'd prepared myself for such an outcome ever since everyone started talking about the Seraphina data. But seeing it for myself imminently is recalling visceral reactions of disgust and revulsion. Chloe takes my hand and infuses it with a trace of healing magic. My health remains near its maximum, but the gentle, warming sensations that accompany the spell bring a sense of much-needed calm to my raging psyche. No matter what happens, I'm here for you. That will never change. No matter what happens going forward. The door opens, confirming my suspicions. Near the front of the room, I glance at the transportation pod in question. The combination of ethertech is wholly impossible for me to even begin to dissect. Not that I spare more than a glance before I see the main event. Yet another woman just like me. Though older by many years, probably wiser as well, definitely more experienced. And though it's hard to get a read on her expression, I sense a deep sorrow when I gaze upon her. I sense no life within her, but the corpse of the original Seraphina still radiates a mysterious power. It's calling to me. Something deep within my being resonates with the other version, the original version, the source of the anomaly as far as Earth is concerned. Sarah, are you okay? Chloe grabs my arm. Her words feel distorted and distant, as if she's calling to me while I'm submerged beneath 1,000 leagues of sea. I feel her presence, I sense her warmth, her kindness, her love and affection. And yet, seeing the woman I thought was me and now knowing without a doubt that I'm just a replica forged by Earthlings, I feel hollow, I feel empty, wondering what I am and what I'm supposed to be. Sarah, Chloe calls to me again. Talk to me. Please, say something. Let me know you're okay. I don't answer. Instead I step forward, following the siren song of Seraphina's body as it beckons me forth. It feels so calming, so relaxing, connecting for the first time with a part of myself that I've never known I was missing. I don't think I've ever felt so relaxed in all my life. Not too close, Sarah, Hank says, also pulling me back. But I can't resist. I wasn't sure how I'd feel when I came face to face with my original self. The one whose memories I'd been absorbing thanks to the mysterious power embedded within the anomaly. I feel the same sense of grief I did that morning when Chloe and I went to my mother's gravesite to pay my respects. It's only fair, considering the Seraphina can be likened to my mother in a way as well. Tears start flowing down my cheek. Already I was fatigued, fighting off sleep only out of fear and desperation. But with the added grief and the weight of so much responsibility, my knees buckle. My mind starts racing, trying and mostly failing to process all these myriad emotions that I can scarcely even identify. And the tears won't stop coming. I cry for my losses, for my failures, for everyone I have failed to save in my weakness, my ignorance, and my fear. Why, I ask, why was I given this responsibility? And what am I really, if I'm not that Seraphina, the one created to save the universe from the system? Then what does that make me? And if she, with all her training, all her resources, all of that knowledge that I lack, still failed, then how can I possibly hope to succeed? Chloe's gentle hand rubbing my back and her quiet voice permeating my mind are the last things I feel before consciousness slips away. I awaken to find myself lying on a small bed in the middle of a room little bigger than Chloe's and my bathroom back home. I'm curled up in the fetal position, my pillow clenched tightly in my arms. Maybe I was having a nightmare as I slept. If I was, at least I was given the small mercy of not remembering. The room is dimly lit, only a tiny mote of light on the tip of Chloe's finger as she reads through what appears to be her father's research notes. She looks up at me with a somber smile. Are you feeling any better? She asks. No headache, no urge to bawl my eyes out. The bodily fatigue, at least, is gone, though a lingering dread still lies deep within my core. Physically, yes, I say. Mentally, I'm not sure yet. I pause. How long was I out? About 4 hours. Dad wanted to see us when we were both awake and ready. But he said that we should wait rather than rush. Chloe, Can you come lie down with me for just a few minutes? She does so without missing a beat. Her small glowing orb is replaced by golden etheric wings which wrap around my body and bathe me in a radiant veil. For several seconds we stay like this. No movement or sound beyond those of our breaths and our hearts beating as one. The world outside this tiny room is still there. The tribulations and perils still there, growing by the day. But for these brief moments, there is only us. Only Chloe and me and our love. And varnished by the need for us to express it in mere words. Chloe's hand strokes my arm. Her head nuzzles into my chest. She clings to me as desperately as I need her. No space lies between us. And for some amount of time, the two of us exist as one. I take a breath and slowly sit up. Have you been around the lab much? No. Dad showed us to a room. Gave me some notes to read over. And headed back to his room to reconnect with Mom. Fortunately, I haven't heard from them since. She grins. Dad might not have had time to install any lights, but he did have time to inscribe the soundproofing. You think they're going to be much longer? Chloe shrugs. I'm trying not to think about it. Thank you very much. Fair enough. So, to change the subject, what are the research notes about? It's a timeline of the early days of Project Seraphina. He wanted us both to see it. It seems that he was a graduate student in electrical engineering back 22 years ago. I didn't even know that's what he went to school for. But anyway, one night, while going hiking along a nature trail a couple dozen miles outside of the city where he was living at the time. Which was, I asked. He didn't say. Apparently the site is classified even now, which I think is a load of crap. Seeing as though he seems to care about the government and classification and confidentiality as much as you do. Maybe less. I don't know about less. That's a stretch. Yeah, maybe. Personally, I just think he's embarrassed to tell us where he went to grad school. But anyway, one night, he was startled by a glowing golden flash and, being about as curious and reckless as you are. Hey, I shake my head. No, wait, that's completely accurate. Sorry, love. Continue. You know I still love you, Sarah. I smile and feel all warm and fuzzy inside every time I hear it. And anyway, he headed down there and, after searching the area for a little bit, it was late, he found the pod where the original Seraphina was. Apparently, at the time, she was still clinging to life. She's a fusion of biology and incredibly advanced etheric nanotech. I'm guessing the latter couldn't survive in the absence of the system and the ether generated by it. Or, just the strain of piercing through every layer of reality to leave hers and access ours. Just slipping into subspace tears us apart. How horrible must it be to exist in the void between entire universes? Even for a brief moment. Anyway, Chloe continues, with her dying words. The original Seraphina said that something called the system would one day come, and that he, and by extension, the people of the Earth needed to prepare themselves for that eventuality. Dad, of course, tried to save her life, but ultimately, she was pronounced dead before emergency personnel could arrive. I'm a little surprised, though. I figured that, once emergency services were called, the government would have confiscated all the technology and shut him up with threats and maybe a small bribe, and then disposed of him. How did he and his former friends end up getting involved with the project? I'm surprised you didn't instead ask how he managed to get someone in the government to actually believe in the potential of this project, as opposed to some sort of hoax. They were funded to the tune of tens of millions a year, all on a project that might not have ever paid dividends. Well, that too. Before Chloe can answer, a knock comes from the door, followed by Hank's voice. Girls, are you both decent in there? Can I come in? Chloe turns to me. I nod. Come in, Dad, she says. The door opens. Are you feeling any better, Sarah? He asks. Yes, a lot better now. Thanks for asking. I think it was mostly that I didn't get much sleep last night, and then seeing that threw me over the edge. Understandable. I understand from Chloe that the both of you had quite the long day yesterday and last night. I nod. Yeah. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's of no concern. And, since I hadn't had a chance to say so earlier, thank you for rescuing Alicia. Of course, I say. She's our mother. Of course we would do anything we could to rescue her and bring her back home safely. Indeed. Anyway, I heard through the walls that you were wondering about how I managed to get myself embedded into the work of what would eventually become Project Seraphina. As it turns out, that's actually what I wanted to come here to talk about. Especially after you said that you had begun to assimilate memories of the original Seraphina through the data embedded within you. What's that? Sera, does the name Madison Mystery mean anything to you? I freeze in place, and my heart skips a beat. How do you know that name? I assume from your reaction that it does. She was one of the two principal researchers on the development of the original Project Seraphina. But how do you know her? Come with me to the conference room. I have a feeling you'll want to see this. 328-449 within the laboratory too. I pull a half-eaten hamburger out of my inventory and take a bite. In all of the chaos of yesterday, I realize now that I didn't eat all that much. And now that I've slept and burned off all that nervous energy, my appetite has come roaring back with a vengeance. I'm sorry that I don't have a lot of food here myself. Again. Was planning to stop into town this weekend to get some food for everyone, but circumstances changed, as they seem to do all the time these days. It's fine, I say. I'd be more worried about Alicia. Chloe and I keep more than enough food and water in our inventory to last for several days. Although the idea of storing an entire helicopter inside hadn't ever occurred to us. Well, you two can both fly already, so I can see why you wouldn't think to store or transportation. However, I would advise you to start thinking about how you can make even better use of your inventory going forward. Food and water and extra weapons. Yes, but have you considered camping gear so you can sleep more comfortably in harsh terrain? Perhaps Sera can work on building an alarm system that will go off if monster presence is detected in the vicinity. Shielding as well, to protect you against surprise attacks. Very important if the two of you plan to stay in dungeons for more than a couple of days. I suppose that makes sense, Chloe says. So, what were you going to show us about Madison? I ask. I can't help it. After knowing how important she was to the old Seraphina and with the memories I've since inherited, I can't help but feel a little attached to her. Patience, Sera, Hank says, chastising me as only a parent can. Alicia will be here in a moment. This concerns all of us, and I did promise I would explain to her why I did everything I did. A moment later, as if on cue, Alicia emerges, looking surprisingly well rested after everything. Perhaps the bed in their room was more comfortable than ours. Alicia takes her seat beside Hank, while Chloe and I sit next to each other across the small conference table. My hand meets Chloe's, and the two of us share a gentle squeeze that Alicia doesn't notice, and Hank almost certainly does, but has the decency not to acknowledge. So, answers, Alicia says curtly, I would advise that you not keep me waiting any longer. My patience is running thin enough as it is. Of course. Hank pulls out a small disc and sets it down in the middle of the table. He spins it, and, as though acted upon by an outside force, it begins accelerating until the various ridges and iridescent colors merge into a rainbow blur. A mechanical whir fills the otherwise silent meeting room, followed by an array of lights which coalesce into the shape of a very familiar woman. The hologram begins to play its pre-recorded message. To whomever finds this message, my name is Madison Mystery. 30 years ago, my colleagues and I began work on a secret project designed to thwart an enemy that threatens everything that is and will ever be. That entity is the system. I do not know if this device will find its way to a reality already infected with the system, or one which remains blissfully untampered by this most insidious existence. Should the latter be the case, think of the system as a god, invisible, intangible, yet ever-present. Its malicious fingers permeating all that exists with its dark ambitions. And rest assured, from every projection we have compiled over the past millennium, the end goal of the system is the complete annihilation of all reality. Every reality, that is under threat so long as the system exists. Alicia turns to Hank. What the? This is consistent with my memories of her as well, I say. Madison's recording continues, and fortunately, we started too late. By the time we realized the gravity of the threat we faced, it was too late to mount any sort of defense. By the time you are watching this recording, I and everyone I will ever know will be erased, consumed within the infinite maw of the system as our universe is devoured, piece by piece, until nothing remains but the void. How horrible, Alicia says. Even Chloe is moved to horror at hearing it said so plainly. Despite knowing most of this already, Hank only nods in grim acknowledgement. In my time, the system cannot be stopped, Madison says. We have hope that in another time and place, the system can be thwarted. To this end, we have sent our final and ultimate weapon against the system, and the greatest accomplishment of my team, the biomechanical warrior Seraphina. Organic life cannot survive in the void between realities. But we have hope that Seraphina, as a biomechanical life form, however, with the stakes being absolute, I refuse to leave even that much to chance. To that end, I have encoded 2 sets of data within this pod. The first is the source code of Project Seraphina, the anomaly. It is potential made manifest, and was meant to be our weapon against the system. I bequeath it to whomever finds this, in the hopes that they will continue the fight and finish what we have started. But I fear that that alone may not be enough to tip the odds further in your favor. I have also encoded my own personal data into a glyph as well. Having reached the maximum level of 255 and attaining the ultimate power achievable within the system, I believe that my data may assist in devising countermeasures against it. When the time comes, finally, I will provide what information I can regarding the nature of the system and the world in which you either live or soon will. Even with this data, the challenges will be great, and I cannot guarantee success. Ultimately, that will be up to your efforts. But I beg you, please, heed my warning, before it is too late. The hologram ends. Hank and I have solemn expressions upon our faces. Chloe looks wholly lost in thought, not even responding to my gentle mental prodding, and Alicia looks absolutely irate. And you expect me to believe this? This is absolutely outrageous. I know you're working on secret government projects, and I know you make good money and provide for your family. But can you not show any more gullibility if you tried? You can't expect me to believe all this. A hologram that supposedly heralds the arrival of the system and the end of the world. This sounds more like a hoax I'd see in a low-budget science fiction film than anything to be taken seriously. And yet, I have memories of Madison, I say. Vivid memories of waking up as that other, original Seraphina. Of the 2 of us living together, training together, fighting together. I know it's hard to believe, Mom, but the only explanation I can think of is the one that Hank is telling you. No matter how much it defies common sense, but still, aliens and different realities. The system as an entity that attempts to eat entire universes. Doesn't that stretch credulity well past its breaking point? Dad, Chloe asks. The data for Madison. You gave that to me, didn't you? I did. Why? Alicia asks. What gave you the right? It was necessary. The method of installing the data into a being required that they not be alive. In short, it would only work if installed directly into the being's genetic code. So you performed unethical and probably illegal genetic modifications on our children. And not once did you think about the consequences. Maybe the joke is on me for being the only one who isn't okay with this. But Alicia slaps Hank, who does nothing to resist. I really thought that when we got married, our vows meant something. That we were a partnership, a team, that we made decisions together. But I guess I was wrong. What else was I wrong about? Alicia shakes her head. Never mind, I don't want to know. I did what I did because I wanted our children to have the right to choose that future for themselves. I didn't want to install the glyphs into anyone else's children, both because that would have been even more wrong, and because I trusted that we could raise our children with the right values and teach them the weight of responsibility they would one day bear. I'm going to go now, Alicia says. We're going to have a long conversation about this later, but I'm not in the right state of mind and I don't want to say anything in anger that I might regret later. Before any of us can stop her, she walks out, a mixture of sorrow and grief on her face. Hank doesn't try. Instead, turning to me, okay, I say, I acknowledge what you've said to this point and why you did what you did. But there's still one part that I don't understand. If I am your daughter, then why was I raised by Lily and Theo Mortensen? Why did you have your daughter raised in poverty and a lack of safety, in an environment where she was exposed to violence and not given any opportunity to? There are several parts to this question. First, while Chloe is our daughter genetically, you, technically, are a clone of the original Seraphina. None of the methods Madison had devised and I had tried were sufficient to get the anomaly to take root in another organism. I suspect that is because the anomaly, like the system, is self-aware. It is Seraphina in every way and would not bond to anyone else. Which is why all the robots and the cyborg with Renault look like me. Exactly. I suspect another part of it is to besmirch your name and reputation to further divide the people and prevent them from coalescing around you as a potential heroine and foment more chaos, which they can exploit. Fuck. The utterance escapes me before I realize it. To answer the rest of your question, the three of us had to be secretive about our research. Any aberrations or departures from the presumption of normalcy would have invited the sort of chaos and scrutiny we desperately needed to avoid, including another child of mine suddenly appearing. So, rather than raising you ourselves, I offered you to my friend from undergrad. Lily was, unfortunately, sterile, due to a genetic condition, but both of them wanted a child. So, again, I pulled some strings, got some identity documents forged, and gave you to the two of them. I guess that's why Theo knew that you knew more about who and what I was. To quote his dying words, Hank nods. It worked out well for both of us. They raised you as their own, while I could protect you with what resources could be spared. I did not have too many contacts, but with what connections I did have, I was able to see to it that you would be protected and receive the same opportunities for education that Chloe received. The scholarship, indeed. I raised some pounds. And, though it probably doesn't mean much coming from me, especially so late, I am truly sorry about your parents and what happened to them. I lower my eyes, thank you. To change the subject a bit, while we're on the subject of my parents, Theo gained the power of a glyph caster, just the same as I have. Is that because you gave him that information? Not directly. I do not know everything about the system, even Dr. Mazzari didn't. So it would be the peak of hubris to assume my knowledge eclipses hers. However, the classes that the system offers are related to the individual and the actions and desires they have. I believe his proximity to you, raising you as his daughter, may have influenced the options he was given. Like how I got my original planet-touched Mechanist class. Why Chloe has classes as a swordmaster and a saintess, the same classes Madison took in her life. Perhaps. But that is denying Chloe too much agency. Chloe nods. Even if I am partially Madison, it was still my choice to take those classes. And I would have done it again, even knowing what I do now. So, what happens now, I ask? As it stands right now, I can't hope to stand against Renault and his cybernetic Seraphina. There is a dungeon not far from here that will prepare you both for the challenges which lie ahead. But rushing ahead blindly will only lead to recklessness and a swift end to your lives. For now, I think both of you should rest. Take the rest of the day to be together, to rest, to clear your mind and center yourselves. Tomorrow morning, we shall begin preparations. 329 for 50 a heart to heart. To heart. Chloe and I make our way back to our room. With some help from Hank, who, yes, knows spatial enlarging glyphs. We're able to turn our room from little more than a walk-in closet into a respectable place to sleep. And then Hank pulls out a spare bed and mattress for me. Because after all his discussion earlier about making proper use of our inventory, well, why wouldn't he have an extra bed just ready to sleep on? Can I have those glyphs? I ask. The ones you use for spatial expansion, specifically. I think they might help me in the future. Hank pulls out another book and hands it to me. Please, Sarah. You are humanity's hope. If there's anything I can do, oh please, Hank, not right now, I say. I'm not in a position to be a savior to anyone. I'm honestly not sure if you picked the right person to be some sort of great hero. I see. Don't get me wrong, Hank, I'm still going to try to defeat the system. I'm just not going to do it out of a sense of duty or heroism. I'm going to do it for my own selfish aims. Because I want to live a long time and share that life with Chloe. And I can't exactly let the end of the universe get in our way. Now can I? It's Hank's turn to chuckle. I suppose not. Still, even if your reasons are selfish, as long as your actions and intentions are in accordance with protecting and defending humanity from the system, then your motivations are your own. So, Chloe asks, are you okay with everything? I don't know. Dear, I haven't been the greatest husband to Lise. And I certainly haven't been the greatest of fathers to either you or Sarah. I don't regret what I did, but if Lisa and I end up separating, then maybe we can talk to her. I mentioned to Chloe silently. I was thinking the same thing. I'm glad we're on the same page. We'll talk with her, Chloe says. At the very least. I think she'd be more receptive to hearing from us than from you right now. Hank's eyes raise for a brief moment, then lower along with his head. I don't want to ask either of you to intercede on my behalf, especially not with my own mistakes. But if you still would do so of your own volition, I would appreciate it. Of course, Dad, Chloe says. It's the least I can do to help. Thank you. In the meantime, I'll work on setting up some other glyphs for you two. Heating and temperature control, lighting, sound suppression. He glares at both of us. Definitely going to need some good sound suppression systems. I'd say a strong lock as well. I stare at Hank before reluctantly conceding the point. And lock was one of the first glyphs I'd learned. There was no way he couldn't use it too. Anyway, we'll see you back later. Chloe knocks on the door to the master suite, where Alicia is currently staying. Go away. Hank, I don't want to talk with you right now, Mom, Chloe says. May Sarah and I come in? Did Hank send you to here to butter me up? Because I am not going to. No, Mom, I say. We wanted to talk with you of our own volition. Can we please come in? A pause of several long seconds. I vaguely hear the sound of a long sigh through the door. Go ahead, she says. Though she doesn't sound pleased. The door slides open, and I can immediately see Alicia's red, puffy eyes and the half-used box of tissues lying next to her on the bed. Not to mention the pile of used ones on the ground beneath. Not being a high enough level yet, she has no inventory, suggesting that Hank probably left those for her in anticipation of her reaction. A small gesture, and while I know there's a lot of work to do to truly reconcile, it seems to me that Hank really does care about her and is trying to give her the time and space she needs. Chloe takes the lead. She's back in her healer's robes rather than the Orsite armor she now dons in battle, and her swords of repose, like my sword staff, are nowhere to be found. She sits beside Mom on the opposite side of the bed from the door and wraps an arm around her. Saying nothing, I follow, disappearing the used tissues away with a wave of my hand and a mote of silver light. You know, Sarah, that's probably insanitary. More or less insanitary than us all sitting around in so much mucus while we all talk as a family. I suppose you have a point. A good minute of unspoken air follows. Chloe's and my arms each wrapped around Mom's back, while Mom sits there in silence punctuated by occasional sniffles. She stands up and pulls us both into a big hug, which we eagerly reciprocate. Careful, Chloe, she says. Don't forget how much stronger you are now. Told you, Chloe. I had. Sarah. Chloe's tone is filled with playful indignance. She gives me a light slap to reinforce her amused displeasure. Mom laughs. I'd say you to have always been as close as real sisters. But I guess your relationship ended up going in a different direction. Maybe it was fate that it'd be this way. I don't think so, Chloe says. Regardless of data or past memories, I'm still me, and Sarah's still herself. And we chose to go down this path of our own free will. You're really not mad? Mom asks. If I were you, I'd be furious at this. I won't speak for Chloe, but I'm glad to have this second chance. Chloe nods. I agree with Sarah. I don't necessarily think he did everything right, but I think, knowing what I know now and thinking about what he knew then, that he did what he thought was right at the time. I still think Hank should have talked with me first, Mom says. It wasn't his right to do something like that to our unborn child without us both being on board with it, let alone without so much as letting me know beforehand. I agree, I say. I'm not going to say that the violations are comparable, but in the months since the system has arrived, Chloe's accused me of being reckless plenty of times before, and she's not wrong. I've jumped into battles, used magic I didn't fully understand and couldn't fully control, multiple times, mind you. How do you think I lost my arm? She's right. Chloe gives me a sly smile. But I still love her, recklessness and all. So, what? You want me to just forget, just forgive? Because his heart is in the right place. No, Mom, Chloe says. I don't think you should forgive him just because his heart is in the right place. I think you should forgive him because the two of you love each other. And I don't think staying mad at him will make you happy, which is the same thing. I don't think so, I say. Hold his feet to the fire. Make him earn your trust. Make him demonstrate his commitment and partnership through deed instead of word. He already knows he's fucked up. Sera, since when did you start dropping F-bombs like a rapper? Since a demon showed up in the middle of my class and started trying to kill my students. That's when, you know, with everything that's gone on these past few days. I actually forgot that happened not even 2 weeks ago. Mom sighs. I guess that once again the day is saved. Thanks to the two of you. It just feels wrong that it should be our children who he did all that on. I think it had to have been us, Chloe says. Wouldn't it have been even more unethical for him to experiment on anyone else's unborn children? I think he wanted us to have that choice when the system arrived. I wonder if that's why they went after Mom Lily, the day the system arrived. I said, it's fine, Sera, Alicia says. You can call her Mom just the same. No one ever said a girl can't have two mothers. Chloe rolls her eyes. Maybe so. But I wouldn't expect grandchildren anytime soon if I were you. You two are still 18, you know. And especially with all this system stuff. I highly recommend you take a few more years for things to settle down before you even think about. I was going to say something about you two getting each other pregnant. But, now that I think about it, there probably actually is some sort of magic symbols or glyphs or whatnot that allows for just that. We'll be responsible, Chloe says. I know you both will. Mom hugs us again. If it's all right with you. I think I'm going to take a couple hours to rest and think about what I want to say to Hank. All right, Chloe says, love you, and see you later. I wave as well. See you later. The two of us make our way back in our room. Now well fitted with quite a bit more creature comforts thanks to Hank's tireless efforts. Chloe lies down, and I snuggle in next to her. Come to think of it, I look down at my purple blouse and my distinct lack of armor. Did you take me out of my armor at some point while I was sleeping? Chloe giggles. Did you only just now realize? I passed out so hard I didn't even think about what I was wearing. My armor appears in a flash of golden light and then disappears again in a silver shimmer. Anyway, Chloe says, there's something else I wanted to ask you about. I nod, inviting her question. When you first saw the body of the original Seraphina, you were completely transfixed. Almost like some sort of hypnosis spell was pulling you in. I don't know. I think it might have been some portion of the anomaly calling to me. Or her, or whatever. I guess I'm that Seraphina's daughter and clone. But I'm also partially her and, honestly, I think the less I think about the exact relationship between us, the better. How? Chloe pecks my cheek, my Sera. Not rushing in to investigate some strange phenomenon that baffles her. I dare say she might just be maturing. Well, yeah. I do still want to do some investigations later, but not just yet. So, do you want to read through these research notes I was telling you about earlier? I narrow my eyes at Chloe. Also yes. I definitely want to do that. But that's not what I want to do at this exact moment. Assuming my lovely girlfriend is so inclined, of course. Oh, Chloe gives me a sly smile. My lovely Seraphina, keeper of my heart. What would you like to do right now, keeper of your heart? I'll have to remember that one for later. Hank said he installed the sound suppression glyphs. Chloe's smile only grows wider. Why yes, he did. I glance at the walls, seeing quite an advanced variant wedged in not far from the door. Exquisitely designed, and with a couple runes I've never seen before, along with another few I'm not accustomed to using in that particular manner. I take some mental notes, promising that I'll study them in greater detail later. And he did quite a good job with them, from everything I could tell. Chloe opens up her robes and reveals her toned ABS. Should I go ahead and remove this now? Or would you like to do the honors? I kiss Chloe. I think I'd enjoy doing it myself this afternoon. Announcement. There'll be an optional smut chapter released an hour after this chapter goes live. 329.5 for 0.50x interlude. Passion Everlasting R18 Seraphina. Please make sure to also read Chapter 4. 51st if you did not already. As with all of these optional R18 chapters, this chapter is both completely skippable and contains explicit sexual content. Reader discretion is, as always, advised. I kiss Chloe as she lies beside me. Her lips are soft as ever, carrying with them the scent of passion mixed with the sweet vanilla that seems to be the order of the day's chapstick. Enticed further, I kiss her again, then again, my lips pressing against hers in gentle prodding and exploration that we both know won't remain gentle for much longer. Her tongue is the first to slip through the barrier of our lips, stroking against my front teeth for a fraction of a second before retreating back into the mouth from whence it came. I stare at Chloe and raise an eyebrow, but she only responds with a coy smile, followed by licking her lips. "I'd forgotten how good you taste," she says. But never for an instant did I forget how much I've wanted you all week. My hands slip inside her robes and loosen them just enough to reveal bits of her lacy black bra underneath. At Chloe's unspoken invitation to continue, I slide down and start to kiss her luscious figure, tracing down the side of her neck, then along her collarbone before arriving at my first destination. I kiss her breasts over top of their harness, my fingers gently rubbing the exposed tops and bottoms of her bosom, never slipping inside, never giving Chloe what I know she really wants. Not until she properly begs me for it like the good little saintess I know she is. "You're so sexy, Chloe," I whisper in her mind. My fingers trace her abs, with the hint of a six-pack rippling from underneath her skin. "So hot, and all mine." Chloe bites her lips, but not before a soft moan escapes them. "So good, Sarah." I grin. "We haven't even gotten to the appetizer yet, my love." I trace along her stomach with my tongue, ogling her curves, caressing them, feeling how great of a job Chloe has done taking care of her body. My fingers slip underneath her matching black panties, but only to tease those feminine hips and outer thighs. "Sarah," she moans, "I want you so bad." Another moan escapes her lips. I lick my lips. "You'll get me, Chloe. I promise." "Love, you will get every bit of me and more." Chloe's legs spread. I can smell her heat. I want her. I want to make her mine yet again. It's difficult to hold myself back, but I do. I know Chloe loves it. She loves her body. She knows how wild it drives me, and she knows exactly what she needs to do to get what she wants. I can feel my own heat building. My insides are a roaring furnace made even more intense thanks to the fire affinity granted to me by the Crimson Heart. Every second without stimulation feels like an eternity, and though I'm supposed to be the one giving at the moment, I start anticipating the inevitable role reversal to follow. But I don't give in. Her legs spread and it would be so easy just to slip her panties to the side and lodge my fingers inside her. But I postpone. I tease. Kisses up her inner thigh, right up to the edge of her groin. But I don't touch her where I know she really wants. Instead, I retreat. I'm going to make her demand it. It's a game. She acts so cool and aloof and in control. But after last time, I learned firsthand just how desperate she truly is. And until she demonstrates the same desperation that she showed me last time, this gentle teasing is all she's going to get. "Please, Sarah," Chloe says. Right on cue. "Please what, Chloe, please?" Her voice is but a pained whisper. "I need it. Need you." "And what, Chloe, do you need me to do?" "I know, of course. But I'm just too aroused by hearing Chloe's desperation and her graphic descriptions of her sexual desires to ever let her off so easily. I need you inside me, Sarah." I grin. In a flash, I make my way up to her lips and slip a single finger in her mouth. She gives me a playful bite, but one still strong enough to draw blood, which Chloe sucks up like so much ambrosia. "Of course, Chloe. Your wish is my command, and I'm only too eager to provide." She gives me an unamused expression that softens into an expression that screams, "Really, Seraphina? You said you wanted me inside you." "Love, perhaps you should have been more detailed. Or used better wording. Hotter wording, sexier, hornier, the kind that leaves no doubt as to intention or desire. Seraphina Mortensen, I want you to stop being a smartass. I want you to spread my legs open, pull my panties to the side, create that massive rod, and proceed to fuck me into unconsciousness. I think I have a better idea. Then why the hell do you ask me what I want if you aren't going to do so?" "Two reasons, love. First, I get off on hearing you talk sexy like that. And second, because I have an idea for us both to get the pounding we want right now." "Oh, really, Sarah? And what would that be?" I trace the same glyphs that I did last time we had sex like Chloe describes. Only I don't attach it to my groin as though to stimulate a man's stool. Instead, I grow up the translucent construct until it's about 16 inches long and a good inch and a half in diameter. I grin, while Chloe gasps, then shudders. Sarah, I don't think I can take all that. Not that I won't try. Nor is it the case that I'm not aroused by the idea. I lick my lips. I know, love. But whoever said that you were going to be taking all of it? Did I not say that I had an idea for both of us to get a good pounding? Chloe's eyes narrow. Then she salivates as the realization sets in. After long enough teasing her, I slip her now-soaked panties to the side and reveal her gorgeous entrance. Still dripping with desire, the rod slips in with hardly any friction. And though I intend to go slowly, it takes less than 5 seconds before my lover is stretched out and filled to her absolute limit. Once she's situated, I slip out of my own clothing, setting them on the floor rather than depositing them away, because having our clothes on the floor is part of the foreplay and appeal of the afternoon's activity. It takes a moment for me to find a good position to sit facing Chloe, but once I take my position and spread my own legs wide, I have no trouble taking my end of the rod and letting it bottom out inside me. I love you, Sarah, Chloe says, and I love this. She scoots closer to me, impaling us both a little harder in the process. Do you think you can take a bit more? Thrust it in. I'll make my body take it. And use blessed regeneration to heal whatever damage you do. I hesitate for a moment, but when I see from Chloe's determined expression that she truly means her words, I grab her by her knees, and I pull us together until our groins are pressed against one another, leaving no space between us. By the goddess, this feels, I'd say, incredible, or amazing, or fantastic. But every word I can think of just feels wholly inadequate to capture the sensation of seeing Chloe writhing in pleasure as we both experience the sheer bliss of penetrating one another. She buckles her hips and forces the rod deeper into me, and then I squeeze my walls and try to extrude the rod out of myself and back into her. For a moment, it's a competition as we vie for sexual dominance, until we eventually get a rhythm going, not unlike what might happen when thrusting in the traditional sense. Does this please you, Chloe? I ask. Very much so, love, she says. I love it. It's different from last time, but different is in no way bad. I reach around for Chloe's waist, though the act of bending my waist with so much thickness inside me proves a challenge. Eventually, though, I take her, and in this position with legs spread and our nethers spread facing each other, I start to give her the pounding she asked for. Yes, 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 yes. Her eyes flutter back with every thrust. I can tell how much she loves it from the combination of the slick wetness emanating out of her, the empathic link of our angelic bond, the intensity of her moans, and the way she arches her back, ensuring even more stimulation on the most sensitive parts of her inner walls. But I'm not satisfied. Not until she's whited out from sheer bliss and her thoughts have been excised of all thoughts that aren't of me. It's going to take a while. Her mind is nearly as high as my own, but my vitality is higher than hers by a considerable margin, and I am absolutely willing to spend the hours it'll take to tire her out. Chloe. Love, have I ever told you how sexy you are? Plenty of times, Sarah, but I'll never get tired of hearing you say it. I moan. Chloe, you're so sexy. I utter through our bond. Your body feels so divine, and it does. By the goddess, it feels so good to have sex with her, to feel her skin and look at how it glistens with sweat, her heat, her scent, the look in her eyes, the sound of her breath, and the sound of her insides as they're stretched apart. It's so incredible, and I'm just completely in awe of how beautiful she is. The two of us lie down in a position which is a bit awkward at first, but one which we quickly settle into. Chloe's feet find their way near my face. Not my thing, I have to say. And to my surprise, it's not hers either. But that doesn't mean that either of us are about to give up a little bit of fun with scissors. It just necessitates bending our knees, and that works out rather nicely for some additional breast stimulation, a very welcome bonus. The majority of my sensation remains concentrated between my legs. I arch my back as Chloe arches hers, guiding our shared rod to the most sensitive portions of our inner walls in a mutual cascade of guided pleasure. All the while, my wetness oozes out and my heat builds, and I know I'm not going to be able to hold myself back for too much longer. Chloe grins. Her face morphs from one basking in pleasure to one of fiery determination. Her hands reach out between us and begin to trace my inner thighs. Her bodily control is on another level. She's managed to fully control the rod from within her and is going at me with overwhelming intensity. Give it to me, she says. I try to match her pace, but she rebuffs me, retaking control and pounding me even harder than before. I begin to moan her name, louder this time, unconcerned for anyone or anything other than my lover as her hands make their way from my inner thighs straight to my erect, throbbing clit and start to vibrate. Your orgasm. Sir, give it to me. I want to watch. My whole body shivers. I hold myself back as much as I can in order to intensify the final result. But we both know it's a useless endeavor. She will make me climax, and I will love every second. It is only a matter of how long it takes her to finish me off. Meanwhile, I watch Chloe as she shows off her own figure. Her muscles are so toned, her taut skin like porcelain, completely bereft of blemishes, wrinkles, or other imperfections. With our mutual, nearly invisible toy still inside us both, I get a good look at her gaping, throbbing nethers and watch her inner walls pulse in rhythmic harmony. I don't know how many times she's already orgasmed from our sexual activities so far, but based on her frankly ridiculous bodily control, I suspect the number is quite high indeed. I can't take it. The pleasure is too much. Chloe's grin only widens as my control slips. Pleasure shoots through my entire body, concentrated between my own pulsing vagina as my muscles try to pull the rod deeper in me. A full 9 inches by my count. My breaths are short and shallow and it's a struggle to avoid whiting out from sheer bliss. Only Chloe's whispers through our angelic bond and the gentle healing she administers into my body help keep me clinging to a trace of consciousness as I float down from my high end, bask in the afterglow that follows. Somewhere in the haze of mutual desire and stimulation, I lost control of my spell, causing it to fade back into the ambient ether. My walls start to constrict and close, though after reaching my peak at least once and probably twice, I feel only a sense of fulfillment rather than the frustration that follows whenever I get horny and don't experience that release. I'm definitely good for another round or 2, or 4. But if Chloe is satisfied and ready to end our fun for the day, I certainly won't be the one to complain. She lies down on top of me, wrapping her arms around my waist as her face nuzzles right up between my breasts. She sighs contentedly, her fingers tracing my sides and occasionally moving back down to my thighs, as if she can't quite decide if she wants to keep going or stop here. Instead, she looks at me, stares at me with those gorgeous caramel eyes and smiles with such radiance that I can't help but giggle. Seraphina Mortensen, she says, though. Despite using my first name, there's none of the curtness that would accompany an impending chastisement. Have I told you lately that I love you? I smile. I believe you have, Chloe Jacobs, though I will not begrudge you from saying it as many times as you wish. I lean forward and kiss the crown of her head. Not that it needs to be said, but I love you as well, Chloe Jacobs, and I intend to keep you all for myself, for as long as we both shall live. Oh, Chloe scoots up until she's eye level with me, then plants a kiss upon my lips. Is that so? Of course it's so, Chloe. I run my fingers through her hair. Why would it ever not be so? How could I ever be without you? We've been together practically my entire life. I certainly can barely remember any time when you weren't in my life. In either of your lives, apparently, maybe. But despite the circumstances of your birth, you're still you, not Madison. Thank you. She kisses me again, then sighs. You know, it's a challenge at times. What is love? Loving you and lusting after you so much that I don't know how I can express it either in words or in actions. I'd say you're doing a pretty good job. Love. I can feel your love in my mind constantly through our bond. And I can certainly feel your love all over my body right now. And every other time we kiss or hug, and especially during and after sex. Sir, Chloe glares at me, then kisses me. It's something I've thought about for a while. Especially since the last time we really went all out for each other sexually. But her hands make their way to my lower abdomen and begin tracing just underneath my belly button. You know, Sarah, you should be glad. I'm always glad when I'm with you. Please stop interrupting me, Sarah. A bit embarrassing to say this all out loud. Please. Just give me a moment. Sorry, I say sheepishly. She kisses me again, her hand never leaving my skin as she draws circles with her fingers just above my groin. It's something I haven't been able to fully get out of my mind. Not in the past couple of months. She grimaces. What I'm saying is, You should consider yourself very, very lucky right now that I'm a girl. She sits up and spreads her legs, revealing all of her external genitalia before me. Her hand points down to her swollen, throbbing clit standing proudly above her vagina. You can see how hard it is right now, as a girl, after I already came 3 times with you. If I were a boy, with the body of one, Sarah, there would be absolutely no chance in this life for any other that I'd be able to hold myself back. And with my current strength, I would absolutely, unequivocally not be able to stop until I'd gotten you pregnant with my child. My heart skips a beat. It's not something I've ever thought of before, and we're definitely too young for anything of the sort right now. But that doesn't mean, no, the more I think about it, the more erotic it actually sounds. And we can take advantage of the fact it can't happen too. As I start thinking about how this would work, I start becoming even more aroused at the potential. Would you like to explore that kink sometime, Chloe? I ask. What do you mean? Chloe asks. We can always act that out. I know you like strapping me, so maybe I can play around with something that will help give you the feeling of actually being able to fuck me in the traditional way. You do that for me, love. Yes, I pause. Not today. It's going to take a good while, but absolutely. It sounds really hot. I shiver at the idea. Actually, yeah, definitely we should do this sometime. Thanks, love. She lies down beside me. I really look forward to it. I do too. Our arms wrap around each other and our legs intertwine as we both drift off to sleep. 330 for 0.51 multiplicity and repetition. I wake up on Sunday morning feeling positively refreshed. The lingering brain fog from the previous night is rapidly burning away, leaving my mind sharp and the previous day's dread crystallizing into a fervent resolve. Yes, I am at a severe disadvantage, and with an Everest-sized mountain to climb if I'm to fight against Renault and the other Seraphina on an even playing field. But I've never been one to back down from a challenge, and I'm sure as hell not about to start now. Chloe wakes up a moment after I do. No time for fooling around with some couple fun after our day to relax and recharge our bodies and spirits. Today is a day for training. And with Chloe laser focused on building her own strength ever since the battle with Forneath and her subsequent second ascension, she's just as eager to get started with the day's training as I am. Just as we finish getting dressed and suited up into our armor, a knocking from the door signals that the day's work is about to begin. Chloe takes the lead, greeting her father with a smile. I offer him a handshake, which is declined as shadows wrap around us both and drag us into a family hug. How are you? I ask Hank. And how are things with you and Mom personally? I'm well, all things considered. As for me and Lise, well, I'm hopeful. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of discussions in the future. And, he smiles, I appreciate your concern. But it's not the kid's responsibility to patch the mend between the parents, maybe. Chloe says. But that doesn't mean we aren't going to be worried about our parents. Just like how you to worry about us. We are adults now. She gives me the look. Even if we don't always act like it, I shrug in resignation. That aside, do you have any particular plans for how we can best utilize the limited time between now and the fall equinox? Well, I have a couple of gifts for you, Sarah. Hank hands me a small piece of metal. Much of the data Madison installed in that transport pod was encoded onto these hologram disks. Just thread a bit of ether into it, and it should activate in short order. I do so. The technology is so advanced, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's far beyond such banal technology as transistors and physical storage. Wait, is all of their data stored on self-contained glyph arrays? Your intuition serves you well, Sarah. That is, indeed, consistent with our findings. I wish I knew how they did it, I say. I've been playing around with the idea of trying to decipher glyphs from the desired effects, and the problem seems entirely intractable. One of the great mysteries we still have to unravel. Perhaps, in time, our skills, combined with new computer technology and more powerful theories on the nature of glyphs and ethertech, will help to bridge our lack of understanding. He harumphs. In any case, this one contains the glyph that I have dubbed multiplicity. When applied to a spell, it allows you to much more easily multicast that spell, and at a far lower overall ether cost. I'm not at all convinced that this is as easy as you make it out to be. So, let me guess. This is an extremely complicated glyph that will dramatically increase both the complexity, ether cost, and casting difficulty. Hank gives no verbal answer, but the way he looks at me tells me all I need to know. Opening up the encoded data, I'm immediately hit with a sight that wasn't meant to be processed by mere mortal minds. It's thankfully nowhere near the complexity of the anomaly how such a thing was developed. I wish I knew. But it is another glyph which exists in the fourth dimension. I should have suspected as much. Multiplicity naturally invokes the time dimension, which cannot be expressed in only 3 spatial dimensions without additional parameterization. It does have a certain beautiful symmetry to it. As I watch how the glyph unfolds, it reminds me of studying sine and Cassini waves back in pre-calculus class. I furrow my brows. Up and down and in and out now. Sarah, not in that way. A flash of insight hits me as my eyes trace out the bobbing and weaving of the glyph as its projection cycles in our 3-dimensional space. Something I once read offhandedly during a dive through Wikipedia, that every function, be it continuous or otherwise, can be expressed as an infinite sum of sines and cosines, and that, when the function is reconstructed in this manner, the result also carries the same inherent periodicity, hence, a way to naturally repeat a predetermined effect. If only the glyph gave me the knowledge of how to do that, how well. That's why we have to practice. Nope, Hank says as I start manifesting glyphs in my mind. Not here in the lab. The last thing I need is for Lise to see either of us testing out new magic in the lab and causing an explosion because we were certain we knew what we were doing, but actually had no idea. Chloe again gives me the look, you know. I hadn't realized just how much the two of you have in common. Though maybe that's on me for not paying attention. Very well. Do you have a range in mind where we can practice after breakfast? I was planning to take the two of you down to the dungeon to get some experience. And, before we do, I trust that Mom is going to be okay with it, Chloe asks. This time, the look is directed squarely at her father. Okay with is a bit too strong. Of course she wants you to stay safe. And dungeons never are. But she knows and accepts that she can't expect you to stay behind the vanguard while she protects you. Especially you, Sarah. I blush slightly. Guilty as charged, Chloe. Hank. And I find ourselves on an island in the middle of a crystal clear lake high in the middle of the mountains. Despite it being summer, at 15,000 feet above sea level, the temperature remains far cooler than any I've experienced in the past several months. In fact, as a morning breeze blows through and I break out into goosebumps. It's actually surprisingly chilly, especially in the shade of the dungeon entrance. This is a dungeon called Ancient Lake, Hank says. I notice that nearly his entire body remains cloaked in a black aura being projected from his cloak. I can hazard a guess as to why, but don't inquire further. As you can probably intuit from its name, it's a dungeon specializing in prehistoric monsters, dinosaurs, of course. But also expect to see giant crocodilians, insects the size of. Oh, please don't say any more, Chloe says. Also, what's with the shadow cloak you're wearing? Hank just demurs, not saying anything on the topic of his outfit. Actually, before we get started, and I admit, I should have brought this up earlier, do you happen to have any experience with metalsmithing? I pull out the chunks of orsite out of my inventory. It's a metal called orsite that we found while doing a dungeon crawl about a week ago. I was planning to see if anyone could forge it into some better swords for Chloe, but with the pace of everything these past few days, I never got the chance. I don't personally, no, although, actually, I don't think we're too far from Denver. Maybe we can make a day trip of it once we get done here and see if there are any armors around. Have you been in this dungeon before? Chloe asks. Actually, I guess it was kind of a dumb question, given how much you know about it. Been in, yes. Completed, no, Hank says. Level 70 to 75 dungeon. I've cleared out the first 2 floors myself. But the third and final floor is a massive step up in difficulty. Before we do, though, I interject. I'd like to get some practice with this new glyph. I'm trying to do a little better myself about not using untested glyphs on the battlefield. She's even taking the time to design spells ahead of time so she doesn't blast off her arm again. Chloe is looking very proud of herself. Well, yeah, the first arm I got for free. The second one took 2 months to build. But hey, I got a teaching gig out of it. I guess I need to see about remote learning. One more piece of shit to add to the metaphorical plate. Why didn't I have Clara deal with that? It's the least she could do after all we did to help with their little operation. Reminder to self for the future. That right there is why I dislike working with the feds. That sounds like a wise idea, Hank says. Chloe and I will do a bit of sparring in the meanwhile, tuning out the sound of the father-daughter dance. I close my eyes and focus on the multiplicity glyph, tracing it out in my mind and envisioning the ever-changing shape. But as soon as I try to build a matrix with it, I get hit with a challenge I've never faced. Because the glyph shape is constantly changing, it's virtually impossible to force any previous glyph matrix to properly connect to it. One instant, it's connected, the next, it's broken free. I charge up Darkness Scythe with 400 points of ether behind it. Then I hold it in place, which isn't what I need to be doing, I realize. Instead, I start moving the entire glyph sequence in the same undulating pattern, expand outward, fold inward upon itself, and constantly the glyph matrix collapses. Where ether coalesces in my palm and discharges before I can properly corral it. I'm thrown backward and end up landing flat on my ass. A couple of second-degree burns on my right hand for my trouble. Better now than later, I suppose. Still smarts. Sir, are you alright? Chloe asks. She runs up to me and casts a simple heal spell to restore the minor wound. Yeah, I'm alright. Just trying to work out how to use multiplicity. What about you and Hank? We're fine. He's just teaching me some sword forms to help me better utilize Mirage Sword. I'm hoping I can get a new sword skill out of it as well. I wonder if you could infuse healing magic into Mirage Sword. Turn it into some sort of healing art rather than one solely for inflicting damage upon others. From what I understand, most of your healing magic is naturally affiliated with the light element, as is Mirage Sword. So maybe it's possible. What would that be good for? Chloe asks. Why would I want to stab someone with healing magic when I have mass cure? There may come a time when subterfuge may work to our advantage. Just something to think about. Are you ready to go again? Hank asks. Yep, I'll be right there. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I still have no idea how to do what I need to do. But at least I've come up with one prospect to lead to failure. With my mind as it is, I can cycle through plenty more options as well. Attempt 2 doesn't work. Neither does attempt 3, or 4 through 10. Attempt 13 shows promise. But after failing on the iterative process with attempts 14 through 19, I find myself no closer to a workable solution. Hank might have some ideas, but I decline to ask him for now. Attempts 20 through 25 and no better than the first 12. That famous quote about finding 2,000 different ways to not develop an incandescent light bulb springs to mind. But I continue nonetheless. Rearrange the glyphs, rebuild the matrix. Try and figure out some sort of pattern that does something other than break down or fail spectacularly. But though the process is slow and I haven't made significant headway, it hasn't been wholly without merit or benefit. Your reconfiguration rank 12 has upgraded to reconfiguration rank 13. 26 to 30 are all failures. 31 shows some promise, but ultimately ends in failure like the rest. By undercharging my spells to the minimum, something I've rarely done to this point, I conserve my ether while limiting the blowback when invariably something goes concussively wrong. As attempts 32 and 33 both demonstrate, your reconfiguration rank 13 has upgraded to reconfiguration rank 14. Attempts 34 through 39 all fail as well, as all my ideas seem to right now. But at least I'm spared another hot date between the grass and my ass. Finally, after 2 hours and 40 attempts, Hank calls out to me, having finished his training and family bonding time with Chloe. No luck, he says. No luck, I say. But I'm not going to give up so easily, either. That's the spirit. Sarah, I wasn't able to figure it out myself, but I have every reason to believe that you will succeed where I did not. Thanks, Hank. Still Hank, not Dad. Still Hank, I say. But maybe someday. He looks a bit downtrodden, but doesn't press the issue. I'm sure we'd both love to stay and work on this problem all day, but I believe we also have a dungeon to complete. I smile. Sounds like a plan. After all these failures, I could use the vent. 331 for 0.5 to Ancient Lake 1. Stepping past the threshold and into the dungeon. The landscape abruptly shifts from an idyllic Montana lake to something larger, bigger, hungrier, and far more primal. The exit is right there, and I can still see the outside world from here. But it already looks so much smaller and dimmer and more distant than it was just a few seconds ago. Before me, giant trees stretch up hundreds of feet into a thick and humid atmosphere, each with leaves which are every bit as tall and wide as I am. The air is sticky and hard to breathe. Yet, it also feels tinged with life, and the entire atmosphere pulses with the primordial law of the jungle. No monsters yet to greet us, but it's only a matter of when, not if. What a place, Chloe says. I check my status and see no conditions out of the ordinary. Still, it's good to take reasonable precautions. Are there any special rules in this dungeon that we should be aware of? I ask Hank. Gimmicks to make the place more challenging, no flight, no magic, no speaking. Anything like that. No, the creatures here are sufficiently challenging without needing any gimmicks of the sort you describe. One underestimates their tenacity and cunning at their own peril. With Hank's warning in mind, Chloe and I take the lead into the primal sky. Once we pass by the initial jungle, we emerge into a vast savanna. Just as Hank had suggested, there are monstrous creatures taken straight out of a natural history museum, alongside creatures like oversized jungle cats and gargantuan serpents that are more anachronistic but are still going to try to eat us anyway. What surprises me is that there isn't a flurry of creatures seeking our flesh the moment we step in the open. I guess for a prehistoric grassland, the creatures here have enough self-awareness to not attack creatures much stronger than they. Still, all of us remain on our guard with weapons drawn, eyes and other senses attuned for any signs of creatures approaching from below or employing any of various tools of stealth they might have. Let me guess, I say to Hank. You've been in this dungeon enough times that the creatures here recognize you by scent and have learned to avoid you. I wouldn't assume it is necessarily scent. I would suggest ether signature as an alternative hypothesis. Despite my scientific curiosity on the matter, I have not actually tried to disguise my smell, nor do I think we have the time now to do so. So, just a straight shot down to the third floor? Probably not. The floor bosses are still going to raise a stink. I roll my eyes. Well, lead the way, Hank. Not so fast, he says. While I agree with the need to make haste, your equipment is, to be frank, woefully lacking. Your weapon and Chloe's armor aside, it won't be enough to completely overcome the gap in power, but it will narrow it somewhat. So, we're going to be skinning some beasts, I say, and harvesting spines, plates, and other raw materials, all of which will be far stronger and more resistant to damage than even those flimsy wyvern scales. We'll be seeing a tanner in addition to a blacksmith, or whitesmith, as the case may be. Never thought I'd hear the day where the scaled armor of wyverns, even if they are classified as lesser draconids, was considered an inferior crafting material. Then again, it was strong at level 35, and its effectiveness hasn't grown along with my personal capabilities. Superficial as it may make me sound, but I could go for a new look after these past few months. I'm not getting rid of the bandana, I say. I don't think I'm likely to stumble upon anything that can match the utility it provides. Hank just shrugs. Just keep an open mind. You may be pleasantly surprised by what my contacts can come up with. The task of there proves more difficult than I would have initially suspected. As I had anticipated, the monsters on this level seem especially unwilling to fight us, scurrying about or charging off with blinding speed at the first sign of our approach. All three of us have mind-focused classes, with commensurably low speed given our respective levels, and no specific skills or equipment to boost them. And yes, there are dedicated speedster classes out there. Chloe and I can fly faster than we can run, but doing so, especially in Chloe's case, might as well signal run for your lives. The apex predators have arrived in flashing neon lights. And while Hank does have the expected stealth skill of Shadow Sneak, he's also the lowest level of the three of us and, to his embarrassment, admits that a few of the more powerful monsters on the floor could give him legitimate trouble. After another hour of trying and failing to pin down anything of value, damn am I getting tired of these goddamn failures, we reluctantly decide to hurry our way to the second floor, where the harvest might prove more fruitful. Hank leads us directly to the boss of the floor, located, not at all surprisingly, at the foot of a tree far larger than even those gargantuan specimens near the dungeon's entrance. This tree stretches to a height of at least half a mile, and its sprawling canopy covers an area easily thrice that in diameter. The leaves are predominantly green as expected, but there is a wide gradient, and shades of yellow and gold and even reddish-brown can be seen on some of the millions of branches of the primordial tree. The boss of the floor is a giant turtle. Not the first creature I would have expected given the theme and general habitat, but I suppose it makes as much sense as anything. Hank doesn't approach, instead hanging back about a quarter mile off, just outside the edge of the shade, and more importantly just outside the shimmering aural walls that will serve as the battlefield for this fight. "This is your fight today, girls," Hank says. "Show me what you two are capable of. You know, you were saying earlier that you were the lowest level of the three of us, and yet it feels like you're so confident we'll have a harder time defeating the boss than you did." Hank smiles. "Levels and stats aren't everything, Sarah. As it turns out, my class and skills were particularly effective against this creature." He pauses. "Perhaps that was too much of a hint. Might lower your experience gain as a result." Before I can get into too much detail about what specifically he means by that, our massive shelled friend lunges forth at a velocity I wouldn't have anticipated from a creature known for its sluggishness. It's for massive limbs, each as tall as I am and many times as thick. Power forth directly at us, all offense, no additional defense. Chloe and I fly off in opposite directions, avoiding both the charge as well as the head that tries to bite me, again moving far more quickly than a fucking turtle should be able to. We regroup in the air to plan our next move, and have all of 1 second before the damn thing starts spitting acid at us, because that's apparently also a thing it can do. And, to make matters worse, this acid is not just spray that will fall back to the ground like so much rain. It's a goddamn volatile compound that is rapidly aerosolizing and threatening to toxify us from the insides. I call on a wineburst and fire it downward toward the center of the battle arena. It has its desired effect, creating a vacuum wave that sucks all the miasma out of the air above and funnels it down to the surface. By taking a deep breath just before the bulk of mass passes through us, we're able to avoid the worst of the malaise, and Chloe's antidote spell flushes the remainder out of our system before it causes any perceptible damage. And fortunately, because why would things ever be so easy for us, the giant tortoise proves immune to its own poisonous haze. Worse, it seems to be reveling in it like pigs in shit, restoring its ether as it devours the gift I've returned to sender. The toxic fumes disperse, my diminished ether the only sign it did anything at all. Realizing that our attempt to survey the situation from the supposed safety of the air ended in complete failure, we switch to offense. Chloe's mirage swords and my sword staff together strike at what appears to be a weak spot on the side of the shell. Despite the small natural indentation in the shell, its carapace renders it completely impervious to our blows. I even suffer a bit of blowback as my momentum is absorbed and then promptly shunted right back at me. "Well, physical attacks seem pointless," Chloe says. "I'm not expecting magic to do much better, but I throw a weak fireball at the tortoise's head, hoping that perhaps its magical defenses are somewhat weaker than its physical defenses. That does not appear to be the case. The flames die down and our shelled friend is none the worse for it." "So, what now?" Chloe asks. "Your father said he was particularly suited to face off against this boss, and that was a hint. Knowing what I do of his magic, I assume he has some way to bypass the armor and hit the weaker flesh underneath. So how do we do so? Tip it, I guess. I can't imagine the underbelly is anywhere near as impervious as the main portion of the shell. As for how we do that, aim for the feet on one side. I'll serve as the distraction." I drop down to the surface and flare out my anarchic aura, goading the overgrown reptile into a charge. I dodge at the last second, though one of my wings gets chipped in the chaos. Rocks fly up in accordance with some earth-aligned spell, giving me the added challenge of flying through the now rolling terrain. Meanwhile, Chloe watches above, aiming for the creature's legs with mirage swords and scouring lights whenever the opportunities avail themselves. The legs are not impervious like the shell, but the thick skin and heavy defenses mean that she too is doing only minimal damage. I'm thrown up by a rock which hits my own underbelly as I tumble about in midair. The tortoise's mouth opens and again launches an acidic spray of those nasty toxins from before. This time, however, I'm prepared, launching a etheric collector spell. A combination of repulsion and some cylinder-shaped glyphs together to create a basket that can collect the acrid spray. A vial of the sludge into a small test tube, sealed off with a cork, and stored harmlessly away in my inventory for future analysis. The remainder is thrown back onto the ground, where it sinks into the dirt and proceeds to infect the land with that vile curse. The tortoise tries again, but when it again meets the same result, it changes its tactics once again. Thousands of tiny stones compress down to the size of pebbles and fly at frankly ridiculous speeds. Though their mass and thus their stopping power is low individually, my barrier can't effectively block so many attacks, and plenty of strikes begin chipping away at my health. Chloe is doing a bit better in that regard, since she's higher up and wearing a stronger suit of armor. But even she won't last an eternity. With the battle turning against us, I decide to switch to offense, relying on all of the boosts I have to keep me alive as I dart into the fray. Larger clumps of rock attempt to pulverize me, but these I can slice in half before they do any substantial damage. The tortoise roars I didn't know they could do that and sends a cube of soil, roots, and stone a good 10 feet in length flying toward me. This time, I don't dodge in the conventional sense. Dimensional slip, and fair skill that it is, allows me to simply extricate myself from the entire battle for the second it takes for the stone to pass harmlessly by where I once was. And now, having crossed through the beast's absolute line of defense, I deliver a trio of slashing strikes at its smoldering right forelimb, another to puncturing wounds, a thank you, Dimensional Rift, for once again allowing me to phase out of the crushing stomp that follows, and the beast is starting to reel. Finally, I charge some of my flaming ether, drawing from my crimson heart, and use a tiny flaming javelin to cook the creature's leg from the inside out. Ready, Chloe? I ask. Let's topple this thing. She grins. Let's do it. She dives down toward the ground as I find a good spot underneath the tortoise's underbelly. It tries to flatten me, but again I can slip out of reality in the instant before it crushes me and reappear politely outside the shade of the shell the instant following. The process repeats 2 more times before Chloe arrives. She charges from the side at top speed, suffering a few bruises in the process as she barrels through boulder after boulder, her sight set right at the base of the shell. In the instant before she makes contact, I stab the injured and burnt leg with all I have. Our foe shrieks with a roar that shakes the branches of the massive tree above. But raising its leg up was its fatal mistake. Thanks to the added leverage, I'm able to lift its side just a bit higher off the ground like a carjack, and Chloe's tackle is able to knock the creature onto its back, wedged up between the ground and the side of the arena where our battle has taken place. Now immobile and looking exceedingly pathetic, the turtle can do nothing as the two of us launch an unrelenting fury of spells and sword strikes at its weaker underbelly flesh. The battle is won, though neither of us lets up our guard until we receive confirmation that the fight is over. I want to check my status, especially because I'm pretty sure I just got a level, but before I do, I rush in and tear off a few large chunks of the tortoise's shell, now far weaker without its vitality and defensive skills behind it. They to go in my inventory before the rest of the creature dissolves back into the ether. You have slain Palair, Primordial Tortoise level 67. You have gained a boosted to 120,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 73. Strength come 1, Vitality come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come Rand 1, 3 equals 409. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come Rand 0, 2 equals 290 level. 73. Experience, 8,229,544. To next. 203,056 current stats. Health, 13,572 or 15,067 ether. 7,841 11. Current stats. Strength, 319 base, 134. Speed, 309 base, 130. Vitality, 397 base, 167. Mind, 514 base, 330 to 4.53 Ancient Lake 2. That was well fought, both of you, Hank says. Approaching once the arena's shimmering haze fades from view. Not the most efficient or elegant way to have taken down the monster, but it was effective and neither of you took too much damage from the fight. How would you have defeated the monster more efficiently? Chloe asks. Sera, you have some skill that allows you to move without remaining tangible. Is that correct? I didn't sense the shadows distorting the way they would have if that disappearing act was like my shadow slip. I'm guessing you can fully disappear into another layer of reality. A skill that operates on similar lines to what you describe. I say. Sorry, Hank, but you're not Chloe and I'm not going to assume I'm not being tracked. Who knows what treachery Renault might have pulled during that brief encounter. I can tell that your weapon is quite strong. Let us suggest, for the sake of argument, that you can teleport anywhere within a local radius. You could have just done what you had done near the end of the fight. Stab the beast's weaker underbelly. Retreated into that other space where your teleportation connects, and slowly whittled down the creature from the defense of intangibility. It might have worked, I say, but there are limits to how long I can stay intangible. What about me? Chloe asks. Your light techniques can be used to blind the creature. Barring that, I believe your scouring light, as I believe you called it, would have been far more effective had you aimed for the inside of the tortoise's mouth rather than attacking its leathery skin. So, I need sharper reflexes. Not necessarily. Although you will need them to be fast enough. Light is the fastest attacking element by a long shot. Assuming you can identify the opening fast enough, you should be able to get a good hit in each Chloe says. I should probably be investing more into speed now. To be frank, yes, you should. You've gone from a pure healer into effectively a mage knight build. And a damn powerful one. A being that can constantly heal itself while fighting on the front lines is one of the scariest threats to go up against. I've seen what the end result of such a combination of classes can be. Truly amazing. Chloe nods. I still have a long way to go before I reach that apex. We both do, I say. That's why we're here. A little at a time. I turn to Hank. You said this dungeon was called Ancient Lake, correct? I did. The location on the outside world aside, I haven't exactly seen an environment that looks like a lake. The closest I've seen to any sort of water was the acid vapors our deceased friend was spraying all over the place. So, where's the lake? I did say this was just the first level of the dungeon, did I not? Shall we move down to the second? Incredible, Chloe says, system or not. It's hard to believe that a lake this large can exist so far underground. And with such a surreal landscape to boot. It is certainly verdant, with so many trees that seem adapted to chemosynthesis rather than the traditional photosynthesis. Instead of high branches with myriad leaves dyed in chlorophyll, these trees have massive root networks stretching for hundreds of feet in every direction. Occasionally, the roots pop out of the ground, with bioluminescent sacs the color of fireflies lighting the massive cavern in a neon yellow light. Out in the distance, about half a mile, is a bubbling lake emitting a warm and sticky haze. Though I remain wary after our recent battle with the tortoise palair, this haze seems neither toxic nor caustic. Instead just the warm vapor of a massive underground hot spring. Is this a volcano? I ask. I don't think so, Hank says. It hasn't erupted on me yet. In any case, though there's likely some sort of seismic activity powering these. Likely, Chloe asks. What would the other alternatives be? The main alternative being some sort of radioactive decay. In terms of conventional physics, with the arrival of the system, though, it could just be some glyph arrangement set up on the floor to generate all this heat. In other words, we can't be certain of anything, Chloe says. We are in a dungeon, I chime in. Expect the unexpected. There usually is some sort of rhyme and reason behind everything, though the intelligence that guides it is alien and rarely straightforward or intuitive. Well said, Sera. So, Hank, do we search for materials here, or head to the third floor post-haste? Let's head toward the floor boss, but not rush our way there. Should we be attacked, we can see about accruing more materials. Actually, Dad, Chloe says, there's something that I'm a little confused about. What's that, dear? I know I maybe should have asked yesterday, but it didn't hit me until now. But when Sera and I were doing some research into Project Seraphina on our own, the local major we'd been working with on and off was able to identify that you were a government employee and stationed in Vegas. But now you're here not far from Denver. And so I'm just wondering, how did you end up out here? And why here specifically as opposed to anywhere else fairly remote? To answer the first and asked question, we weren't actually stationed in Vegas. We were actually at Area 51. And yes, all the documentaries and supposedly leaked information about aliens and whatnot, for the most part, true. Apparently, they leak true but outlandish information, then brand the people as conspiracy theorists and similar, all to discount their credibility and maintain confidentiality. Does it work? Not my assignment. As for Denver, it's just the nearest major city that still exists after the Caillou Horde rampaged much of the globe. Salt Lake City's level. Vegas was seriously damaged, although they did claim a narrow and Pyrrhic victory. I could have gone to the San Francisco Bay Area, or maybe Los Angeles, but I wanted somewhere closer to home. I knew I'd be coming back sooner rather than later. Oh, I say, I guess that explains everything. Daryl and Renault must have moved their families to Vegas as well, where they died in the City Slayer attack. That loss spurred them into abandoning all pretenses of continuing to work with the government and using their work on the Seraphina project to seize power for themselves, under the guise of needing to preserve order and all the other bullshit they said on the news. It was a bit more complicated than that, but you have the gist of it, Hank says. I moved personally for work, but since I was also keeping an eye on the Mortensen family, he points to himself and Chloe, never did. As for whether I would have joined them in a fit of rage had I lost you too, Hank sighs. I'd like to say I wouldn't, but with my hopes for a brighter future completely lost, I'm sure I would have turned to despair and rage against the world, just like what Theo did when he thought he'd lost Mom, Lily, and I. Hank lowers his head. I'm sorry, Sarah. I wish I had been there. If I had, maybe I could have, he sighs. No, it's for the best not to get bogged down in the hypotheticals, I'm guessing. Then, Chloe says, regarding why that particular mountain, you were just looking for a place where you could set up shop that wasn't going to be bogged down by locals or any particularly hostile or territorial beasts, correct? I was also looking for a place with some geographical features that would make it easy for me to find while flying, at night, and without relying on sending an outgoing signal or using some sort of beacon that could be tracked. The proximity to this dungeon and its materials were just a benefit of this particular location. And I'm guessing your class gives you additional skills that help you evade detection. I ask. It does, Hank says, though it was still tense, slipping out of the lab in the dead of night with the body of the original Seraphina, her transport pod, and other critical data I would need. Sometimes I wonder if I really escaped, or if Renault took pity on me and let me leave. He doesn't seem as straightforwardly evil as Daryl was, Chloe says. Maybe I'm naive in even asking this, but I still have to know. Do you think there's a path to reconciliation that doesn't involve fighting to the death? I don't know, Chloe. Honestly, I'm not the one to talk to regarding emotions and trying to read the hearts and minds of others. But I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. I see. How much further do we have to look out, Chloe? I rush in to intercept the invisible attack, my sword staff meeting a cloaked fist just inches away from Chloe's throat. What in the? Chloe leaps back out of instinct. Once she sees the faint glimmer of work metal grinding against itself and the characteristic sparks of impact, her features narrow. Her hands coalesce massive amounts of ether for an overcharged scouring light that pierces right through where the monster once was. Indeed, Chloe. I turn to Hank. What was that? Shadow stalkers, he says. Creatures that hide in the darkness, using additional stealth techniques to disguise themselves before striking unseen. Not particularly powerful individually, but even a strong individual is vulnerable in their vital areas when caught off guard. Individually, you say, Chloe says. Does that mean that these creatures hunt in numbers? Yes and no. No, in the sense that they are not like ants or bees. Nor are they creatures that hoard together and try to stampede their prey. Yes, in the sense that they have enough communication and pack tactics to work in groups. I'm guessing territorial as well, I say. I'm hardly a zoologist, so I can't say for sure. Though, just from the name, I wouldn't assume that these creatures will leave us alone just because we take a different path. So we stay on our guard and keep all our senses and wits about us. I say, That would be wise. After the first Shadowstalker incident, we proceed through the next portion of the dungeon in relative peace, tracing the shoreline of the bubbling lake toward a large cave within a cave on the far shores. It's unnaturally quiet, a sure sign that we're still being watched from the shadows. Much like Hank claimed earlier, these creatures have some sort of stealth skill that mutes their presence in my Valkyrian's perception. Now that I know what to look for, I can vaguely make their silhouettes out. Even still, their appearance is blurred and distorted, in contrast to the clarity I perceive when gazing upon Chloe. Despite their numbers, they make no move against us, content just to watch. Part of me wants to believe that they realize they are outmatched, that they've realized that they're outmatched and are avoiding us. But my gut screams otherwise, based on what Hank said. They are cunning and crafty. I'm expecting a trap, and preparing countermeasures. I'll take the lead, I say. Hank, can you serve as the rear guard? What are you planning? Sarah, and don't say the answer is nothing. I know that look in your eyes. Let's just say that I have a feeling there's a trap in the vicinity. I'd rather that I be caught in it than one of you two. That damn selfless gene from the Seraphina data. Dad, Chloe says. It's more than just a feeling, but I don't need any shadow stalkers who might understand English to get the idea that I'm planning a counter trap. There's a treasure chest 110 feet in front of me, practically blazing in my vision, along with 4 of these lurkers waiting nearby, definitely armed, definitely going to try to ensnare me the moment I try to get that sweet loot. But I don't like being watched like this. I'd rather not have them cause any problems when we get to the floor boss. Time to finally bring this damn farce to an end. 333-450 for Ancient Lake 3. Wait, Sarah, Hank says as I approach the shining chest. That's the most obvious trap in the history of traps. I don't think so. I say, it's too obvious. And I think this is exactly the sort of situation where we'd fall for some reverse psychology and ignore a bunch of loot. You know, the whole reason why we came to this dungeon in the first place. Or have we forgotten? Seraphina, Hank calls out. I must insist that you stop this at once. These aren't some garden variety monsters. They are clever, capable of using tools, planning in advance, and adapting their tactics to the demonstrated abilities of their enemies. I don't think so, Hank, but I would ask that since you are so worried about this, to please stand back and make sure that nothing tries anything out of the ordinary. You're sure about this? Chloe asks. Defiant Spirit got a couple of new upgrades when I ascended. Love, I am confident against these mooks. All right, I trust you. But the moment I sense you're in danger, I'm getting you out of there. Chloe, please. Talk some sense into Seraphina before she gets us all killed, Hank shouts. I don't think it's going to do us any good, Chloe says, playing her part perfectly. She's fond of a particular saying, not taking any risks is itself taking a risk. Considering that mindset, I think it would be best if we focus on keeping all of us alive rather than trying to reason Seer out of this. Damn it all, Hank mutters. We're going to have a long talk about listening to your father when we get done with all this. He shakes his head. Just do whatever it is you're going to do and let's get this over with. Sorry, Hank. I don't have the ability to communicate telepathically with you, but I do know that deceiving one's allies is a necessary step to convincingly deceive one's enemies. I hope you'll forgive me for this. If not, well, I at least hope that you won't get too mad at Chloe over it. I approach the chest. Not even a basic lock on it. Poor form. Make me waste a bit of time and ether if you're going to go through all the motions of setting this up in advance. Let's see here. 1, 2. Minus one of them with sights on me. Plus this glyph on the ground that's probably going to trap me in here the moment I close the circuit by opening the chest. I gaze down at the matrix. Rudimentary. The sort of thing I would have thrown together 3 months ago. I can't feel too bad for them, though. They are trying to kill us. After all, sure enough, the trap springs once I activate it. It would have been so easy to deactivate it first. But I can't exactly snare myself a wannabe fisherman if I don't first take the bait so generously offered. Shadows snake around my limbs, climbing up my legs and attempting to grab hold of my arms. I stab at them with my sword staff, who is currently chastising me for my hubristic arrogance just like Hank. Sure enough, now that I appear sufficiently ensnared and definitely vulnerable to enemy attack, These damn stalkers are making their move. 13 of them in total, all charging at me from every direction. Vaguely simian in shape and size. Chloe is charging in, and her mirage swords actually do some good damage, cutting the strands of darkness as fast as they come. Meanwhile, Hank's tactics are practiced, clean and efficient. He makes no flashy display, no bellowing war cry, just tiny movements of his hands and controlled movements of his body as he dodges and works to wrest control of the shadows from their caster. The two of them do good work, and as strong as each of them is, they are able to fend the attackers off for the time being. However, the tyranny of numbers once again factors in, and with me allegedly curled off and supposedly unable to make a move, the trap trying to stifle my ether and constrict my body, they are growing bolder. Their previously defensive, watchful tactics have given themselves to unbridled frenzy as they sense blood in the water. I grin. Big mistake. It takes only a moment to let the power of defiant spirit burn forth. Even now, I don't understand the exact mechanism by which such passive skills operate, but the effect is undeniable. As I beckon my ether, it falls back under my control, seemingly sentient and eager to help me push free of these fragile bonds. The shadowy snakes that have wound around my legs and torso loosen, repelled by my own magic. Before the first cut them loose with a small blade of light ether, a subtle but potent use of elemental ether strike. I place my hand on the outer encirclement devised as a secondary mechanism to keep me trapped. And even without even casting, I can already feel it wavering. Perhaps ether really is sentient enough to feel fear. Or maybe I'm just projecting my own glee onto it. A simple push is all it takes, and then I'm free and ready to leap into the flight. Wings spread and swordstaff in hand. An angel of death ascending upon all those who dare attack me and mine. I propel myself forward with swordstaff outstretched, cutting these damnable wraiths with the light of the fallen angel. My elemental ether strikes combine with Chloe's radiant purge as together we bring the light of cleansing judgment to these lurkers of the dark. It takes barely a minute. All of those skills and points these shadow stalkers have in trap-making and stealth don't do a damn thing when they're caught horribly outmatched and being slaughtered like the scurrying plague rats they are. 11 corpses dissolving into ether, their strength fueling our advancement. I guess the other 2 of them got away. Maybe they'll show some of that intelligence Hank vouched for them, and tell their comrades to leave us be. Maybe they'll prove as unwise as their hunting party was and bring back more little bags of experience. After everything with Renault and still feeling that lingering dread and anger at Mom's kidnapping, I could use the thrill of battle to soften my nerves. Either way, I would win. As soon as the battle is over, Chloe heals our wounds and then proceeds to enter a trance to rejuvenate her ether. Hank's livid expression explains why she's taking the time for a brief trance. I suppose every bird must eventually come home to roost. Seraphina Mortensen. He says in that livid parental way. What the fuck were you thinking? That's what, I sigh. He might as well be about ready to pull a scroll out of his inventory with the words Riot Act emblazoned upon the sides. Sorry, Hank, but just because you were responsible for cloning me doesn't mean that you get to just automatically call yourself my father. And just because you're older doesn't mean you get to talk down to me like I'm a child. I have some skills that passively negate power suppression and mind alteration effects, as well as anything that restricts my freedom of movement. I have plenty of practice with the unlocked glyph hell. It was the first one I ever learned and used. This confrontation was going to come sooner or later, Hank, and I wanted to make damn sure that it happened when we wanted it to, not when they decided to spring it on us. And you didn't think to tell us this. Why, since when did you declare yourself the leader here? I told Chloe telepathically. So it wasn't us. Just you single quotes. Another skill. No, I won't go into more detail. As for the why, think about it. We get a hologram from another plane of reality, and they just so happen to speak perfect modern English. I call bullshit. There's clearly some translation glyph at play. And if they knew it in the other reality, what makes you think these shadow stalkers don't and can? That demon Fornieth sure as hell did, and I doubt it was native to this world, at the very least. You insinuated that they are clever enough to recognize human activity. In short, it was a trap, just like I said it was. And you played your part perfectly. So, just because it all ended well, I'm going to stop you right there. Hank, I glare back at him. I am grateful to you for saving us back there with Daryl. I appreciate all the advice and information you've shared with us, but we are allies. I am not your subordinate, and I do not follow your orders. How dare you talk back to a dad? Stop it. Chloe's words carry only the tone of finality. Chloe, this doesn't concern you. Now, Sera, father. Chloe's eyes narrow slightly as she again interjects. Is this not exactly what we were just talking about with Mom? Not acting on your own and assuming you know better. I agree, Chloe. It was irresponsible for Sera to act on her own initiative. Hence why I need to gain what else? Dad, from the tone of the admonishment and the way Hank shrinks at Chloe's words, I think a bystander could have easily gotten the impression that she was the parent and Hank was the child, rather than the other way around. And I need to do better about respecting my kids' autonomy and trust them now that they're adults. Hank shakes his head. I'm sorry for my outburst. Pushing the issue further would only stoke further animosity. And it's not like I actively want the father of my girlfriend to hate me. So, I relent. I apologize as well. I would have informed you in advance. Had there been an opportunity to tell you about my plan without risking the cover I was trying to present. Apology accepted, Hank says. At least we shouldn't have to worry about any more of them showing up for the time being. They are cowards at heart. Chloe turns to her father. Let me guess, you have skills that allow you to counter their detection abilities and move through this floor unbothered. No, Hank says. I'm actually able to mimic my presence to fool them into thinking I'm one of them. They don't rely on sight or sound to perceive the outside world, but instead their connection to the shadows all around us. I've figured out that if I do the same, those creatures don't bother me. Convenient. Less convenient is the fact that we probably won't find much in the way of treasure after that little ruckus. I can't imagine, after so convincingly defeating such a mass of enemies, that anything else is going to willingly hand its life to us on a silver platter. Alas, though I expect the best stuff to be on the final level of the dungeon. How much further until we arrive? And should we expect anything else to block our path? Not much. And I doubt it. I've never encountered anything of particular note, other than the boss. I would offer you girls a hint, but I'm sure you'll do fine. Getting you both stronger is the other reason we're here, is it not? I nod in affirmation. Even from here, a couple miles away, I can already sense the surging ether from the next boss. This enemy feels like a huge challenge. Even better than the last one, and yet, Hank apparently managed to defeat it as well. I do hope to see the depths of his own capabilities one day, to give me that much more inspiration to surpass him. For now, though, I flicker through the notifications from the previous fights and dismiss them. If only to get that nagging pinging out of the back of my mind before we begin. You have slain 12 Shadow Stalkers levels ranging from 60 to 265. You have gained a boosted 185,000 experience. Level 73. Experience 8,414,544. To next. 18,056 current stats. Health 11,494. 15,067. Ether 6,891 to 11. Current stats. Strength 320 to base 134. Speed 312 base 130. Vitality 401 base 167. Mind 518 base 330 for 4.55. Ancient Lake 4. A giant crocodile isn't the oversized T-Rex I was expecting as a boss monster from a dungeon modeled very loosely on a prehistoric wildscape. But, given that crocodilians have persisted, more or less unchanged evolutionarily, for over 300 million years, it is an appropriate boss fight. Well, Sera, I would wish you both good luck. But I know you can handle this, Hank says. I'm honestly not sure if he means it sincerely or if this is his way of getting back at me after rebuffing him earlier. For Chloe's sake, and for the harmony of our adventuring party, I choose to let the possible insult slide right off me as Chloe and I enter the fray. A mouthful of 666 teeth, each as big as my head, champs in rapid succession, sending my blood boiling. Excitement and anticipation for battle empowering me, and fortunately, despite its size and strength it bolstered further by skills, I have to assume I'm not gaining the effects of Morningstar's triumph. So its level does not exceed my own. Its speed, however, does. even factoring in the boost I'm gaining from Saintus's blessing. One thing I've learned about stats is that the absolute gains progress sublinearly the higher those stats rise. Moving from 10 speed to 20 is a larger absolute difference in one's running speed than going from 20 to 30, which is itself larger than moving from 30 to 40. It seems to vary proportionately to the square root of the stat, although there's a lot of imprecision on that. The other problem is that stats can only buttress what's already there, though equipment, training, skills, and other magic can influence and augment what's there as well. And, as it turns out, a massive 12-foot tall, 100-foot long crocodile has a lot more there to work with. Aerial combat is the logical solution. But I have a gut feeling that this creature too has some sort of anti-air defenses. Anything this strong must. It wouldn't be a level 70 floor boss if it could be so easily cheesed. And I'm getting a gut feeling that the second I try something funny in the air, it's going to be on me like the 200 tons of muscle it is. Thankfully, I do have Dimensional Rift at my disposal. The problem is that I'm sitting at just over half my maximum ether and slipping into subspace will drain it fast. A protracted brawl will not be to our advantage. I need to finish this quickly. And I have an idea, though an ugly one. Chloe, I need you to heal me, refresh my cloister, and be prepared to heal me again the second I return from subspace. Probably multiple times. What are you? Is that even going to work? I don't see why not. And if it doesn't actually, regardless of whether it does or not, I have an extra chance, so to speak. Damn it. Zero, when are you going to stop being so reckless? Maybe Dad was right about you. At the very least, have you at least considered any other option that doesn't lead to you maiming your body right past your limits and into the penumbra of death? I used Dimensional Rift to warp away from the enclosing maw about ready to swallow me whole and crush me between for tons of thick muscle. Do you have a better idea? I can't keep dodging forever and we're not doing enough damage to slow it down. Guessing Hank has some sort of way to use his shadows to sneak his way inside this creature and take apart its internal organs that way. But neither of us have that ability. If it's possible to do so with glyphs alone, I couldn't even fathom how complex that must be. Chloe hesitates for a moment, throwing around scouring lights from her aerial position while I keep the beast distracted and on me. No, she says shakily, I know you're reckless and I can't think of a better plan than that. But please, try to avoid taking any unnecessary risks. I'll try. I say. One instant, I'm slipping away from the beast's next charge. The next, I'm reaching into my pouch and drawing out a large ether canister to replenish a small amount of my reserves. Every bit helps. I'm going to need to keep us in subspace as long as I can. Philia vanishes back into my inventory as I steel myself for the tortuous session to come. By now, the beast has grown wary to my warping shenanigans and approaches with a degree of caution. These creatures are not sapient, but they still possess enough intelligence to make the sort of basic calculations and try to judge how I'm going to dodge and where I'll next appear. I wouldn't be surprised if it has some way to detect the spatial ripples that precede such a shift. This time, however, I dodge in the conventional sense, and due to a deviation from the previous norm, I'm actually able to escape the maw of death by the skin of my teeth, making my way past the tooth-lined defenses and right onto the top of the creature's mouth. It thrashes about in an obvious attempt to dislodge me, but with my ability to fly, I'm able to keep myself in range without exposing myself to inordinate danger as I gather all my ether and prepare to shift. Reality departs as I drag the crocodile beast with me into the next layer of reality. Even before I fully step into subspace, pain starts shooting through me, some sort of Pavlovian response to being in this surreal and inhospitable plane. The actual injuries don't take too long to start accumulating. At first, they don't last for too long. Saintus's cloister somehow works to patch up and repair the internal injuries I accumulate just the same as it would for any external damage sustained. But the pain comes soon, and it only intensifies. The one saving grace among all the agony is that the 6 levels I've gained since learning Dimensional Slip have had a small but noticeable effect on my bodily constitution and my ability to withstand these environs. And it's that raw level gap, only 3 by my intuition, that I'm trying to directly exploit. Stats and other skills be damned. The creature roars in agony, or at least tries to in the soundless void its first mistake. Without air, without oxygen, Its gasps of pain only intensify the damage subspace inflicts upon its form. I too struggle. All that exertion is making my blood boil, and I desperately fight against my bodily urge to take a breath. Rather than gasping for air which won't come, I just slowly exhale, trying to vent a little bit of the carbon dioxide slowly accumulating and sending the burn of carbonic acid searing my lungs from the inside. My vision blurs, both from my eyes being dissolved by the anti-life properties of subspace and from the lack of oxygen and its effects on my brain. 10 seconds, then 11. Each one filled with intensifying pain that doesn't relent for an instant. I can scarcely feel my limbs anymore. I don't know if they even still exist, for I can't see either way. Only my consciousness itself and my rapidly depleting health are proof that I'm still alive. And as the latter drops to zero and starts dropping in the negatives, I'm no longer sure about that either. But the damage is adding up to the enemy as well. I can no longer see it, but I can sense its ether dropping like a stone, and I can feel its sizzling lifeblood on my fraying form. I too wish to scream, to make the pain stop. Only death defied, and my indomitable hatred for the system and desire to wrest myself from its yoke once and for all spur me onward and help me cling to life and sanity in this wretched abyss far worse than mere hell, right up until my ether too reaches zero and I'm forced back into conventional space. Chloe's magic regrows my atrophied limbs and restores my slurried organs to a working state. I gasp as soon as my lungs are regrown enough for me to do so. My heart begins pumping blood once more through muscles which again have physical form, and my overwhelming agony is replaced with the lightheadedness that comes with being healed by so many spells in so short a time. I really wish I had the etheric self-repair skill I had in my old life. Though the regeneration-boosting effect of Valkyrion's body helps a small amount, tears are in Chloe's eyes as she stares into my own, now again working properly. A few blinks to adjust my mind to the restored perception. I'm sure this must have been absolutely torturous for her as well, to see my body reduced to the state of having negative 8,000 health. Little more than an animated husk kept in motion by sheer willpower. If there were another way that could have reasonably worked to take care of the monster, I definitely would have done so. Sorry, Chloe, I say. I'll apologize again later. But the fight's not quite over yet. Another thing I've learned about transporting objects and living beings into subspace is that, unlike with my inventory, they don't stay there. If I pull myself back into conventional space and don't do the same for those I travel with, said things will only remain in subspace for a few seconds before being forcibly ejected back to conventional space as well. I suppose it would be too easy to just throw enemies into the garbage dump and wipe my hands clean of them. The giant monster emerges back onto the battle arena. Though in its current state, I'm surprised it hasn't died already. Maybe it's like me, having some sort of skill that allows it to remain tethered to life despite its torn body, exposed flesh, and the fact that it seems to literally be collapsing under its own weight. It seems to be trying to breathe and is now succeeding, if only barely. Poor creature, getting stuck fighting against the two of us. Unfortunately, I'm not able to put it out of its misery, instead having to float in the air with Chloe to help me as I slowly recuperate my ether and regain the ability to fly under my own power. The creature does demonstrate the expected anti-air ability, and a horrific one at that, literally leaping dozens of feet into the air with an alacrity unbefitting of such monstrous girth. Fortunately, its movements are sluggish and telegraphed, and its aerial maneuverability absolute S, allowing Chloe to dodge the occasional attack even while carrying around the currently useless hunk of flesh and metal that is yours truly. The battle comes to a close not with a bang, but with a whimper. The movements of the crocodilian behemoth come to a halt as whatever skill it was using to keep itself alive through such tortuous conditions expires and it finally releases its grip on life. I exhale deeply, only to have my momentary collapse be stopped by the addicting surge of new power rushing through me. Another level gained, and finally, a chance to take a breather. Right after whatever chastisement Hank has for me, Seraphina Mortensen, Hank says, I'm not going to pry into your life or skills, and I'm not going to demand you tell me all the details of your plan, or more likely, lack thereof. However, for the sake of strategy on the next floor, I need to know exactly how much damage you can take and still survive wounds that should have been physically unsurvivable. I can't. It's a skill, but it comes with costs and restrictions. I can't use it consecutively. That's all I can say, however. Without enough speed to outrun the creature, or the ability to make yourself intangible and attack the creature from the inside as you implied you could. I judged the only reliable way of winning the fight was to drag that beast to an environment more inhospitable to it than it was to me. Hank actually chuckles. You are reckless, Sarah, but I can't deny that your methods were effective. With that said, there is still a line between your cavalier approach to your health and gross negligence for no gain, and I can tell that you are in no position to fight further for the time being. As such, we shall rest until we are prepared for the final trial. Let us take 2 hours. I shall stand guard in the meantime. You have slain Delorth, Primordial Crocodile level 70. You have gained a boosted 333,333 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 74. Strength come 1, Vitality come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level ran 13 equals 412. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 290 level. 74. Experience, 8,747,877. To next, 61,308 current stats. Health, 5,378. 15,479 ether. 401 11s. Current stats. Strength, 320 for base, 135. Speed, 338 base, 141. Vitality, 403 base, 168. Mind, 518 base. Your Dimensional Rift rank 4 has upgraded to Dimensional Rift rank VI. Your Dimensional Slip rank 4 has upgraded to Dimensional Slip rank VI. 335 4. 56 Ancient Lake 5. Credit where credit is due. 2 hours of rest do my flagging body a lot of good. I don't think anything short of a full night's rest is going to truly get me back close to 100%, but some light activity, mostly making notes on my glyphs for my Evotech and Spellcraft class, is enough to curb my lightheadedness and reduce the lingering phantom pain to some dull aches. Thanks to the sacrificial transference property of Angelic Bond, coupled with my natural regeneration, I'm now sitting around 3/4 of my maximum ether reserves. Despite the soul-searing torment I suffered earlier, I'm only too eager to leap back into the fray. I know full well what awaits us in less than a month, and I will be damned to the deepest abyss if I don't endure everything I can survive if it'll increase our chances of coming out alive at the end of it all. Hey, Dad, Chloe says. There's something I don't understand. If you don't mind, go ahead. I can't promise I can answer, but I will if I can. It's just, I know from experience and from all the compiled evidence on the system that the classes we're offered are reflections of what we've done and who we are at the deepest level. I guess I'm just wondering what about your Shadow Walker class spoke to you. I've spent my entire adult life working in the shadows. Everything I've done these past 22 years has involved clandestine operations. I've even gone so far as to deceive my own wife, experimenting on my daughters without their knowledge or consent. Is it any wonder I was given a class all about hiding in the background and manipulating battles from the shadows? He huffs. I guess I owe you another apology, Sarah, this time for being a damn hypocrite. What's done is done, I say, even if I do appreciate the apology. With that said, do you have any intelligence about the 3rd floor? Things we should prepare for or be aware of. Temperature, he says. This floor is just a bubbling lake surrounded by relatively temperate conditions. The next one will feel like stepping into a sauna. Steam thick like pea soup fuck, with a temperature hot enough to start cooking you alive. I know you have perception skills that will help you, but Chloe, you may have some trouble. Chloe's eyes briefly glow. I don't have eyes as sharp as Sarah's, but they're good enough to see through non-magical fuck. We take every reasonable precaution. I haven't been through the final floor myself beyond a brief survey of the area, so I cannot guarantee its safety or speak to specific threats beyond those just described. So, what do you think? I ask Hank. Despite everything, I do value his opinion. I'm just not going to subordinate myself to his or anyone else's orders without a reason more substantial than because I said so. Should we try to bumrush the boss and get out of there quickly before the effects of the dungeon compound upon us? Or go slowly and methodically? No, we proceed cautiously, Hank reiterates. The level of the normal enemies is likely to be approaching 70. And the boss is likely right at 70-5. We explore, we hunt for materials, and we retreat at the first sign of danger one of us doesn't feel we're equipped to handle. His eyes narrow as the weight of his gaze falls upon me. I trust you are going to be fine with that much, at least, of course. I'd roll my eyes. Except he actually has a good point. I take the lead as we descend down the cavern and enter the final stretch of the dungeon. Just as Hank said, the temperature rises and steam starts to fill the narrow stairwell descending into hell. But, in contrast to his warnings about the oppression I'd feel and the strength I'd feel slowly diminished as heat takes its toll upon me, I feel strangely comfortable. The heat has never bothered me much. I've always liked my showers near scalding. And now, with the crimson heart aligning my ether toward the element of fire, it seems my resistance to heat, and maybe cold, has increased that much further. How are you holding up? I ask Chloe. She grabs a bottle of water from her inventory and takes a sip before vanishing it back away. I don't find it quite as pleasant as you do, but I should be fine as long as we're not in here for an exorbitant amount of time. I am the same as her, Hank says. Though it may be worse for the two of us once the fighting starts, I hope you will take that into consideration when making those reckless plans of yours. He purses his lips. The small tunnel opens up into what appears to be the true ancient lake. One of roiling magma flows rather than water. There are pots of hardened stone. And just to ensure we won't end up trapped behind a river of lava, I try flying to confirm that the ability still remains functional. No, Hank says. I cannot fly myself. But do not concern yourself with that. I am quite capable of extricating myself from perilous situations. As he says this, his right hand seems to melt, turning black as night, matching the color of his robes, which I still think look a bit silly on him. But it's not like I have any grounds to stand on regarding fashion. So, I wisely keep my mouth shut. Soon after we reach the main area of the dungeon, we're assailed by a giant rock monster. No head, just a massive torso, to stubby arms, and a small body supported by legs that should be far too frail to support so much weight. Little veins of crimson and gold line its exterior, pulsing with magma as its blood. I stand between the stone golem and Chloe and Hank, but I don't make a move. I take a defensive posture, my sword staff in front of me, ready to parry and count in whatever direction is necessary. I'd like to avoid slipping into subspace if at all avoidable. My body still isn't back at 100%. There might be some spatial sickness that I'm not aware of and isn't being reflected in my health. Maybe Chloe would know my status is showing no abnormalities, but perhaps her magic can peer deeper at it. The creature before us has no eyes, but I can sense it looking at me, analyzing me, determining how it wants to attack. I keep my senses sharp and focused, watching for any signs that an attack might be incoming. The lava flows to my right aren't behaving erratically, nor can I feel the vibrations that would signal it is trying to move the dirt around me. Chloe attacks first, throwing a mirage sword toward it with tremendous speed. It impales the creature before falling to the ground. The sword is now but a broken knife that winks out of existence, and the hardy chest of the 15-foot-tall beast is completely unaffected. Damn, Chloe mutters. Not a scratch from that. Probably a strong armored shell with shielding skills. Magic might be more effective. Or it may have a weakness somewhere, between its legs, perhaps. Or maybe on its reverse. I might be able to probe for it with my own skills. But the two of you will have to defend until then. I'd like another chance, if you don't mind. Chloe steps in front of me, swords drawn. Sarah, make sure nothing else interferes in my fight. Are you sure? Hank asks. You should. His eyes twitch to the side. Are you confident in whatever it is you're about to do? You are our healer, and therefore the most important person in this group. Sarah got to have all the fun in the last fight. Now it's my turn to demonstrate what I can do. Realization hits me as I remember her last fight. Are you going to try that again? Chloe only smiles. I'll need a couple of minutes, but I promise you, Dad, the results will be worth it. I smile. Blink and you might miss it. Chloe grins. She walks toward the stone beast, both swords at her side, and begins channeling ether into them. The beast raises one of its arms, sending chunks of volcanic rock out of the air and turning the flattish battlefield into a rugged arena with jagged stone outcroppings. More chunks of rock materialize in the air above. Coalesced ether from this monster given physical form. Chloe maintains her distance. Her swords begin to glow as she builds up the power necessary to use lightspeed slash. All the while, she's keeping her distance. Stone rains down upon her. She blocks what attacks she can and heals off the damage from the rest, though not before a few drops of blood smear onto her orside armor. Blood which then pulls back into droplets and starts oozing back into her wounds before healing over as though time itself reversed at her command. How is she doing that? Hank asks. She's healing herself. All without casting a spell. I'd wonder if she has some sort of potion of regeneration, but I've never heard of one lasting this long. A skill she got a couple weeks ago, just before her second ascension. Only she knows the exact details of how it works. I suppose I was correct after all, Hank says. A bit too proud for my taste. And trusting the future to the potential the two of you have was the right course of action. It's not about whatever manipulations you did, I say. It's Chloe's determination to keep moving forward and carve her own path in this new life and world we've been given. I think we all have that kind of potential buried within us. It just takes a certain strength of will to harness it. I'll accept that, Hank says. So, how much longer until she makes her move? I can't imagine she plans to just dodge forever. Shouldn't be much longer. Look at how brightly her swords are shining now. I'd say maybe 5 or 10 more seconds. She breathes slowly and methodically, neither losing her focus nor succumbing to the thrill of battle. Every move is calculated and precise, not wasting any of her limited stamina as she continues to circle around the monster before her. Never does she let the creature get too close, nor does she allow herself to be boxed in between the beast and the raised stones it keeps summoning out of the slurry beneath. Chloe mumbles under her breath, though I can perceive her words through the movement of her lips. I've always been considered weak, frail, short, a spoiled rich kid. Just a pretty face who had everything handed to her on a silver platter. I've heard it said so many times in so many different ways that I've started believing it for myself. Worst of all, there was a certain truth behind their words, even if I didn't realize how easy I had it at the time. But I refused to continue to be weak. Not anymore. Now that I've seen some of the horrors of the world, people with horrible diseases tearing their bodies apart, victims of horrific tragedies. Families torn apart by monsters straight out of a horror movie. In order to protect my family, my friends, and those who come to me for protection and healing, I have to be strong. Strong enough to stand tall and face down whatever comes my way. Watch me. Sarah, my love. See that. Whatever horrors await you on your journey, I will stand right there by your side and shoulder them all the same. Not because of destiny or data, but because that is what I choose to do of my own free will. Chloe's entire body glows with a blinding radiance that forces me to look away, though, isn't phased out the next moment. She appears behind the monster, though in her case, she hasn't teleported. The roar of the beast and the sound of crumbling stones falling back to the ground give way to silence, and then to quiet footsteps. Chloe walks back toward us, uninjured but fatigued, holding a pulsing red crystal that slowly fades in color. I think this might have been its heart, she says nonchalantly. I noticed it as I cut through the creature's armor, so I grabbed it. I figured it might make for a good crafting material when we're done here. Yeah, Hank says. I imagine it probably will. Do you still feel well enough to keep going? Or are you ready to turn back? Just a bit of mild ether strain, Chloe says. Nothing that won't take care of itself in short order. Besides, Dad, we still haven't gotten a good chance to see what you can do, Seraphina. I have a few more stories that I'd like to recommend to those who are enjoying Project Seraphina. Almond of a Bluebell. The Demon Queen wants to live Aetheris of Blood. I've personally been enjoying all 3 of these, and feel that there's likely substantial audience overlap with Seraphina. 336 4. 57 Ancient Lake VI. Hank steps forward into the next portion of the cavern, with the two of us following a few paces behind. A smaller, weaker version of the monster Chloe just fought appears before us. Chloe, still worn out from her attack, stands with one of her 2 longswords buried into the ground as a makeshift cane, while I stand beside her, ready to leap to her defense at a moment's notice. I regret to inform you that none of my techniques are so flashy as what you two have managed to gain for yourselves. I cannot accelerate myself and strike with the speed and momentum of pure light, nor can I bend space itself to my whim and slip into the boundary between the dimensions. Instead, I prefer subtlety and subterfuge. He takes a deep breath, but otherwise remains motionless as the rock beast sizes him up. 12 feet and dozens of tons of rock pulsing with magmatic force. Looking down upon not quite 6 feet of a man whose form grows fuzzy and indistinct as it seems to melt into its environment. When I look upon him through Valkyrian's perception, pain wells up in my eyes and brain, as though both are recoiling at the prospect of seeing something not meant to be seen. "Are you okay, love?" Chloe asks. "Your father seems to have a rather nasty anti-perception skill." I seem to be getting a feedback loop from trying to understand it. "You know, Sarah, it's a little funny. 2 months ago, I would have told you to stop hurting yourself like this. Now, however, after seeing everything you keep putting yourself through, and the fact that you keep doing it again and again, I think you might be a real masochist." "Wait, what?" I gasped. "I don't necessarily like that sort of thing, but for you, I will try to set my personal preferences aside and work with your kinks." I don't mean," Chloe pokes my shoulder. "I kid, but in all seriousness, I know trying to ask you to not hurt yourself while testing out your skills and abilities is a futile effort. And frankly, considering that your methods have proven effective, I don't know if I would. You know, be careful, else you might die for real, beyond even my power to bring you back from the abyss of death." "Thanks, Chloe. I'm more thankful every day to have you standing by my side. It's a struggle to try to make out anything Hank is doing on the field of battle. So far as my eyes are trying to tell me, he's just standing there motionless while the beast throws random attacks at him from every direction. Random attacks that phase right through his apparent form, a form which, so far as I can tell, is completely identical to his normal body and possessing the same shape, the same concentration of ether emanating outward. If not for the tiny strip of ether and shadow that connects his soul to the shell he's constructed, one deliberately and painstakingly obfuscated at that, I wouldn't have noticed he had done anything at all." "So what happens now?" Chloe asks. "He's not doing anything but standing there and dodging. He's definitely doing something. Some combination of skills that masks his true presence while creating an illusion from shadows to serve as a decoy." "That's just a shadow. I'm guessing he has 3 or 4 skills all working in tandem to create this effect. Maybe a couple of those skills have fused together, maybe not. Your Valkyrian's perception rank X has upgraded to Valkyrian's perception rank 12. And that's the other reason why my psyche has taken a turn for the masochistic. How could it not? Whenever bringing my body to the brink of death and then healing it only makes me stronger and better equipped to protect those I care about from the next threats to emerge." Maybe Chloe is right, and there are going to be a lot more people with some interesting quirks, so to speak, in the coming months and years. Hank's true form appears in my perception for a fraction of a second, materializing on the reverse of the monster's torso. A brief groan from said monster, and then again, nothing. Perhaps there is some weakness on its back that could have been exploited. I pose the question to Chloe, who answers with a shrug. "No. Lightspeed / doesn't seem to care all that much about the target's defenses. We should probably make sure it can't be blunted aside by a simple mirror, though. Actually, it might be nice if it could. I could think of some ways to bypass enemy defenses if I could. Say, reflect myself off a large standing mirror that you keep in your inventory. Maybe the reflect glyph itself would work. I'd like to test it out, except I'm not keen on getting cut in half." Chloe glares at me. For no reason, which, okay, fair enough, this is a reason, but it wouldn't be leading to my sigh. "Sure, we'll test it out. Just please try not to remove anything vital. It doesn't exactly feel amazing, you know." Could have fooled me. Our banter is interrupted by the sound of the creature roaring, though said noises are less roars and more pain whimpers. Whatever Hank did a moment ago has taken effect, and the creature is disintegrating from the inside, apparently. Its body appears, through my skills, to be hollow and losing mass rapidly as its body is carved apart and its internals turned into so much dust and paste. This is in accordance with how I believed Hank would fight, given what he'd demonstrated to this point. But the reality of the situation is far worse. Being hollowed out and having one's insides ground to dust. all while still remaining technically alive and with a mind capable of recognizing what's going on. I suppose I have a notion of what it feels like after my fight with Delortha, but being reduced to such a state is a haunting feeling, imagining the same thing, only without knowing I have someone available to heal me after, is its own special brand of horror. Hank reappears next to us, a solemn gaze upon his face. His double remains visible, and the creature continues to attack it with weakened strikes that reflect the fact that it is only alive by a technicality and its own mind trying to move in spite of its brain and its body. This too gives out, and within 10 seconds, the creature collapses, lifeless and motionless. Interesting, I said. I had imagined you'd fight with shadows directly, using them like whips and dissolving your body in order to prevent damage from physical attacks. I did not realize how many anti-perception skills you had and how you would use them to disorient your opponent. Although I am curious, if you don't mind sharing, exactly what did you do to the creature to attack it from the inside? A small crack in the creature's back. I suspect some sort of stoma-like structure to allow it to exchange and absorb air or magma or whatever other substances it relies on to fuel its biology. Once I was able to attach my shadows to it, it was a matter of burrowing inside until I found the heart, and then cracking it. Far more efficient than trying to cut right through the heart and hold out. Unfortunately, that comes at the cost of not actually being able to harvest the heart. He turns back away from us and begins toward what seems to be our destination, a large stone temple of some sort. Though why the system put such a structure in place, I cannot say. He does his best not to show any sign of discomfort, but I can tell from the sound of his breathing and the near imperceptible limp in his gait that he's suffering from mild ether strain as a result of that display, and the lack of the shadow field he's been using since we left the laboratory this morning, which might also be contributing to the fatigue. It may not have won any hype competitions against our flashier skills, but it wasn't nearly as efficient as he liked to present it. You think we're going to be assailed by more of these creatures en route to the temple? Chloe asks. Not likely, Hank says, not turning around. I don't sense any more of them approaching. Do you? I don't, I say. If anything, they are staying away. It's almost like they've decided not to impede our progress, but instead invite us directly into the main area. I'm guessing it's a trap, and I'm certainly not one to deny such a welcoming invitation. No, you certainly are not, Sarah, Hank says. But can we please formulate an actual plan this time? Preferably one that doesn't involve layers of deceiving me. I will take the front, Chloe says. No, I say. Hank is right about at least one thing. You are the healer. And while you have the strongest armor of us, I think I glare at Hank, who says nothing to contradict. So I continue. I also have the highest level, and with that, higher vitality and health. Switching to telepathy, I continue to Chloe alone. Plus, the effects of angelic bond double the efficacy of Saintus's cloister when cast upon me. In short, I believe I can sustain the most damage without dying. I don't have either Seraphina Overlimit or Death Defied available as backups, but the logic holds even in their absence. And I've never been the type to let a little risk slow me down, and as a result, I'm the best front person for the job. Chloe opens her mouth to interject, but Hank stops her. In this case, I believe Sarah is correct. I can understand your desire to prove yourself, but none of us have any more potions of healing on us, and even if we did, the healer must be protected. Once the healer goes down, the rest of the party is not far behind her. My girlfriend opens her mouth to protest, only to close them wordlessly. Then that much is settled, Hank says. Sarah shall serve as our vanguard, and I will continue to act as the rearguard. Now that we've all seen more or less how each other fights and each other's strengths and weaknesses, we can be far more effective as a cohesive party. Do you have any precautions against light magic? I ask. I can't imagine your darkness magic much likes being exposed to it, and I become more vulnerable while in subspace. Since Chloe makes heavy use of the element, if there's any risks, we should be aware of them now. He hesitates for a moment. You're right. Loath though I am to admit it, that's part of the reason I'm feeling more drained than normal. You're allergic to the light, aren't you? I ask. Hence why your laboratory is pitch black. You only appeared in the dead of night, and this entire floor and the magmatic glow of all this molten rock has left you with a limp and feeling queasy. Allergic might not be quite the right word, but that's more or less the lot of it. There will likely be no more morning strolls or lazy beach afternoons for me going forward. I'm so sorry, Dad, Chloe says. Hank just shakes his head. This is the path I walk and the class I chose for myself. If I have any regrets, it's that I have been able to do nearly enough to protect you two. And Lise. But there's no more buts, Hank says, cutting Chloe off with a curt tone. We're here, and it looks like we've got quite the puzzle waiting for us. I look at the underground temple before us. 5 towers still standing, in various states of repair, along with 7 more ruined towers. Surround a grand cathedral 100 feet high at least. On the ground are artifacts of a civilization that appears long gone and probably never existed at all in this world. A relic of another timeline brought to Earth by the system. Nothing of value. I slip on my artificer's glasses to confirm as much, sighing at the lack of additional loot. The main gate leading into the central chamber may be an altar of some sort. Valkyrian's perception avails me not. Is sealed. 5 beacons of energy, 1 each sent from each of the 5. Coalesce at a single point on the large double doors, where the gathered ether then spreads out to form a powerful barrier that prevents access. The barrier seems to be a much stronger version of my repulsion skill, resisting every physical and magical attack I throw at it, although I don't push too hard. So, I suppose we have to clear these many towers to get to the main boss. Chloe asks. That would seem to be the case, Hank says. We should hurry. No. I cut him off. I really don't want to deal with 5 more mini dungeons that are going to take goddesses only know how long to slowly work our way through. So instead, I fly up to the gathering point of the coalesced energy and, with 1200 points of ether behind it, I use the reverse seal glyph I reverse engineered alongside my dimensional seal skill. The barrier shatters into a million pieces, and the door creaks open soon after. I didn't think we had the time for more of that crap, so I took another path. Shall we be on our way? 337 for 0.58 Ancient Lake 7. Well, that flashy little display of yours is certainly a way to deal with the problem, Hank says. Although it would behoove me to mention that skipping those towers means foregoing the potential experience that we would acquire, and the potential treasure. No one said that we couldn't scour the halls for treasure later, I say. I continue before Hank can get a word in. After this boss is taken care of and we get the levels from it. Now, before you say anything, maybe those items we find help us in boss monster eradication. If they exist. However, we're all getting fatigued. You're dealing with early stage light intoxication, for lack of a better term, and the goddesses only know how badly we'll get roughed up while we're fighting in there. No, we should fight the boss now, while we're relatively healthy. Either that, or we turn tail and head back to your lab without clearing the dungeon. Hank pauses for 2 seconds, then shrugs. Much as I don't appreciate the tone, I can't find any fault in your words. Anyway, let's be on our way. We don't make it more than a few steps inside before the door snaps back on us. Maybe I could teleport the 3 of us out if it really came to it. But considering that my body reflexively recoils at the mere thought, I'm filing this under do not open except as an absolute last resort. Pushing the door yields no purchase. It seems that we won't be leaving except by paying the boss a beating. And from Hank's and Chloe's reactions, they've reached the same conclusion. The antechamber is quiet. Far too quiet. Other than footsteps, breaths, and heartbeats. The only other sounds in the room are those of a few large bats flying around near the ceiling. I'd not realized until just now how loud the caverns outside were, with the roiling lava punctuated by the footsteps of those stone beasts that seemed oddly familiar. In fact, in a strange sense of déjà vu, this entire place feels oddly familiar. I've definitely never been here before. I wouldn't have even thought to explore a volcanic cavern in my wildest nightmares. And yet, with each step I take, it all seems like something I once dreamed, or maybe out of a cartoon, and fortunately, I didn't have enough of a grasp on those errant memories to piece them together into anything coherent. In a welcome change of pace from the outside world, the environment is cool and comfortable, at least relatively speaking. Hank looks visibly relieved, though Chloe is doing her best not to show it, even going so far as to obfuscate her feelings through our bond. I can tell she's grateful for the chance to catch her breath in an environment less sticky and far closer to room temperature. I remain unaffected. But the calm before the storm gives me a welcome chance to calm my mind and mentally prepare myself for the battle that surely awaits us. We head up a short flight of stairs and, after a bit of discussion, make our way to the left. No particular reason to go that way other than vague feelings and wealth. Out of the cooling rack and back into the fire, Hank recoils as we step into the room with numerous columns jutting out of a sea of lava that radiates a powerful incandescent glow. He shakes his head. I won't lie to you and say that I'm fine. Just that I won't be too effective in the next fight as I am now. But I will still assist with all the power I can muster. On the opposite side of the chamber is a larger door that looks terribly ornate. It's locked, of course. And then it hits me exactly where I've seen something like this. A lot less chanting than in my memories. Just the quiet din of bubbling magma to fill the air. Normally, it would again require going through a lot more of this temple, and I'm now quite sure it is a temple, and solving a lot of puzzles and just overall eating up a lot of time. Thankfully, locked doors pose less of a blockade and more a slight inconvenience. And this time, just the far easier to cast and less ether-intensive unlock spell is sufficient to bust open the half-ton padlock and enable our entrance into the chamber where I was quite certain at this point we'd find a certain slithering beast waiting for us. Nothing? Hank asks as we enter the boss's chamber. Oh no, I say. Definitely not nothing. The keeper is just sleeping. Shall we pay her a visit? Her, Chloe asks. How are you so sure it's a her? Well, I stammer. Truth be told, I don't know for sure its gender, but I'm pretty sure we're about to fight a dragon. A dragon. Hank and Chloe both say in unison. An actual, honest-to-goodness dragon. Hank continues. I pray to every deity that you are wrong. If you are right, we are fucked. Do you know something special about dragons that we don't? Chloe asks. We've already put down one wyvern, and that was, 35 levels ago. How about that? Yeah, I say, a wyvern. Yes, and a lesser wyvern at that, Hank says. But even comparing a greater wyvern to a true dragon is an insult to the latter. Let us hope, for all our sakes, that we are dealing with one of the lesserkin of such creatures. If we are so fortunate, we just might find a way to survive this fight. It comes, Chloe says. Her hand presses upon me, filling me in the light of Saintess's cloister. Fully healed on top of that, I can now tank a frankly absurd 30,000 points of damage. Plus a trivial but non-zero amount thanks to the accelerated regeneration brought about by Valkyrian's body. Quite frankly, and at the risk of tempting the fates, I was absurdly hard to kill even without my currently inactive skill and trait. Right on cue, with a screeching hiss, the serpentine creature, a 50-foot-long and slender-bodied eastern dragon, rises out of one of the crevices in the chamber. It flies around and begins breathing fire as seemingly all dragons must. I counter it with a watery elemental ether strike. And while we are all spared both the heat and the flames, Hank does not emerge from the onslaught unscathed. Even curled up and cloaked in his umbral mantle, his narrowed eyes and gritted teeth show the full extent of the anguish he experienced just from the flame's scarlet blaze. The dragon sinks back into the lava below, biding its time to strike. But from where will it attack? The thick layer of lava obfuscates my Valkyrian's perception, forcing my eyes to flutter back and forth for any signs of movement rippling upon the surface. Chloe stands at my back, the two of us hovering in midair. Part of my gaze is on Hank. He's definitely not going to have a fun rest of the day after we get done here. We need to finish this fight quickly. I tell Chloe telepathically. No time to drag this out, if we don't want your father to be permanently crippled by the light here. Any ideas on how to fight this serpent dragon? Well, if I had to guess, we need to smash the creature's armored head, then pelt it with our strongest attacks once it does. Sadly, we both have slashing weapons. Sir, Chloe gives me a flat look. Just use the butt end of your sword staff. That is the whole reason why you went with a sword staff, is it not? That and the greater attack range, but yes, I sigh. I'm not confident that it has enough weight behind it to deal the sort of crushing blow we need. But it's the best we have right now. There, Chloe says. In the span of half a second, I turn toward where Chloe is pointing and notice the bulge of lava. But it's just a bubble of trapped gas, popping to the surface with no dragon to follow. Damn, Chloe takes a short breath. Do you think it's just trying to bide its time, knowing that we have to go on the offensive sooner rather than later? Maybe. But I think I can come up with a way that will buy Hank a little more time. Do it. I fly closer to the surface, to the place where Hank is currently curled up, trying to cover his exposed face and hands from the magmatic light. I summon watery sphere and drop it down onto the lava's surface. I wait for seconds with bated breath, watching as a cloud of superheated steam rises to cover my face with a pleasant sensation. And then, to my great relief, it actually works. The magma near Hank cools and hardens, forming a shell that won't stay solid forever, but will buy him, I don't know, minutes, maybe, for us to take the dragon down. Behind you, Chloe shouts. It seems that our scaled friend has taken the bait. For an instant, the serpentine monster rears its ugly armored head out of the ground. I charge toward it, but as expected, it's just a feint. It slips back underground before I can get within half a dozen feet. Behind? No, too obvious. My eyes flicker right. Then I dart left, just in time to catch the monster as it rises once again. Another ruse. And it's back underground yet again. Perhaps, though, I can use the threat of destroying its home to bait it out. Another watery sphere. Another 600 points of ether. And I create another large mass of solid rock on which to stand. Better still, the entire room is dimming just a bit from the slightly lowered overall temperature of the room, turning from a powerful orange to a slightly less bright orange-red. Then another watery sphere. Then another. I can only do this another 10 times. But I don't have to inform our opponent of this limitation. And thanks to Defiant Spirit continuing to grant me complete immunity to ether strain, it won't be able to judge my weakness and intuit my total ether capacity either. It works. And perhaps a little too well for comfort. With another shriek straight out of a horror novel, the lava dragon rises out of the rapidly cooling ground right behind me. Chloe is the first to reach it, diving down at top speed and delivering a pair of stabbing blows right to the small slits the creature has for eyes. That buys me a crucial moment to wind up my own attack. While Ophelia lacks the sheer mass to truly deliver the crushing blow I need, I can substitute more velocity to get the momentum I seek. I charge my impulse glyph and target my arms, waiting until the instant I let loose to send my attack surging forward. To my relief and horror and equal measure, I don't merely smash the metallic carapace on its head. I shatter right through it as though the thing never existed at all, cleave right through its gray matter, and emerge out the other side without so much as slowing down. Chloe attacks once more, and together, the two of us begin unleashing attack after attack toward the beast, dodging every attempt as it tries to bite and thrash and breathe flames upon us. It's not nearly as physically strong as I would have imagined, and it doesn't take long to figure out why. It seemed content earlier to simply wait us out after its initial emergence and flaming breath failed to subdue us. Perhaps it simply uses the hundreds of degrees to cook its fruit alive, relying on fire immunity to wear its meals down before helping itself to dinner. If only we didn't have me, and my ability to use every element, including water. I suspect we too would have fallen victim to that simple but deadly tactic. I should have seen it earlier, long before we had entered the room, but I was too transfixed on what I knew, what I believed would carry over from my memories, so to speak. I couldn't think of any other possibility, and for my hubris, Hank had to suffer so much. I'm going to owe him and Chloe both multiple apologies before this is all said and done. A door behind me opens, leading into the core room. But first, 3 treasure chests await. Seems we might just get some reward for our trouble after all. You have slain Lava Dragon Golwer level 71. You have gained a boosted 280,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 75. Strength come 1, Vitality come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come Rand 1, 3 equals 419. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come Rand 0, 2 equals 290 for level 75. Experience 9,027,877 to next 169,193 current stats. Health 14,957, 15,898 ether, 4,795 11 current stats. Strength 340 to base 140, Speed 349 base, 143. Vitality 417 base, 171. Mind 530 for base. Your Elemental Ether Strike Rank X has upgraded to Elemental Ether Strike Rank X. Your Reconfiguration Rank 12 has upgraded to Reconfiguration Rank 13. 338 for 59 Ancient Lake 8. I cast a darkness spell around Hank the moment the kill notifications finish up, and I've allocated my new stat gains. He gives me a solemn look, but the visible relief he shows as the darkness feeds into his body and replenishes his stamina is a welcome relief to my eyes. To Chloe's as well. She nearly tackles her father, only stopping at the last moment at his sudden recoil. No, dear. His breath is shallow and still pained. Why's your armor? Are you okay? She asks. Should I heal you? And no, Chloe. I'm at my limit for light intoxication. Your healing at this point will only exacerbate things further. But Chloe looks away. I'm sure it can't be easy for her. I might not be particularly close to Hank, but he is her father, and any child seeing her parent in such a state would feel that way. Will it help if I carry you into the court chamber? I ask. I can keep this barrier going a good while longer. Thank you, Sarah. That would help. Why didn't you say something earlier? Chloe asks. We could have. The well of tears streaming down her face prevents her from finishing her sentence. It wasn't bad until we made it into the... Hank's voice is little more than a whisper before he finally passes out from exhaustion. At least his pulse remains strong. I don't think he's in any mortal danger, as long as he's taken somewhere dark as soon as possible to recover. I convey as much to Chloe, though it does little to console her. I'm guessing it was the boss's fire breath, I say to a distraught Chloe. He'd been pacing himself to handle the lava all throughout the day, but the sudden burst of light took him by surprise right when he'd lowered his guard. Why? Chloe clenches her fists. Why this? Why here? Why now? And why him? I could answer those questions. Danger of a dungeon. We signed up for it, and we agreed to go down to the boss chamber, thinking we were prepared. Hank had succumbed to overconfidence after seeing our strength. I succumbed to hubris, not understanding the boss's objectives and how its powers worked. I miscalculated how bad Hank's vulnerability to light magic is, and didn't realize Golwar's breath would be imbued with both fire and light magic. He chose the class he did, because that's who he saw himself as, and did so knowing full well the consequences and weaknesses he'd get with said choice. All of those answers are correct and answer Chloe's questions. None of those answers give her the comfort she truly needs right now. So, I just lower my head and say nothing, letting my silent reassurance provide a hollow comfort as her father rests in my arms. We just can't win, can we? Chloe says. Demons and giant monsters come to attack our homes. We go to dungeons to hone our power, and everyone around us pays the price. We commit ourselves to getting stronger to fight them off. And monsters in human skin come after our family. We try to rescue them, and we're attacked by people who didn't have to spend so much time caring for and protecting their families. We don't rise to the challenge. And then we all die because of all of the above. No matter what we do, we lose. That's how it is, I say. But why, Sarah? And why aren't you more upset about everything? I've had more time to grieve my own losses, I say honestly. Mom, and I still don't think I can call him dad anymore. But Theo, he made mistakes, paid with his life. But he was still the man who raised me, and for that, I'm grateful and respective. I'm sorry, Sarah, Chloe says. She looks down toward her own feet. And I think it had to be us, Chloe. It might have been wrong for Hank to do what he did to us. But if he truly believed that he was acting in the best interests of humanity, then would it not have been even more unethical to do what he did to someone else's kids? So, it's okay for him to sell out his own daughter for the good of the world, because he believes in us, I say. I think that's the single thread behind everything he's done. He's always believed in us and trusted that the two of us could find a path forward when hope seems lost and there appears to be no good future. He's given us information as best he could and tried to do what he thought was right with what he believed at the time. Even now, he suffers through this nasty light intoxication, all to help us clear this dungeon and get stronger. So we're better prepared to take on Renault and the other Seraphina when the time comes. Chloe finally looks back in my eyes. then down at her father, resting in my arms in a bridal carry, then back at me. Let's just take the loot and then make our way to the core. I've got half a mind to destroy the damn thing just because standing here is pissing me off. I don't think making such a decision in the heat of the moment is a wise course of action, especially because destroying the dungeon is going to send us back outside at I quickly check my phone at 3 o'clock, and very much still in the heat of the cloudless summer day. But I also think that pissing off Chloe further when she's already agitated is an even more terrible idea. So I give a non-committal acknowledgement of her words as I make my way into the dimly lit core room. Meanwhile, Chloe starts opening the 3 treasure chests, taking their contents and slipping them away one by one. The first of the 3 angers her, to the point where she visibly recoils as she picks the glinting circlet up. The second of the 3 puzzles her for a moment, before she slips it away with a shrug. The third and final of the items greatly excites her to the point where she's smiling and carefree once more, rather than going into the inventory like the rest. It's her wyvern scale buckler that exits stage right, to be replaced by a pair of silver white bracers fastened snugly around her wrists. Her are extinguished by her hull. She moves toward us, stopping about 10 feet away. She turns to the side before resuming the circlet from before, though her distaste is apparent from the brief grimace and the way she holds it at arm's length. Her foul mood doesn't return before she slides it on the flat metal floor toward me. Inferno on circlet, it reads. And then the system gives me the option to equip it. Yeah, I can imagine a scientist wouldn't be too pleased with a piece of equipment whose name suggests it was forged with infernal power. I actually don't mind it at all. In fact, it feels rather warm and fuzzy, considering that Defier of Fate's most prominent skill is literally named after the morning star. It really shouldn't have surprised me, but this is very clearly Hank's equipment. And I'm not going to wear a piece of armor that makes my girlfriend hurt just to look at. I go ahead and slip off Hank's current circlet and slip this new one on him. He doesn't rouse from consciousness just yet, but his breathing deepens and his pulse lowers to something more in line with where a healthy adult's resting heart rate should be. Sorry, love. I know how much it doesn't. It's fine. I can see how much it helps Dad. So I'll just suffer it for his sake. She sighs and turns to the side. Tension eases from her posture. It's the least we can do, especially after everything he's done for us. I smile softly. Chloe still doesn't approach, and when I look at her new toys, I can see why. And like with Hank's gear, I do use Artificer's glasses to get some better information on exactly what Chloe's new armlets can do. Celestial bracers. A pair of engraved silver bracers made of celestial designed to be worn by a holy warrior. Defense Kung 25. Magic Defense Kung 25. Agility Kung 77. All attacks including magical attacks with the light attribute deal 20% more damage. All spells with the healing modifier are 25% more effective and cost 10% less ether. So, what do I get? I ask in a low voice, not wanting to wake a now deeply sleeping Hank. Unless the circlet was really for me and your father gets the other item. Chloe just rolls her eyes at me before handing me a silver ring. For a moment, I wonder if this too is made of celestial, but instead, it's made of a different material I've never heard of and definitely didn't exist on Earth before the system arrived. Ring of Replenishing Recoil. A ring made of a chrome steel alloy with a glossy and iridescent sheen. Magic Defense Kung 15. Whenever the wearer of this ring takes damage, 10% of the damage dealt is converted to the wearer's ether pool. Well, that seems just about perfect for me. Who else but me is crazy enough to burn through ether faster than a sailor goes through their drink? All while voluntarily signing up to tank enemy strikes with my face, and the rest of my body for that matter. Actually, come to think of it, this most recent fight against Golwar might just be the first fight in a long time where I haven't stepped right up to or past the precipice of death. Not since, oh gosh, maybe Serena. Even then, I was still pretty beat, and only survived because she was testing us, rather than seriously challenging me to the death. Yeah, this was definitely made just for me. Sorry, my old flawed ring of regeneration. But it seems that I have a new best friend, and perhaps I can learn how to cast this replenishment spell down the line. The glyphs already look extremely complicated, nauseatingly so. But I'm not planning to die for a long time, and if I can get that number to 20 or even 15% at some point in the future, I'd be golden. Thanks, love, I say as I replace one ring with another. To change the subject, I know you'd mentioned that you were interested in smashing the core to this dungeon, and I have half a mind to agree. The experience gains are likely to be substantial. However, I'm worried your father isn't in any condition to handle several hours of direct sunlight, even with this new circlet helping him. And I don't want to assume he's the only person who knows about and is using this dungeon. Clara did tell us about that other one back in the middle of nowhere, which suggests that there's some sort of repository of information being collected out there. And, well, I'm really not in the mood to make even more enemies than the growing list we already have. Chloe sighs. Then I guess we will wait until he is. I don't think he's going to be asleep too much longer. Too much longer ends up being about 2 hours. At which point Hank rouses from his slumber, looks up at me, down at how he's being carried, blushes slightly, then all but throws himself from my arm and onto the ground. Sir. He stares blankly at my still outstretched arms. I don't think you're supposed to carry anyone but Chloe that way. Over the shoulder it is next time. Noted. I pull his old tenebrous circlet from my inventory and hand it to him. The dungeon saw fit to give you an upgrade. Was holding onto the old one for safekeeping. His hand rushes up to the new piece of headgear. Then his eyes cross as he checks his status. Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief as he takes the old circlet and disappears it in an absolute black portal. Hopefully this circlet will better protect me against fire in the future. Seems that this Inferneron substance is literally shaped in hellfire and imbued with the elements of both fire and darkness. It also reinforces my darkness spells and has helped purge my light intoxication. The two of us got our share of rewards as well. I point to my shiny new ring. I'm glad to hear it, Chloe says, though her tone suggests she's unsure if she should be. The whole Saintess thing still doesn't sit perfectly well with objects forged of literal hellfire. Hopefully such predilections don't start applying to me at some later point, considering. So, I say, Chloe has made her preference to destroy the dungeon clear. It's currently just after 5 p.m. local time. There'll be a good 3 hours until twilight. Will you be able to handle that much light between now and then? And don't give us some crap about how you're fine when you really aren't. That's what got us into this mess. And why you're currently so sick your own daughter can't get within 10 feet of you. Yes. I think it would be best if we wait until sunset. We do. 2.5 more hours of small talk before Chloe walks up to the icosahedral core and shatters it into myriad pieces. An overwhelming amount of ether fills the room before flowing roughly equally into the three of us. You have shattered the core of Dungeon N398 for 2W10216, Ancient Lake. Calculating rewards. Calculating. Maximum health increases by 250. Maximum ether increases by 100. All major stats increase by 3. Experience needed to reach the next level set to 1. Calculating. 169,192 experience granted. Dungeon Ancient Lake will be permanently shut down due to loss of core. New dungeon parameters being generated. Outline generation complete. Level and ether concentration of the environment measured. Time until new dungeon opening 47 hours 23 minutes and 59 seconds 42. Dungeon collapse imminent. Escape through established portal before. The system boxes grow fuzzy and indistinct before flickering out completely. Probably relying on some dungeon system process that ran out of backup energy. Dimensional sickness makes me hesitate about jumping through the portal. But the threat of countless tons of rock and goddesses know what else provides a more than compelling reason to do so anyway. Finally, the open sky and a bit of relative safety. Maybe even an evening without something trying to kill me. Wouldn't that be hecking nice for a change? Level 75. Experience 9,197,069. To next. Current stats: health 15,481, 16,148. Ether 11,845. 11. Current stats: strength 143, speed 146, vitality 174. Mind 339. 4.60 Moonlit night. Only the dim glow of blue and violet along the western horizon serves as proof that the sun was ravaging these lands just a few brief hours ago. Now, the sky is dark and, by the goddesses, is it beautiful, with the nearly full moon still partially occluded by mountains to the east. The sky is dark, and the constellations take center stage upon the celestial zenith. Twinkling without a care in the world, it's nice, Chloe says. Just looking up at the stars like this. She wraps her arm around me as we stand on the lakebed shore along the southern edge of the small island. The cave entrance has completely collapsed and is dissolving back into the ground. The components to be repurposed into whatever dungeon recycling program the system has going on. I admit idle curiosity on the matter, but it seems the sort of thing that's either completely unknowable, or so far beyond our ability to understand right now that it might as well be. Yeah, I say. I pull Chloe a bit closer into me and wrap my silver wing around her. I look forward to visiting some of them with you at some point. Chloe chuckles. It's amazing how much things have changed, to the point where you can say something like that. And not only do I not believe you're lying. She leans against me. I want that. Sir, I want to travel the cosmos with you once we're strong enough to do so. I think we'll have to, I say. I don't think the keys to fighting the system and everything else we're entrusted with are going to be found here on Earth. You really want to do all that, don't you? For my own selfish reasons. Yes, I know I have the choice to do as I will. But as I will is to fight the system. I sigh. It's a little funny, isn't it? The anomaly carries within it the spirit of rebellion. And that rebellion includes the right to rebel against the very reason why the original Seraphina was designed in the first place. But I don't have to rebel against. I don't want to say my programming. Even the original Seraphina wasn't subject to something as banal and constricting as programming. I'm probably not making a lot of sense, am I? Chloe kisses my cheek. Maybe not, love, but I think I understand what you're getting at. Thanks. Hey girls. Hank's voice calls out from a few hundred feet away, where he's working on getting the chopper up and running again. Are you two about ready to leave? Truly, I wish we could stay a good while longer. The night sky is the most romantic, after all. And never have I seen so many stars twinkling as tonight. Out here in the middle of nowhere. Some combination of a dearth of light pollution and the fact that my eyes are a whole lot more sensitive than most. I'd say I'd see a million stars right now. But even that might be an understatement. As I look down, I notice the light of the pale moon cresting atop a relatively nearby mountain. It casts its shimmer down on the rippling water below, made and still by the light breeze flowing in the dark of night. How I wish that time were on my side, that Chloe and I could just stay like this for, not forever, but a few days out in nature sounds real tempting right now. Maybe after this Legion bullshit finally gets resolved, we should get going, Chloe says. Not another word is spoken between us. Just subtle gestures. The way her hand moves against my own and my fingers against her. The two of us take our seats in the back of the helicopter, while Hank starts the machine up with a low rumble. I hope there are no objections if we head back to the lab straight away. I'm sure Lise has been worried sick about us all evening. Let me guess. No phone signal down there. It's a modern miracle that cell service even still functions. I guess the system is taking pity on humanity, in a fashion, small graces. But in this day and age, I take what I can get. I marvel at just how quiet the copter is. The spinning blades cut through the air with deft precision, leaving room neither for wobble nor undue noise, just a faint whir. And without an internal combustion engine roaring below the cockpit. It's just the whistle of the wind that joins in the nocturnal symphony. There's something I wanted to ask you, Hank, I say, about the original Seraphina and her arrival on Earth 20-odd years ago. Do you know of any other recordings or? I'm afraid it's just the one I've already shown you both. I'd still like to go back there if at all possible. Back before I passed out, I felt like something was calling to me. And yes, I'm sure you researched everything very thoroughly, but there's always the chance of there being something that will only make sense to me. No, I was going to say that that's a good idea, since we won't be able to move out until morning. But Dad, Chloe interjects, should you be out and about during the day in your condition? Admittedly, probably not, but circumstances are rarely so fortunate as to allow us to. Chloe cuts him off. Maybe. Dad, I'm not sure how much you've kept up with the local news since you've been off here in your lab these past couple of months. A demon named Fornieth attacked, threatened to wipe out the whole city, and it was level 85 too. So I think it would have succeeded, my lord, Hank says. I knew something had happened. I didn't realize it was that bad. But there was more to it than just a simple demon attack. It was part of a trap. Someone was trying to lure the two of us, so I point to myself and Chloe, out to the middle of nowhere to kill us. To do what? A bit of black flame emerges from his circlet. I did not misspeak. I continue after giving Hank a few seconds to calm down. I didn't realize it until we got there. But, in the castle's throne room, there was a massive Ethertech bomb set to go off the moment we entered. If I hadn't started learning dimensional magic that very same day from watching wraiths flying about, we both would have been vaporized. Hank stares blankly, but says nothing as his hands tremble with violent rage. At first I thought the Legion was after us, I say. But only once I learned of your connection with the others did I realize that too, was a way to get us to lower our guard. Also, you can stop there, Sera. I follow. And I don't want to hear the recap. No offense meant. And again, I apologize for my inability to choose former comrades with decency and dignity. Never mind that, Chloe says. What I do want to mention is that we got quite the power boost from clearing that dungeon and shattering the dungeon's core. I believe that may be one of the ways in which Renault and the other Seraphina were able to gain so much strength so quickly. That other Seraphina is cybernetic, isn't she? I ask. She didn't feel robotic like Daryl's mockeries. There was something organic about her that allows her to be considered a living being and grow stronger, isn't there? One of my memories from the other Seraphina's life. Apparently, to truly harness the power of the anomaly, it has to be embedded within a living being. I don't know the exact details, though. I don't know. Sera, Hank says after a couple seconds, your theory is plausible, but I can't provide you with any real proof. In any case, we've arrived. Chloe and I stand in the room where the original Seraphina's body lies in repose. I wanted Chloe to be here with me, and she wanted to come along in any case, hoping that maybe she could learn something about Madison and how the two of them are related. Neither of us really wanted Chloe's parents to be here, leaving Hank and Mom to wander off to somewhere, hopefully catching up after months apart. Do you feel that pull from before? Chloe asks me. It's there. Yes, fainter than before. Or maybe I'm just not as tired and therefore better able to resist it. I'd like to ask one question before we do whatever it is we're going to do. Chloe hesitates, taking my hand. What was Madison like? She finally asks. I thought you said you didn't like when I talked about her. I mean, yeah, but we thought you were that Seraphina. And the way you talked about Madison made me think that the two of you were lovers. And, well, it's not like any girl would like it when her girlfriend is constantly going on and on about how amazing her ex was. But, you're not her. And it seems like Madison might be my mother, in a fashion. And, I guess I want to know a little more about her. That's why I wanted to come with you so badly. That maybe I'd get a better idea of who and what I am. Well, I don't know everything about her. But I can say one thing without a doubt. She was a real hardess. Take the most extreme Hollywood depiction of Drill Sergeant Nasty. Give her ungodly cosmic power. Leave her accountable to no one except, well, I guess her own conscience and sense of responsibility. And then give her free rein to train a weak-souled bioweapon with all the innocence and naivety that such a being would possess. You better not be saying that's how I am, Sera. I swear that for an instant. The temperature in the room suddenly drops before returning to normal. Not at all. She was also the workaholic type. So far as I could tell, she was always on the move from one project to another, spanning pursuits martial, political, and research alike. As far as a personal life, I don't know if she had one. I only have memories from the first part of that Seraphina's life. And while that Seraphina definitely had a crush on Madison, I'm not convinced it was reciprocated. Madison was well over 100 by then, and probably saw me more as her kid than anyone she was romantically interested in. Her kid, or her research project. Couldn't tell you for sure one way or the other. Probably some of both. A lot of both. And she was strong as fuck. The last memory I have of her is right after reaching level 224 and vanquishing some giant interstellar alien who lives in subspace. In the other order. And she said she reached level 255 between then and. It would have been 15 years, give or take. So, that Seraphina only lived for 15 years. Chloe lowers her head. And all of them were spent training and fighting. How horrible. I take her hand and the two of us just stand there, looking over the perfectly preserved body resting before us. Any other questions? I ask. So, what do we have to do? I can sense that Chloe's stalling for time, but I see no reason to speed this process up. Just gotta place our hands on the transport pod and hope something happens. I take a breath. I'm not really sure how this is supposed to work either. All of my memories of that Seraphina's past life have just come whenever they felt like it. Never have I really been able to trigger them on my own. But, with the two of us both acknowledging that we're mutually stalling for time, I answer in the affirmative. Our hands touch the pod after a momentary delay. And as soon as we do, another vision floods my memory. 344:61 when it all began. Planet XSQ-1827, Substation 1, year 16,354 15 years before Seraphina's awakening. No, that can't be right. Madison mutters under her breath. She looks down at the data, certain that she's made a mistake somewhere. But no matter how many times she pores over the simulations and runs the numbers and checks and double checks and even triple checks the calibration, the data her team has compiled over the past 20 years simply isn't consistent with any other explanation. The universe is being deleted, for lack of a better term, and at an absolutely catastrophic rate. After 20 minutes or maybe 2 hours, it's hard to tell, rushing through scenario after plausible scenario, hoping for some other explanation. She's forced to eventually accept the harsh reality. Something is out there. And if we don't do something, it's only a matter of when, not if. We're next. She looks around the chamber. Empty, save for her breaths and the sounds of her fingers tapping against the keys on the console. There's not a single bit of noise in the substation. She glances down at her communicator. 2:54 a.m. Madison can't help but chuckle. Must have lost track of time at some point while running the Universal Simulation Matrix. Something that's happened more and more as of late. One of the joys of having recently reached level 200. Her body is now so magical, her body so concentrated with ether, that she no longer needs to eat or sleep. Absent those biological needs tethering one's mind to the present, it's only too easy to lose track of time while in the middle of one's work. And Madison has far too much work for the time she has left. She spent the last 3 days finalizing and then running the Matrix and trying to figure out what the hell is going on out there and why all the communication relays to the outer rim of the universe have been dropping like gnats flying through an electrical fence. No time to handle the political situation and by the cosmos. How is she going to get anyone else to believe such unbelievable results? 7 Sigma certainty in her simulations be damned. There's no way to convince the sector governors to band together. Not because of poor methodology, but simply because they have every incentive not to believe her. She sighs. It really is the worst case scenario. Footsteps down the hall break her out of her 2-second-long panic. By instinct, she leaps up, draws Divine Blade Luminaria out of her inventory, and prepares to engage in combat. She's safe here, in the lab. A more rational part of her mind assures her, but to many years on the front and decades of dungeon delves before that have ensured a certain amount of wariness remains locked in at all times. The footsteps get louder, but they move slowly by her standards, giving her brain those precious milliseconds to properly analyze the situation. This isn't an ambush. These aren't monsters sneaking up on her. This is just one of her colleagues making their presence known, wanting to talk with her. Probably to let her know that she's been at this for the last 42 hours straight and should take a break and get some fresh air. Her rational mind agrees that she should do so. A few hours away from the simulation matrix will give her a fresh perspective. It would be even better if she could get some sleep. She doesn't need it, but it's still very nice to have. The door opens, revealing the tan-skinned, curly-haired director of the laboratory, Dr. Martin Chitono. Brilliant researcher, eloquent, effective at communication, and unlike her, actually knows how to get those political chuckle fucks to loosen their purse strings and provide the funding to keep the facility open. He's technically the director to her assistant director. And while a part of Madison covets his title, their current arrangement works out better for both of them. Madison, he says, I trust you have a good reason to be here so late. Just running the simulations again, making sure I've not overlooked a simpler explanation than the one that keeps demonstrating itself most likely. Martin glares down at Madison. I trust that there's a good reason why you have neglected your health and well-being. I know it's been only 42 hours, and that you don't technically need food or water or sleep anymore. But need I remind you that you've worked 120 hours this past week and nearly 450 this past month. Good thing you're paid on salary, or I wouldn't be able to keep the facility running. Madison can't help but chuckle. And fortunately, yes, she points to the erosion of one of the galactic filaments located about 12 gigaparsecs away. Look at how much ordinary matter has just disappeared over the past 30 years. And worse, that rate of dissolution seems to be accelerating. Martin just stares at the screen. And you're certain that this is the case? That's what I've been doing all day. And apparently all night as well, Madison says, exasperated. I know the damn fools with the grants aren't just going to drop tens of millions of credits on a project like this. Billions, Martin says. If this really is the case, then we're going to need billions of credits to try to figure out how to counteract this. I mean, there's only one being capable of such catastrophe on a universal scale. You know the governing council is never going to approve that kind of funding based on your sapient system hypothesis. Madison, and what other theory is out there that could explain what we're seeing? The entire observable universe is going to be gone in 30 years at this rate. I'm not saying you're wrong, Madison. I'm just saying that your theories are considered bold and outlandish by the. So what do you want me to do, Martin? Just turn a blind eye to all this mess? He's not wrong. There's never been proof that the system is actually intelligent, or guided by some powerful artificial general intelligence, and without said proof, it's considered a fringe hypothesis, though thankfully not quite in the realm of quackery. No, Martin's eyes narrow upon Madison, shaking her with a will more powerful than the level 80 man should be able to bear upon her. You just reached level 200. I did, Madison says. Then the realization hits her. You're not suggesting that I am, Martin continues. If this truly is correct, and you believe there is no other option, then perhaps it's time that you take effective responsibility. You have a power that only 1 in a million people will ever acquire. Probably less than that. Perhaps this is a sign that it's time that you let go of your personal animosity toward the sphere of politics and actually do what needs to be done for the good of the universe. The good of the universe. How? Madison stares blankly as Martin materializes a chair and sits down beside her in front of the console. After a moment, Madison takes a deep breath and sits back down. I know how much you care about others, in your own way, in my own way. Spoken like the political genius you are, Martin just smiles. If I'm a political genius, as you call it, it's only because I have decades more experience handling those sorts of situations. Rather than spending all my time either cooped up in my lab or out there on the battlefield, he continues after a half-second pause, which might as well be an eternity with how fast Madison's mind works. I know you're not much for traditional religious belief, but I like to believe that the universe has a will of its own, separate from that of the system. Call it God or the Great Will or whatever other deity humans have prayed to over the millennia. I don't care. But I believe that the universe may be nudging you into growing into a role you have previously eschewed out of personal preference. This isn't a setup, is it? Madison does her best to remain level-headed, but traces of her still sneak through her tone. That hurts a little, Madison. We've been working together for 30 years now. I would have thought that you would have known by now that I'm not the scheming type. Just one who tries to remain aware of what everyone wants and think about how best to achieve it. You really think I should seek the planetary governorship? You already take on half the responsibilities relating to planetary defense. And you already have the administrative skills from your 30 years working here. To be perfectly honest, taking the position in earnest will simply mean you'll have the benefits of that station, rather than just shouldering all the responsibilities on a researcher's salary. I do plenty well for myself, thank you very much. But it would mean I would have a lot more budgetary influence. Madison pauses. Don't tell me that's what this is about. Again, like I said, I'm merely positing a potential solution that works out well for all of us. You'll have more authority to bring the planets and the star system's resources to bear. And it won't mean too much more work for you. Though, I'm curious, Madison. I'd like to know what sort of a plan you have in mind for dealing with the system. It's not likened to a god for nothing. Madison sighs and generates a simple ball of light with her hands. We know so much about these glyphs and how they function. What's to say that there aren't more glyphs out there? Ones not meant to be discovered. Ones that shouldn't even exist. Ones that shouldn't exist, you say. What specifically do you have in mind? Glyphs are programs, of a sort, created by the system and which allow us to influence the world around us. What's to say that we can't do the reverse? A glyph created by the world, that is designed to influence the system. We can hack computers. Why can't we find a way to hack the system? Yes, it's a difficult problem. You want to try your hand at the glyph design problem again. People have been working on it for 15,000 years. No offense meant. But brighter minds than ours have tried and failed. What makes you think we'll have any better success than they did? Or hell, than we did when we looked into it a quarter century ago? Because this time, Martin, we have no choice. I'm sure you've looked through the data during our conversation. We both are aware that the consequences for failure are complete and total annihilation. And within our own lifetimes to boot. Madison, I know I can't well get you to back down once you get into one of these moods. But I would be remiss if I did not urge caution. That line of reasoning is a very dangerous one. Once people get it in their head that what they're doing is for the good of the world, the universe, the nation, whatever group they're claiming to represent, then that opens the door to every manner of atrocity. You're not wrong. Madison pauses, her mind trying not to completely go back to that battle 33 years ago, just before she started her new career as a researcher. I've had to put those people down on a couple of occasions back in my old career. She sighs. But I don't think that steering some research funds toward the project and focusing my team's efforts on it is quite on the same level as committing genocide on a planetary level. It is well within the customary and constitutional duties of the governor to steer the budget and take actions deemed necessary and proper to ensure the defense of the planet and its citizens and inhabitants. I take it you plan to go through with this after all. You know that I will support you to the extent I'm able. I would certainly hope so, Martin. Considering it was your idea to begin with, though, I would disagree about one thing. You said you weren't a schemer and didn't like to take those sorts of actions. And yet, here you are, clearly scheming your way into the outcome you decided from the beginning. Not at all, Madison. As I said, it was merely the outcome I thought would work best for all of us. And, speaking of outcomes that would work best for all of us, I don't want you to feel that you've been rushed into making this decision. Take a week off, clear your head, relax a bit, and get a full sense of what it is that you're signing up for. But, you said we had 30 years, Madison. That's urgent. But not so urgent that you can't spare a few days to make sure you're fully prepared for the challenges that will await you in your new role. And yes, Madison, for your sake, I'm pulling rank as the director on this one. Now then, I must get going myself. I'll see you back here in a week.